Game of Thrones, The Attack of the Northern Wolf. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 101, Remarks on the Release. First of all, I would like to thank all the readers who have read this far. Without your support, there would be no book. Then I would like to thank the editor, Wood Crossing, for signing this book and making it receive many recommendations. Finally, I would like to thank my wife for her support in spending all my free time on writing without any complaints. To be honest, I have not read the novel of Game of Thrones, which I said in the first chapter of this book. However, I have watched the TV series repeatedly at least 10 times. I watch the TV series of Game of Thrones repeatedly because it is a hobby, but also because there is no other way. There are too few dramas that can compare with it. Before I started writing the book, I often thought about the outline and the plot when I was at work. Therefore, this book is not a product of impulse, but I'm very careful to write and tell it well. In more than 50 chapters, when I went south to meet Ed, some readers felt that this was a poisonous plot. I explained what should be explained in each comment, why it was written in this way, how he should think about it, and so on. However, it is still inevitable that some readers have lost. In addition to the fact that we are standing in the perspective of God, there is also the fact that my writing skills are not good enough, and I have not laid enough groundwork for the emotional ties of the protagonist's family. In short, let's learn and grow. After this, it will be a big melee of the multi-king pattern of Westeros. Those famous characters in the Game of Thrones will slowly come into everyone's view. In fact, for thousands of years in Westeros, the aristocratic class has solidified, and the upward channel has solidified. Many ambitious people like Littlefinger have tried hard to seek to rise, but have not found a way. Now, with Ed's One Piece-like speech before his death, everything will be different, so stay tuned. This book has nearly 230,000 words so far, all of which revolve around the main storyline, without any watered down branches or irrelevant plots. So, don't worry, I won't water down the subsequent plots, and I will do my best to write this book well. Then, let's talk about the rules for putting it on the shelves and adding more chapters. After the release, there will still be 2 guaranteed updates. Tomorrow, there will be one more update for the top 3 fans, Jintamayu, Jinzaioni, and the arbitration agency. One more update for all the fans who voted for the monthly ticket, and one more update for all the fans who have been voting and following the book. In other words, there will be 5 updates in total. The editor said before that I have nearly 700 fans. Then I will set a first order of 500. One more update for every 100 first orders, one more update for every 10,000 coins reward, and 10 more updates for the leader. Well, actually, I have never done these extra updates before. I borrowed them from others temporarily. Haha, it is borrowing, not copying. Actually, I don't think there will be extra updates. If there are extra updates, it will be calculated as 2,000 words per chapter, and I will make up for it later. There are only these few chapters in the manuscript, and I wrote them without leaving the house at the weekend. Game of Thrones is really not easy to write. I have to look up all kinds of information, watch TV dramas to find the plot, etc. I would rather be slow than have poor quality, right? Finally, I ask for a first order, and ask for all kinds of things. Kyanmuri, thank you. PS, I have created a group. You can join the group through the Kidian app. Then, if you want to support the book, I hope you can open an automatic subscription to support it. Thank you. Chapter 102, Ironborn Invasion. So you mean you are not going to form an alliance with the Lannisters? Haha, we Iron races don't need to form an alliance with anyone. But I won't give up this rare opportunity. Whether the Starks or the Lannisters occupy Moat Cailin, it's not good news for me. Now they are fighting. As long as I occupy Moat Cailin, the entire north will belong to us Iron races. At that time, we can choose slaves and concubines at will. Hearing this, Ramsay's smile became even brighter. He clapped his hands excitedly and praised, in my opinion, King Balon, your wisdom is far better than Tywin. But, are you telling the truth? This time, will Robb Stark, the bastard, really die outside the neck? Hearing Ramsay calling Robb a bastard, Balon looked at him in surprise and replied, if he is surrounded by 3 parties, he will definitely die, unless he has a dragon. But, calling him a bastard, aren't you a vassal of the little wolf? King Balon, my beloved father died at the hands of Robb Stark. In order to save the entire Bolton family, I can only surrender to him superficially. Now the entire northern army has been withdrawn, and the interior is extremely empty. I'm very familiar with Winterfell and other important castles. Please let me lead the way for you to attack the city. If they don't know that I betrayed them, maybe they can take down the castle without the death of a noble Ironborn. Speaking of his father, Ramsay's face was sad. His eyes were wet. He wiped his eyes and then loudly expressed his sincerity to Balon. Of course, Balon would not believe Ramsay surrender so easily, but Balon was very happy that he took the initiative to lead the way. He nodded with a smile and said, I agree to your request. As long as you can help me take down the north, I will not only not touch your dreadfort, but also reward you with new fiefdoms. Thank you for the gift of the Iron Islands and the King of the North. I will do my best to serve you until the last day of my life. Hearing Balon's promise, Ramsay immediately knelt on one knee and offered his loyalty to his new master. Yes. Balon nodded, then turned his head to the right and said to a tall and mighty heavy armored warrior who looked somewhat similar to him, holding a huge axe and wearing a sea monster helmet, Victorian, you take the Iron Fleet's 100 longships, a total of 3,300 Ironborn, land at the Fever River, attack from behind, and take down Moat Cailin. There are scouting Ironborn waiting for you there. Yes. When the heavy armored warrior heard Balon calling him, he came to Balon and nodded to accept the order. Aaron, Dagmar, you and Ramsay lead 300 Ironborn to take down Torrhen's Square and then see if there is a chance to take down Winterfell. Earl Ramsay came here by this road. He should be more familiar with it. Yes. Yes, your majesty. Ramsay and the other 2 Ironborn heard the words and nodded in response. Yara, you lead 30 longships, a total of 1,000 iron races, and sail north to Dragon's Head. The tide is about to arrive. When the time comes, you will take the opportunity to land in the north of Deepwood Motte and capture Deepwood Motte. In this way, the entire western coast of the north will be under our control. Yes, father. Yara is a girl with ordinary looks, slim figure, and long legs. She has a heroic spirit different from ordinary girls. Her actions and behaviors are no different from those of male warriors. After giving all his orders, Balon seemed to remember something and continued to say, remember to requisition all ships for trading King's Harbor in the future. This can prevent the news from leaking out and allow us to replenish supplies. Well, time is running out. Let's act. We must take advantage of the battle between the Stark family and the Lannister family to capture our target as soon as possible. Yes. Everyone, including Ramsay, nodded in agreement and took action. Looking at their backs, Baron looked deeply at the east, muttering, Robert Baratheon, Eddard Stark, this time. I want to see how you can stop me. The King's Port on Pike Island is the fief of the Portly family. However, on the same island as their own fiefdom, they only have a small square castle and do not live a very rich life. Because all the resources obtained are basically sent to Pike City, and the Portly family can only get a little bit of the surplus. Due to the geographical location and its particularity of Pike Island, many pirates and bold merchants come to Kingsport for supplies, sell dirty goods, and consume wantonly. However, today's Kingsport is different from the past. Suddenly, a large number of Ironmen driving longships blocked the port's sea outlet and began to forcibly collect all foreign ships. Ordinary merchants are okay, they dare not speak out, but those unruly pirates, they don't care so much about you, they just draw their swords and start fighting. The whole Kingsport was suddenly mixed with various voices, noisy and chaotic. On a merchant ship from Torrhen's Square, a crew member dressed in ordinary clothes looked at the densely packed Ironman longships outside the port. He quietly opened the secret compartment on the ship, took out the raven kept inside, tied up the letter, and let it fly out quietly. Your Majesty, the two Lannister cavalrymen have confessed all the information they know after being tortured. After comparing the 2 of them and interrogating me again, I now confirm that this information is true. In the Northern Army camp, in the King's tent, Clay was reporting the torture situation to Robb, and Theon and Gendry stood aside. "Well, tell me." Robb, knowing his cautious character, nodded to indicate that he could speak directly. "Tywin Lannister has a total of 20,000 troops, of which there are nearly 10,000 cavalry." Clay spoke directly to the key part of the intelligence. He glanced at Robb's expression and continued, "These nearly 10,000 cavalry include 4,000 fully armed elite heavy cavalry, 3,000 elite light cavalry, and 3,000 miscellaneous cavalry gathered by vassals from all over the country. The last part of the cavalry is very poorly equipped and has very average combat effectiveness." Hearing Clay's report, even Robb, who was confident, couldn't help but frown. It really deserves to be the Lannister family that once had a gold mine. There are nearly 10,000 cavalry in Tywin's army alone. This does not include Kevin's thousands of cavalry and the mountain's 1,000 cavalry. No wonder Robb in the original drama could only accept the harsh conditions of the Free family and pass through the twins. If he really wanted to fight head on with 20,000 northern troops, he would face Tywin's 20,000 westerly troops near the Green Fork. It is estimated that the Northern Army would stop there. "Your Majesty, I think there is something strange about Tywin's army. Since they captured Pink City, these 10,000 cavalry have been marching all the way to the current location to set up camp. The remaining 10,000 infantry are still on the way behind." Clay looked at Robb, who was frowning and thinking, and directly said what he thought was a little unusual. "Tywin is setting a trap to drive us to the twins." Robb rubbed his chin with his hand and answered in a positive tone. "Drive to? Trap? Because going to the twins was originally decided by the Northern Army during the meeting?" Theon asked with some confusion when he heard Robb's words. "If we press forward with all our forces, Tywin's 10,000 cavalrymen may retreat before the infantry approaches. Our few thousand cavalrymen can catch up, but facing the well-equipped Lannister cavalry, the result will definitely not be very good. Therefore, the only way for us to go south is the twins." Robb seemed to be patiently explaining to Theon that in fact he was sorting out the current situation for himself again. "Before leaving, I heard from my mother about Walder Free. He is greedy, arrogant, very vengeful and vengeful. So, I specially sent the straightforward Earl Norrie to negotiate. As a result, he not only did not drive Earl Norrie away in a rage, but asked me to go to the twins in person to show my sincerity. I also directly told him the conditions for our marriage alliance. Finally, in the last real intelligence that I asked the spy Hal to send, there was a strong intention to go south to Riverrun and join my uncle's troops. So, I'm sure that the twins at this moment is definitely a trap set by Tywin. Oh, no wonder His Majesty refused to let me go to the twins. It turns out this was all your test." After hearing Robb's words, Theon nodded and said, "Then the road to the south is blocked now. What are our Northern Army still doing here?" "We are waiting for our guests to come in. They are our real target." Chapter 103, A Surprise Attack on Baycalin. Flint's Finger is the castle of the Flint family in the north. It is located on the south bank of Bright Flame Bay, north of Flint Cliff and east of Cape Creighton. Its location is just right to have a panoramic view of the sea conditions from the Sunset Sea to Bright Flame Bay. Some civilians living outside Flint's Finger Castle usually rely on the advantage of being close to Bright Flame Bay to obtain some marine life to fill their hungry stomachs. "Wow. Father, look, there are so many big ships." A civilian was looking for edible shellfish on the shallows during the morning low tide when he suddenly heard his son's exclamation. The father looked up and saw at least hundreds of single-masted rectangular sailing longboats with Squid family emblems on the sea in the distance. This fleet, which seemed to cover the entire sea, came from far to near, from the Sunset Sea to the inland of Bright Flame Bay. Looking at the Squid family emblem that once frightened him, he suddenly dropped the shellfish in his hand, turned around and picked up his son, and shouted loudly, "Run! Run! The squids are coming!" His exclamation immediately attracted the attention of the civilians on the shoal, and for a while, everyone fled towards Flint's Finger. After all, more than 10 years ago, the iron races that raged in the Sunset Sea made all the civilians near the coast afraid. However, this time the iron races did not come for them, but crossed the Bright Flame Bay and headed towards Salt Spear Beach and the Heatwave River. Among the civilians in Flint's Finger, there was a very calm man. Looking at the Iron Fleet heading towards Salt Spear Beach, he turned and ran towards the house that was temporarily rented for this mission. After a while, a raven spread its wings and flew into the sky. When the Iron Fleet of the Iron Islands sailed to Salt Spear Beach, the 10 longships carrying Ramsay and his entourage broke away from the Iron Fleet. Led by Aeron Greyjoy and Agna the Cleftjaw, they headed towards Torrhen's Square through the rivers of the Streamlands. The commander of the Iron Fleet, Victorian Greyjoy, was preparing to land on the Fever River and launch a surprise attack on Moat Cailin. After most of the day's journey, Victorian finally landed at the source of the Fever River with 3,300 Ironborn. Hundreds of longboats were lined up side by side, filling up this not so spacious river. The Ironborn, who had been collecting intelligence on the Northern Army, had been waiting for a long time. They followed the Northern Army to Greywater Watch, released ravens to report the situation, and then returned to the Fever River to wait. No one in this place let them plunder, and they had long been bored waiting. In fact, they were lucky enough to escape from the mouth of the Bloodwind wolf without knowing it. At that time, Bloodwind, who was following them, wanted to treat them as snacks after confirming that they had released the ravens. It was Robb who stopped it, because he was worried about alerting the enemy. Lord Victorian, there are only a few hundred archers in Moat Cailin at present. They are all defending against the enemies in the south, and have paid little attention to the north. Moreover, the terrain in the north is different from that in the south. There are no swamps or wetlands. With so many Iron Men, it is very easy to conquer them all at once. An Ironman in charge of reconnaissance saw Victorian and immediately saluted and reported, "Well, you did a good job. When we conquer the north, I will reward you with more slaves." Victorian, who was fully armed, held a huge axe in one hand and replied in a deep voice, "Thank you for the reward, sir. Let's set off quickly. You lead the way." More than 3,300 Ironmen, except for a few dozen who were left by Victorian to guard the longship, followed the scouting Ironmen and headed towards Moat Cailin. This huge group of more than 3,000 Ironmen had no formation at all, and Victorian thought it was natural, and hurried on without restraining these Ironmen. A few hours later, the Ironmen led by Victorian could already see the 3 towers of Moat Cailin from afar. After arriving at the hiding place chosen by the scout Ironman, Victorian ordered the Ironmen, who were a little tired from the rush, to rest. At the same time, he formulated a very rough and simple attack plan. He led 1,200 Ironmen to attack the intact gate tower. His capable subordinate Ragnar Pike of the invincible Ironborn led 1,000 Ironmen to attack the tall, thin and pointed Forest Children Tower, which had half of its spire missing. Another capable subordinate Weeshu Pike led the remaining 1,000 Ironmen to attack the already tilted Drunken Tower. The 3 parties tried their best to move forward. When Victorian ordered the attack horn to be blown, they attacked at the same time, taking advantage of the northern soldiers' attention to the south and quickly taking it down. After resting for about half an hour, more than 3,200 Ironmen quietly sorted out their leather armor and weapons and equipment, making preparations for the war. The weapons of these Ironmen were varied. Some people carried bows and arrows and daggers, while others were used to long swords. Most of the Ironborn used short-handled axes. The handle of this axe was about 1 meter long, which was easy to hold, and could also be used to chop. At the same time, a hook was added to the back of the axe handle, which should be used to hook the side of the ship to climb, or hook the enemy to attack. After making sure that they were ready, Victorian and his 2 capable men looked at each other, nodded to each other, and led their men to the 3 towers. Of course, these Ironborn could not walk directly on the King's Road. They used the many trees and bushes beside the road as cover, and kept approaching the 3 towers of Cailin Bay. Woo! A horn sounded slowly, breaking the tranquility of Cailin Bay. Victorian, who had not yet advanced to the expected position, looked up in astonishment, and listened to the horn, because the sound of the horn did not belong to them, the Ironborn. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Hundreds of archers suddenly appeared in the north of the 3 towers of the Bay of Cailin. They fired a volley of arrows at the direction of Victorian's 3 teams of Ironmen. Although Victorian and his 3,000 plus men were hiding in the trees and bushes, it would be difficult to find them if the guards of the Bay of Cailin were not paying attention. However, the guards of the Bay of Callan knew in advance that they were going to launch a sneak attack and had been keeping a close eye on them. This dense rain of arrows drew a beautiful parabola and fell accurately into the three groups of Ironmen. Except for Victarion, who was wearing heavy armor, the other Ironmen were all wearing tight leather armor. These leather armors might weaken the slashing of some swords, but they could not stop the penetration of sharp arrows. Next to Victarion, an unlucky Ironman was shot in the eye by an arrow. The sharp arrowhead pierced through the back of his head with blood, and he fell to the ground without a word. Another Ironborn was shot in the chest by an arrow. The sharp arrow pierced through his leather armor and his body. The Ironborn fell to the ground, spitting blood and screaming, while holding Victarion's calf, trying to seek help. Crack. Victarion chopped the Ironborn's head with the axe in his hand, and immediately chopped his head red and white. The dead will not die. Damn, they found us. Blow the horn, and rush over. Knowing that they had been discovered, the sneak attack could only become a strong attack. After Victarion helped the suffering Ironborn to a quick death, he roared and ran towards the city gate tower first. Buzz, buzz, charge. The horns of the Ironborn sounded, and these pirates who made a living by robbing and looting shouted fearlessly, facing the baptism of the second wave of arrows, and quickly rushed towards the three towers. Chapter 104 Bloodshed. Swish, swish, swish. There were a total of 700 archers in the three towers of Moat Cailin. They only had time to fire 3 rounds of arrow rain, causing more than 300 casualties among the Ironmen, and the enemy had already approached the tower. After the Ironmen approached the bottom of the tower, except for the archers in the first 2 rows who could take turns shooting down from the edge of the tower, the archers in the back row had no angle to shoot. Fortunately, someone was directing them. Blow the horn and proceed according to the plan. On the gate tower, Trog, the logistics commander of Winterfell, glanced at the Ironmen who were very close to the tower, and gave orders to the messenger beside him. Woo, woo. The archers on the 3 towers all heard the horn orders from their side. The archers who had no shooting angle immediately dropped their bows and arrows, and ran to the bottom of the tower. The bottom of the tower was repaired by the logistics troops of Winterfell. The collapsed and broken places were all reinforced with thick wood. The front door was also replaced with a brand new thick wooden door. However, these reinforced woods were covered with round holes the size of a child's fist. The archers came to the bottom of the tower and pulled out a long iron-headed spear with a cold light from the weapon rack next to it. They aimed at the round holes the size of a fist and waited with bated breath. Bang! A muffled sound came from outside the gate tower. The spearmen in the tower, who had successfully changed their arms, knew that the enemy had arrived. Bang, bang, bang. Outside the tower, many Ironmen fell to the ground. There was not only slippery moss on the ground, but also a lot of condensed dark ice. This was Trog's advance order to his soldiers, to pour a lot of cold water in front of the tower. After being catalyzed by the severe cold in the north, it turned into dark ice that hindered the Ironmen. This was also a trick Trog came up with to try to delay time, in order to let the Ironmen find out the truth and trick the cunning King Balon. There were no ambushes around Moat Cailin. There were only these 700 Winterfell soldiers. They had to hold on until reinforcement arrived. Victarion, who was wearing heavy armor and moving slowly, saw these Ironmen who were unable to stand up after falling down. As soon as he arrived in front of the city gate tower, he observed the ground, raised his axe high, and chopped it on the ground. Crack. The dark ice on the ground shattered and splashed. He shouted to the surrounding Ironmen, "Knock all the ice on the ground for me." Upon hearing the order, the Ironmen immediately took their weapons and knocked on the ground of the tower. In a few minutes, they knocked off all the dark ice and came to the door of the tower. An excited Ironman who ran in the front looked at the round hole on the wooden door and curiously put his head forward to observe. Stab. Trog, who came to the bottom of the city gate tower, saw the approaching Ironman outside through a round hole and shouted immediately. Puff. Dozens of iron-headed spears suddenly stabbed out from those round holes. The curious Ironman was instantly stabbed in the eye by a spear, and the entire spearhead pierced into his head. The Ironman who was killed by curiosity did not fall to the ground, but hung limply on the spear. Collect. Following Trog's order, the unexpected attack killed at least a dozen Ironmen and the spear formation was slowly retracted through the round holes. Bang, bang, bang. The bodies of the Ironmen hanging on the spears fell to the ground after the spears were pulled out, and a large amount of blood slowly seeped out from under the bodies. HMPH, only the cowards of the Greenland like to play these tricks. Brothers, those with axes, help me split this pile of wood. Those with bows, watch the opportunity, shoot arrows at me, charge. Victarion curled his lips in disdain at the tricks of the city gate tower, and after giving his orders loudly, he rushed to the thick wooden door first. Squeak. Snap. The hedgehog-like tower gate stabbed out dozens of spears again. Victarion, who was well prepared, held the axe with veins on both hands, and chopped down suddenly. The spears hit by his axe were instantly broken in the middle, and the iron spearheads fell to the ground. After Victarion chopped off the spearheads in front of him, he raised the axe with both hands again, and chopped it heavily on the thick wooden door. When he raised the axe again, with wood chips flying everywhere, a deep and long gap appeared on the thick wooden door. Some of the dozen Ironborns who followed Victarion forward were unable to dodge, and were stabbed by the spears through the round holes, leaving bloody holes in their bodies. Some, like Victarion, chopped off the spear tips, and then used their sharp axes to smash the thick wooden door under the tower. For a moment, wood chips flew everywhere, and the gate of the city gate tower was slowly being chopped open by the Ironborn. Inside the tower, Trog commanded the spearmen whose spear tips had been chopped off to quickly replace their spears. But the Ironborn archers outside seized the opportunity and shot through the round holes in the thick wooden door. Whoosh, whoosh, ah. Even though many arrows were blocked outside, there were always 2 or 3 that shot into the tower through the round holes and hit the spearmen inside. A spearman was shot in the head and fell straight down. 2 spearmen were shot in the body and fell to the ground screaming. Rescue soldiers, save people, others fill in the positions. Seeing that there was a vacancy in the tower spear formation, Trog immediately ordered rescue and filling. At the bottom of the tower, near the stairs, there were 2 rescue soldiers wearing linen turbans, standing by. When they heard the order, they immediately bent forward and dragged the 2 spearmen hit by arrows to a safe area, and then opened the first aid wooden box they carried with them. They used a pre-sterilized knife to cut the wound, took out the bloody arrowhead, and then applied mere ointment. Snap, snap, ah. Outside the tower, there was a constant sound of axes chopping wood and the screams of the Ironmen pierced by spears. But as time went on, the spearmen inside the tower became more and more nervous. They could clearly feel that the thick wooden door was about to be broken. Even though the archers were physically stronger than ordinary soldiers, after losing their defensive barriers, they were obviously no match for this group of Ironmen who were several times their number, and whose morale was at its peak. Looking at the rather serious situation, Trog frowned. If the gate defense line was breached, he could only use the last trick left by His Majesty Robb, but that would not last too long. Since the communication mechanism of this world is not capable of instant communication, even the reinforcement prepared in advance could not arrive at the right time. The situation of the 3 towers in Bay Kalin was not much different. Since the terrain in the north was different from the muddy swamp in the south, the 3 towers were now surrounded by the high-spirited Ironborn. The archers on the top of the 3 towers could no longer shoot at the bottom without restraint, because the large number of Ironborn archers had already begun to shoot from the bottom up, and as the distance between the 2 sides was shortened, these arrows had already had very high lethality and suppression power. Judging from the current situation, it would not be long before the 3 towers in Bay Kalin would be breached. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 105, Battle of Torrent Square City. Torrent Square is a residence of the Talhut family, located by the Winter Wolf Lake southwest of Winterfell. Its walls are made of solid stone, 30 feet, 10 meters, high, with a square tower at each of the 4 corners and a square fort in the center. It can be said that as a defense point in the southwest of Winterfell, Torrent Square is a solid fortress built purely for war. Lord Darren, what I just said is the general situation of Torrent Square. Even if there are less than 100 soldiers left behind, it is absolutely impossible for us to take it down with 300 Ironborn. So, tonight, let me trick the city gate open first, and you will lead the troops to attack Torrhen Square under the cover of night. After 10 Ironman longships entered the Winter Wolf Lake along the river, Ramsay introduced the general structure of the castle and the attack suggestions to Aaron, who said we have to wait until night to attack. Torrhen, who was thin and tall, wore a coarse linen robe, and his uncut hair and beard were dotted with seaweed. He glanced at Ramsay and spoke coldly, not waiting until night. If we go there now, they will have closed the city gates. Ramsay turned his head and looked at the huge squid family emblem on the sail and asked with some doubt. King Balon has already made preparations. There is a checkpoint before going from Winter Wolf Lake to Torrhen Square. You just need to do what I say and let us get close to the city gate. As for Winterfell, you will really need to do more when the time comes. Lord Aaron, please rest assured, I will definitely help you take Winterfell and the entire north. Ramsay replied with a smile on his face and half bowed his body. He put himself in a very low posture. Standing next to him, slit-jawed Dagmar saw Ramsay's lackey-like appearance and sneered disdainfully. Of course Ramsay heard it, but he was unmoved and continued to maintain his iconic smile. The 10 Ironman longships commanded by Aaron continued to sail on the huge Winter Wolf Lake for a while and docked at a hidden location. There was already a large caravan of nearly 20 transport wagons waiting here. The Ironborn quickly lifted the longboat ashore and covered it. Most of the Ironborn, under the command of Aaron, went directly into the cargo compartment of the transport wagons, while the rest changed into the caravan clothing prepared in advance. These 300 Ironborn suddenly became a large caravan transporting a large amount of goods. At Aaron's secret signal, Ramsay was followed closely by Dagmar, and his dozen of followers were dispersed and mixed in the caravan. The reason why these followers were not allowed to enter the cargo compartment was because of their obvious northern accents, which made it easier to fool people. As the fake caravan moved forward, they came to the outpost from Winter Wolf Lake to Torrhen Square. Ramsay, a northerner, came forward to deal with it, and there were also spies from the Iron Islands, who had been prepared in advance with silver deer. The soldiers of Torrhen Square at the outpost looked at the caravan perfunctorily and waved them through. Seeing that they had passed smoothly, Aaron and Dagmar looked at each other and could see the impatience in each other's eyes to plunder the city. As the caravan approached Torrhen Square, they found that the gate of Torrhen Square was very lively. At this moment, hundreds of civilians were queuing up to enter the city, and there were many civilians setting up stalls next to them, selling various goods. Seeing this prosperous scene, the Ironman who had never been to Torrhen Square did not have any abnormal reaction. Rams and the caravan suddenly shrank his pupils, and his eyes secretly glanced at Dagmar beside him, but he continued to walk towards the city gate, as if nothing had happened. Let's make way. These goods are urgently delivered to the nobles of the Torha family. We don't have time to queue up. Rams, who came to the end of the team at the city gate, suddenly shouted loudly. When the civilians in the queue heard his voice, they were noisy and talked suddenly, and then as if they had reacted, they moved to the left and right and made way for the middle passage. Hearing Ramsay's sudden and loud shouting without any warning, Aaron immediately winked at Dagmar and told him to attack Ramsay standing on his right. But when he saw the passage made clear by the civilians in front, Aaron immediately made his own move. Clack, clack. The transport carriage of the fake caravan drove forward along the passage in the middle of the crowd. Brothers, kill these bastards. When the fake caravan completely walked into the crowd, Ramsay suddenly roared, pulled out the dagger hidden in his left sleeve with his right hand, and stabbed Dagmar in the back of his waist, about 10 centimeters near the spine. Do it. Kill. Ramsay's sudden move was obviously not expected by anyone. The civilians who were prepared on both sides were stunned for a moment, and then reacted immediately. They bent down and lifted the stalls next to them, picked up the long swords hidden under the stalls, and slashed directly at the Ironmen, who were a beat slower. For a moment, the prosperous scene in front of the gate of Torrhen Square City turned into a tragic scene of blood and death. Ramsay pulled out the dagger fiercely, and blood immediately gushed out from the wound on Dagmar's lower back like a fountain. Dagmar acted and turned around to fight back, but he felt that all the strength in his body seemed to be lost along with the large amount of blood on his lower back. He staggered forward 2 steps, his legs softened, and he fell to the ground. Don't worry, I know the structure of the human body very well. This knife won't kill you. I'll have someone stop the bleeding for you in a while. After all, I haven't had enough fun with you yet. Ramsay looked at Dagmar, who was staring at him fiercely, and smiled brightly, then whispered. The ambush in front of Torrens Square City ended quickly. Before the Ironmen in the carriage cargo compartment could come out, those Ironmen disguised as members of the caravan were killed. In addition, hundreds of archers suddenly appeared on the walls of Torrens Square City. The Ironman who recognized the situation chose to surrender directly. Eren, who was a devout believer in the drowned god, did not surrender. He fought until he was stabbed by several soldiers and fell to the ground unwillingly. Before he fell to the ground, his eyes full of resentment stared straight at Ramsay, who was watching him fight from the outside with a smile. Lord Ramsay, did His Majesty Robb ask you to lead these Ironmen to the ambush site? I have never heard him mention it before. However, your action was too sudden, and we almost didn't react. Earl Herman, who was wearing civilian clothes, wiped the blood on his face with the back of his hand, came to Ramsay's side, and said with complaints. Haha, of course His Majesty Robb asked me to bring these squids. This is the ultimate purpose of my mission to the Iron Islands this time. How could we guess His Majesty Robb's plan? By the way, Earl Herman, when I set out, you said that we would drink together, to celebrate if we won. Does it still count? Hearing Earl Herman's question, Ramsay vaguely passed it over, and then changed the subject. Of course it counts. Let's finish our business first. Lord Ramsay, there are only 300 Ironmen here. Where is their ship? Lord Herman nodded in agreement, and continued to ask. Yes, these were the only people who attacked Torrens Square. Then, more than 3,000 people went to Moat Cailin, and another 1,000 went to Deepwood Motel. As for their ships, they were hidden in the northeast of Winterwolf Lake. No wonder His Majesty Robb allocated more troops to Earl Gaebert of Deepwood Motel at that time. Upon hearing this, Earl Herman muttered softly, then turned to his subordinates and ordered, go and call back the people who are ambushing on the rocky coast, and bring back the ships hidden in Winterwolf Lake intact. Be careful not to damage the ships. This is what His Majesty Robb emphasized. Yes, my lord. Seeing his subordinates taking orders and leaving, Earl Herman turned around and made an invitation gesture and said to Ramsay, Earl Ramsay, please come into the castle. Okay, let's have a good drink today. By the way, Earl Ramsay, you suddenly took action just now. Weren't you afraid that we were actually ambushing in the city? Haha, Torrens Square City has never been a trading city. How could there be so many stalls at the city gate and civilians queuing to enter the city? Besides, I saw at a glance that you, Count Herman, are very conspicuous and have extraordinary temperament in the crowd. Haha, you are really a joke. Chapter 106 Closing the Net. Crack. A giant axe chopped a nearly 1 meter long gap in the thick wooden door of the city gate tower. Through the gap, Trog saw the burly Iron Man wearing heavy armor and a sea monster helmet. A spearman who happened to be next to the gap thrust his spear directly at Victarion, who was about to break through the door. Snap. Victarion's sturdy left hand avoided the sharp tip of the spear, grabbed the spear shaft, and then suddenly pulled it in front of him. The spearman's strength was no match for him, and he was dragged to the gap. Crack. While pulling his opponent over, Victarion raised his giant axe in his right hand and chopped it hard at the big gap on the door. The wooden door of the tower, which was already shaky, was instantly split in the middle and collapsed to the ground. The giant axe in Victarion's hand continued to move forward and chopped the spearman's forehead fiercely. The panicked expression of the spearman froze on his face, the axe deeply embedded in his forehead, blood flowing down his cheek. Archers, come and cover. The others prepare to retreat. Trog was not a general with outstanding military strength. He clearly knew the gap between himself and the Iron Man wearing the sea monster helmet. So, he immediately turned around and went upstairs, calling the archers on the top of the tower to come down to provide cover shooting. Victarion looked like a rough man who could only use brute force, but in fact, it was not the case. After splitting the wooden door of the tower, he did not rush in alone, but forcibly pulled the axe out of the spearman's head in a bloody manner, then pointed the red and white axe forward, and encouraged the other Ironmen with a heavy reward, saying, brothers, charge. The first one to reach the top of the building can choose a slave or a concubine. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Inspired by Victorian, these Ironmen, who were like chicken blood, screamed and rushed towards the tower with the door wide open. Behind them, the Ironman archers raised their hands and fired a wave of arrows to help them suppress the spearmen in the tower. Without the wooden door of the tower to block them, several spearmen were shot and fell to the ground in an instant, screaming in pain. However, other spearmen could not help them either. They were using their spears to stab the Ironman who entered the tower. Wow. An Ironman holding a one-handed axe stepped on the wooden door and corpses on the collapsed ground and jumped high directly, as if he was fighting a boarding battle at sea, and jumped directly to the spearman. His appearance was indeed majestic, but the spearmen in the area where he jumped just raised their spears at him, and this Ironman was like a candied horse, hanging on the spears with blood, holes all over his body. However, the morale of the Ironman was indeed inspired to the peak, and the spearmen at the bottom of the tower suffered a large number of casualties. Although the spearmen kept filling in, they were still forced to fight and retreat by the Ironman, getting closer and closer to the stairs of the tower. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The support from the archers on the roof finally came, and the close-range shooting in the tower instantly took the lives of several Ironmen. The Ironman behind saw that the situation was not good, bent down and picked up the broken wooden door on the ground to resist the deadly arrows. The spearmen took this opportunity to turn around and retreat to the top of the tower in an orderly manner. Whack! Arrows kept hitting the wooden door, making a muffled sound. The Ironman carried the thick wooden door blocks and approached the stairs. Go. Trog took out the wildfire bottle left by Robb from the tower, yelled at the archers at the stairs, and threw the wildfire bottle directly at the Ironmen, who were holding the wooden door blocks. Snap! The wildfire bottle hit the wooden door block and shattered instantly, and the green liquid inside was stained on the wooden door. After throwing out 4 bottles of wildfire quickly, Trog threw out a few more flints with sparks on the front. Wow. A flint ignited the green liquid on the wooden door, and the terrifying green flames rose up again in the north. The thick wooden block was like a thin layer of paper in front of the green flames. After burning through quickly, the green fire spread to the Ironman behind. The burning Ironman immediately dropped the wooden door block and tried to slap the wildfire, but the more they slapped, the more parts of their bodies caught fire. Some of the Ironmen in the front row who were staring at the wooden door block were not stained with wildfire, but they were grabbed by the burning Ironmen. When they pushed each other, both of them turned into green torches. Damn it. It's wildfire. Retreat quickly. Archers, kill all those who are stained with wildfire. Victorian, who has traveled all over the country, of course knows wildfire. Seeing that there are indeed traps in the tower, he immediately stepped back a few steps and gave orders to the Ironman archers. Whoosh, whoosh. The Ironborn archers, receiving the order, mercilessly shot their comrades. Crackling. In the tower, green flames burned fiercely on a large number of wood blocks and corpses. Outside the tower, Victorian commanded the Ironborn to throw stones and soil into the wildfire to speed up its extinguishing. At the entrance to the 3rd floor of the tower, Trog commanded the remaining spearmen to carry various sundries to block the entrance of the stairs. Once the special wildfire below is extinguished, this will be their last line of defense. Although the wood used by the logistics troops to repair the tower is specially selected to be strong and flame resistant, it will not last long at the burning speed of the wildfire. Fortunately, Trog did not have to wait so long this time. Here they come. Reinforcements are coming. Not long after the wildfire was ignited, the archer's surprise cheers suddenly came from the top of the tower. Trog in the tower heard the sound and smiled. The pressure accumulated on him finally eased. Boom. On the north side of the King's Road, there was a thunderous sound of horse hooves, and more than 2,000 cavalrymen with trident mail mermaid flags rushed towards the Bay of Kalin. At the beginning, when the 31,000-man Northern Army left the Bay of Kalin, there were only more than 26,000 people. Among them, 2,000 soldiers were sent to Deepwood Motte in advance, 1,000 soldiers were in Tulland Square City, and the remaining 2,000 cavalrymen had been staying in the White Harbor closest to the Bay of Kalin under the name of the Manderley Family Cavalry. After riding for most of the day, the 2,000 cavalrymen finally arrived before the Bay of Kalin was captured by the Ironmen. Under the leadership of Sir Meryn Manderly, the commander of the White Harbor garrison, they did not split up their troops, but more than 2,000 cavalrymen formed a steel torrent and quickly approached the drunken tower on the left. The fearsome ironmen, their strengths are their expertise in naval warfare, their fearless boarding, and their amazing water skills. Now, on land, they were facing the charge of more than 2,000 cavalrymen with short weapons and long weapons. No matter how high the morale of these ironmen was, it was useless. The progress of the attack on the drunken tower was far behind that of the gate tower. The spearmen inside had not even ignited the hidden wildfire. Facing the cavalry charge, the ironmen outside the drunken tower had no way to avoid it, and could only greet it with pale faces. Bang! Ah! The sturdy northern war horses collided violently with the group of ironmen. The long swords in the hands of the cavalrymen on the horses reaped the lives of the ironmen left and right alternately. This group of ironmen who were fierce and ferocious just now looked like a group of leeks harvested bicycles, looking extremely miserable. In front of the gate tower, Victarion looked at the enemy cavalry on the side of the drunken tower slaughtering his own ironmen. Boom. Just as he was trying to join the ironmen in the direction of the Sons of the Forest Tower and fight hard, the sound of horse hooves came again from the causeway between the three towers. Victarion turned his head stiffly when he heard the sound. He saw a ferocious giant wolf wearing fine armor with the direwolf family crest painted on it on the narrow causeway, carrying a cavalryman holding a huge sword, and approaching the city gate tower quickly. Oh my god. A monster. A monster. The dead will not die. The ironmen near the city gate tower panicked when they saw the ferocious giant wolf that was much taller than a warhorse. Humans are always full of fear for things they don't understand. What are you afraid of? Just treat it as a tall warhorse. If you still want to go back alive, cheer up. Victarion mustered up his courage and roared at the panicked ironman. It was unclear whether he was shouting at them or at himself. After the roar, Victarion felt his courage returning to himself. He held the great axe in both hands and rushed towards the giant wolf. As soon as Victarion approached the giant wolf, he swept the great axe across, trying to cut off the giant wolf's legs. Unexpectedly, the clever giant wolf had already seen through his intentions. It suddenly raised its two front legs and stood up to avoid his sweeping attack. Bang! The giant wolf raised its two front legs and stepped heavily on Victarion, knocking him directly to the ground. Crack. Puff. Even Victarion, who was wearing heavy armor, could not bear the weight of the giant wolf. His chest collapsed and blood spurted out of his mouth. Robb, who was sitting firmly on Bloodwind's new wolf armor riding seat, turned his head and looked at the wildfire burning in the city gate tower. Knowing that he was a little late, he said to Bloodwind with anger, "Bloodwind, kill him." AA. With this bite, Bloodwind did not bite through the well-made and hard sea monster helmet. It bit the hard head tightly, stepped on Victarion's body with its claws, and pulled the head to the side. Blood splattered in the air, and Victarion's head with the sea monster helmet, along with the white spine, was torn off by Bloodwind. After Victarion died, in the next battle in the Bay of Kalin, under the attack of the supporting cavalry from the north and south, the remaining less than 1,500 ironmen threw down their weapons, and knelt down to surrender. Although they believed in the drowned god, and believed in the saying the dead will not die, they will rise again, and their momentum will be stronger, in the face of absolute strength. As long as you have the desire to live, you can abandon anything. Robb, riding on the back of Bloodwind, looked at a large group of ironmen kneeling on the ground. He turned his head, and looked in the direction of the Sunset Sea, muttering, "Tywin, you are laying a net, and I'm also laying a net. However, I have poked a big hole in your net, and it is time to harvest my net." Thanks to the book friends 20210804064938525, Drifting Dandelion, Wu Ewing, book friend. 20170105015846575, Huang Yijian, Shenlong with glasses, Mrclef, Bifeng Piaraksu FK, Lisan Momo, Bloody Wanderer, Snowflake Elf, The Name is Juster and My Dear, Laozi Shushankai Zio Zhang Hanlin, Devilpal, Chen Shui Shuya. Take Elali, and the big guys for their monthly votes. Thanks to all the big guys who vote for recommendations every day and follow here. Thank you for your support. PS. Today's 5 chapters have 12,500 words, which is actually equivalent to 6 chapters. Thank you all for supporting this book. Thank you. Chapter 107 Miracle, 2 chapters in 1. Built of gorgeous white stone, the Eyrie stands on the top of the Moon Mountains, spanning the largest mountain in the valley, the Giant's Lance. It is like a heavenly temple, overlooking the people of the valley. Although the Eyrie is the smallest of all the major castles in Westeros, and can only accommodate a maximum of 500 people, it is unanimously believed by everyone to be an absolutely impregnable castle. Of course, except for the giant dragon, that has disappeared in time. The reputation of the Eyrie prison is well known in the valley. They are exposed to the edge of the cliff without any cover. Due to the high altitude, the cold air blows directly on the prisoners in the prison. Moreover, the floor of each cell in the prison is tilted downward, and the degree of tilt varies. Generally speaking, the higher the tilt of the floor, the smaller the area of the cell. Many prisoners who were imprisoned here could not bear the double torture of psychology and physiology, and would rather jump off the cliff to commit suicide, than be imprisoned here for a long time. In a small cell in the prison, Tyrion curled up in the corner of the cell, and closed his eyes to rest. The cold air made him shiver occasionally. Click. The cell door was opened, and a short fat small-eyed jailer said to Tyrion in a deep voice, "Get up quickly, the adults want to see you. Mort, I may have been locked up by you for too long. Now that I see you, I actually have some feelings for you." When the cell door was opened, Tyrion opened his eyes. Hearing what Mort said, he stood up and teased Mort, the jailer, in his cynical tone. "You want to be beaten?" Although Mort's brain was not very bright, he could feel Tyrion's tone. He raised the stick in his hand and threatened Tyrion. "Of course not, let's go. Don't keep your adults waiting." Seeing the familiar stick, Tyrion quickly put away his expression and said seriously, "The hall of the Eyrie is a two-story circular structure, and the walls of the hall are made of blue-veined white marble. At the highest position on the front is the fish-beamwood throne of the Arryn family. In the middle of the lower floor of the circular hall, there is a round, closed, heavy bronze door. This is the moon door that allows death row prisoners to fly." When Tyrion was escorted to the hall by the jailer Mord, it was already full of nobles from the Vale and some civilians who were watching the fun. Lysa Arryn held the frail Robin Arryn and sat together on the weirwood throne on the second floor. Baelish, who was dressed elegantly and neatly, was standing beside her. Ser Rodrik, who was forcibly invited with Tyrion, stood in the corner of the hall. Next to him stood a sturdy old man with grey hair, tall stature, and wearing bronze armor. "Tyrion Lannister, you are accused of conspiring to murder my husband, Jon Arryn, and sending assassins to assassinate my nephew, Brandon Stark. Do you plead guilty?" As soon as Tyrion stood still, Lysa put Robin on the weirwood throne, stood up, and questioned him loudly. "Lady Lysa, I know a little bit about other things, but I know nothing about killing people. I'm sorry, but I can't admit your accusation." Tyrion put away his cynical expression and answered sincerely when he heard Lysa talking about business. "Lady Lysa, may I have a few words?" Baelish saw the right moment and asked Lysa. "Of course, Lord Baelish. Please go ahead." "Thank you." Baelish nodded to Lysa, then turned to look at Tyrion and said loudly, "His Majesty Joffrey has confirmed that Lord Arryn was poisoned by Eddard Stark, who ordered his squire Shufu to kill him. As for sending assassins to kill a child who fell from a building, there is no evidence to prove that it was done by Lord Tyrion." "Bullshit. How could Lord Eddard murder Lord Arryn? Littlefinger, if you insult Lord Eddard's honor again, I will draw my sword against you." As soon as Baelish finished speaking, Ser Rodrik in the hall immediately shouted at him angrily, "Yes, I think the nobles of the Vale will believe in Lord Eddard's honor, and he will never treat his adoptive father like this. If you continue to insult Lord Eddard, then the nobles of the Vale will invite you to a duel." The sturdy old man next to Ser Rodrik also immediately defended Eddard's honor. Oh, Lord Jon, Ser Rodrik, please don't get excited. Of course I believe in Lord Eddard's honor. These words are not said by me, but by the king far away in King's Landing, His Majesty Joffrey. Baelish raised his hands to Ser Rodrik and the other man, trying to calm them down. "Bah, we in the Vale have never recognized that bastard king." Lord Jon heard this, and spat in the direction of Baelish, answering with disdain, "Hey, be careful with your words." Tyrion, who who was in the Sky Prison, knew more or less what was happening outside by bribing the jailer Maud. He warned, legally speaking, His Majesty Joffrey is the king that all of you swore allegiance to. If these words of yours are known to him, I believe Lady Lysa will not be able to protect you. Well, let's see how your lord judges. Lysa, who was standing on the second floor, stopped the quarrel between Tyrion and others loudly and turned to look at her son. After she finished speaking, Robin, who was thin but in good spirits, jumped off the throne immediately after hearing his mother's words. He pointed at Tyrion and said in his childish voice, "Well, there is no evidence that this dwarf killed anyone. Although I really want him to fly, I declare you innocent." "Ha, Lord Robin is the wisest man in the Vale. The dwarf thanks you." Hearing that he was acquitted, Tyrion thanked Robin with a smile on his face. "Lord Robin, His Majesty Joffrey invites you to attend his royal meeting." Last night, Baelish had told Lysa about Cersei's conditions, so now he just said loudly what he could say in public. "Lord Robin, Westeros now has 4 new kings, and they are about to start a war. The choice you make will affect the fate of everyone in the Vale. Please be careful." Earl Jon certainly knew that Baelish was helping Joffrey to win over the Vale, but he was more inclined to join Robb's camp, so how could he let Baelish succeed easily? "Lord Jon is right, Lord Robin. Please think about it. Yes, I heard that the Riverlands were involved in the war and are in a terrible situation now. Well, many people have died in the Riverlands." As soon as Lord Jon finished speaking, most of the nobles of the Vale in the hall agreed with his opinion and immediately talked about it. "Lord Robin, you have to think about this matter carefully. Let's do it today." Seeing that many nobles of the Vale agreed with Lord Jon, Lysa frowned and announced loudly, then picked up her son and went to the moon tower where they lived. Sir Roderick and Lord Jon stared at Baelish and Tyrion fiercely, turned around and walked out of the hall. Baelish walked down the stairs quickly, came to Tyrion with a smile on his face and said, "Congratulations, Lord Tyrion has gained his freedom." "This is all your credit, Lord Baelish. Please rest assured, Lannister, debts must be paid." Smart Tyrion, of course, knew Baelish's intention. He smiled and made a promise. "I also brought you a letter from Lord Tywin." Baelish looked around warily, then took out a roll of letter paper as thick as a finger from his sleeve. Tyrion took the letter paper, removed the seal of the Angry Lion family emblem, and unfolded it to read. "Alas, I still can't leave the Vale." After reading the letter, Tyrion sighed heavily. "Oh, why?" Baelish asked after hearing this. "My dearest father, let me and you find a way to pull the Vale into our camp and let them send troops to join the battle." Tyrion shook his head helplessly and told Baelish the content of the letter. "Haha, I believe we can do it. But first we have to deal with those 2 stubborn old men. Roderick Castle, Bronze John." The Riverlands guarded by the Tully family were originally a rich, fertile and densely populated land. Due to its dense river network, it provides convenience for the exchange of manpower and materials in the Riverlands. Normally, the Trident River basin is full of small boats of fishermen shuttling back and forth, large ships carrying grains going downstream, and floating boats of merchants wandering along the river. However, with the outbreak of war, especially the destructive burning, killing, and looting by the mountain in the Riverlands, a large number of civilians tried every means to escape from the Riverlands. Stone River Village is located in the upper reaches of the Red Fork River, just north of the Pink City. This is a peaceful village that makes a living by growing crops and fishing. At this moment, Stone River Village is full of shrill screams and cries. 5 Lannister cavalrymen set all the houses in Stone River Village on fire and drove all the surviving villagers to the spacious entrance of the village. 1 cavalryman was constantly abusing the villagers, while the other 4 cavalrymen surrounded the other villagers in a circle and watched with a smile. In the woods not far from Stone River Village, Beric and Thoros quietly hid inside and observed the situation at the entrance of Stone River Village. "These Lannister beasts set all the houses on fire to attract our attention. Berry, this is a trap." Thoros, whose face was covered in blood and whose red robe was so dirty that it was unrecognizable, observed the situation in Stone River Village for a while and said to Berry beside him, "Thruz, thank you for accompanying me all the way, otherwise I would definitely feel lonely." Berry, who was also covered in blood and no longer looked like a noble knight, turned to Thoros with a smile and said something, then gently drew out his sword. Gilu, I finally understand why my lord inspired me to preach to you. Berry, the fire in your heart is just like my lord, so bright and warm. Hearing Berry's words, Thoros twisted open his wineskin and took a big gulp, then carefully drew out his long sword coated with wildfire, while praising Berry sincerely. Thoros, don't follow me this time. If there is no trap, I can still deal with these beasts. If it is a trap, please hold a funeral for me. Berry looked at Thoros's actions, shook his head at him, and stopped him from following. Who wants to follow you? I'm just like you. I can't stand these beasts who massacre civilians. Stop talking nonsense. Get ready to fight. Thoros rolled his eyes at Barry, turned his head to look at the 5 Lannister cavalrymen, and continued, you will deal with the 3 on the left, and the 2 on the right. Bang. Before Thoros finished speaking, Barry hit him hard on the back of the neck with the hilt of his right sword, knocking him to the ground. Barry looked at this good man who accompanied him all the way, and was a bit talkative. Then with a firm look in his eyes, he bent over and touched the Stone River village. At the entrance of Stone River village, the violent cavalryman was holding a woman tightly, with a hideous smile on his face, as if he could not hear the woman's heart-wrenching screams at all. Be careful. The cavalryman who was indulging in violence suddenly heard his companion's exclamation. He subconsciously followed their line of sight and looked behind him. Puff. A sharp long sword slashed through his neck quickly, and the cavalryman's head instantly fell beside the woman with blood. The woman who was abused pushed the headless body away frantically, picked up a stone on the ground, and smashed it at the cavalryman's head. After Bailey dealt with the violent cavalryman, he picked up the one-handed shield that was discarded on the ground next to his body. When he put on the one-handed shield with his left hand, the other 4 cavalrymen had already rushed to him one after another. Bang. Bailey blocked the long sword in the hand of the cavalryman who rushed up first with his left hand shield, and the long sword in his right hand pierced out from under the one-handed shield and pierced straight into his thigh. He raised his left foot and kicked the injured and screaming cavalryman in the abdomen, kicking him towards his cavalry companions behind him. Squeak. A cavalryman who came around from the left side stabbed Barry's left shoulder with a long sword in his hand. Barry gritted his teeth and exchanged injuries with his shoulder, clamping his long sword with his shoulder, and at the same time, stabbed the cavalryman's eye socket with his right long sword. Although his swordsmanship was only second-rate, Barry, who dared to fight desperately to exchange injuries, killed the other 3 cavalrymen by this method of exchanging injuries. But he survived to the end with at least 4 sword wounds all over his body. You are safe. Get out of here. Barry, covered in blood, looked at the civilians at the entrance of Shy Village, squeezed out an ugly smile on his face, and said in a gentle tone, whoosh, swish. A sharp sound of breaking through the air reached Barry's ears. As soon as he turned around, a thrown iron-headed spear pierced his chest, knocking him down with a powerful force. The iron-headed spear with powerful kinetic energy nailed him firmly to the ground. Puff. Beric spat out a large mouthful of blood. In his gradually darkening vision, he saw that not far away, the mountain, riding a tall horse, was galloping towards him with dozens of cavalrymen. It turns out that the person who has been attacking my cavalry squad is you, Beric Dondarrion. The mountain rode his horse close to the dead Beric, stretched out his hand to pull out the spear stuck in his body, and said in a low voice, after killing the fly that had been harassing them and making them annoyed, the mountain happily pointed at the villagers and ordered the cavalry behind him, I'm in a good mood today, so give them a merciful death. Ouch. Thoros, lying on the ground, groaned softly and reached out to touch his still very painful neck. He was a little more awake and suddenly reacted and immediately struggled to get up from the ground. Seeing the corpses all over the ground at the entrance of Shy Village from a distance, Thoros hurriedly picked up the long sword on the ground and ran towards the village in trance. Arriving at the entrance of the village, Thoros slowed down his pace and looked dull. He immediately saw Barry on the ground. There was a horrible bloody hole in his chest. His body was covered with blood, his eyes were still open, and his pupils were completely dilated. Seeing this kind and upright man who came to help because he was worried about getting his family in Black Harbor City involved and heard that civilians were killed in the war in the Riverland, Thoros' eyes became moist. He stood beside Beri's body, silent for a long time. Then Thoros picked up branches from the nearby woods and piled the wood on top of Beri's body. "Beri, I'm here to fulfill your last wish." Thoros gently wiped his sword with a flint, and the sword coated with wildfire suddenly burned. He held up a long sword like a torch, closed his eyes, and prayed sincerely. "The night is dark and full of dangers. My lord, Lord of Light, please shine your light on this man and save him from the horrible death and endless darkness. The fire in his heart has been extinguished. May it be rekindled under your light." As Thoros prayed, Beri's body, which was covered by branches and wood, began to undergo miraculous changes. Near the blood hole in his chest where the iron spear pierced, the torn hideous flesh was stimulated to grow new granulations. These granulations seemed to have life, quickly filling the horrible blood hole in Beri's chest, turning it into an extremely ugly circular scar. The recovery of Beri's other sword wounds was easier than the blood hole in his chest, as if an invisible tailor had roughly sewed up the wounds on his body, turning them into ugly scars. Boom, boom. When all the wounds on Beri's body turned into scars, his heart began to beat again without any signs. Wow. Beri suddenly opened his eyes, sat up, and took a deep breath. Hearing the sound, Thoros immediately stopped praying and opened his eyes. When he saw Beri sitting up from the pile of wood, he pointed at Beri in amazement, but was so surprised that he couldn't speak at all. Beri gradually regained his consciousness, turned his head to look at Thoros, and said with a smile on his face, "The night is dark and dangerous everywhere. Thanks to bookfriend 201707227102257581 for the 500-point reward, and Leogiu for the 200-point reward. Thanks to Leogiu, the engineering technician, Banglian Kinkikirong, Emo Yashinju, Song Enka Mushroom Emo, and Winsko Stark, Nangang Yai, Yanhuliuxiang Han Cheng V, codename No 13, Wang Le 123, bookfriend. 201707271022575581, bookfriend 150,118,2,941,849, a red demon wolfer. Chuangshi, Linzing Mao, Wolf King Hades, Dragon with Glasses, bookfriend 2021080406493855, bookfriend. 2019050702425939. The name is just a random idea. I'm short of books every day. I avoid it. And the monthly votes cast by the big guys of Traveler K. Thank you for voting for recommendations every day and all the big guys who follow here. Thank you for your support. Chapter 108, Northern Attack. Rumble. More than 4,000 heavy cavalrymen wearing Lannister family's exquisite heavy armor, holding steel lances, launched a group charge towards the camp of the Northern Army outside the Neck. Outside the Northern camp, hundreds of light cavalrymen who were specially arranged by Robb to patrol back and forth immediately discarded all unnecessary items and pulled the reins of their horses to flee towards the Moat Cailin. When they saw the opponent's charging momentum, that seemed to crush everything. Bang, bang, bang. The Lannister heavy cavalry, like heavy tanks, entered the Northern Army camp without any hindrance. The thick tents stationed in the camp were directly picked up and thrown away by their lances, or directly crashed. But in these open tents, there were neither Northern soldiers nor any supplies. They were completely empty. Da. The thousands of Lannister light cavalrymen who surrounded the Northern camp on both wings also easily broke into the Northern camp. Behind these tens of thousands of cavalrymen was the center army of nearly 30,000 elite infantrymen. Tywin, who was at the back, frowned as he looked at the empty camp that was turned upside down by his cavalrymen, and wondered where the Northern Army was going. Lord Tywin, these Northerners must have discovered our attack and hurriedly abandoned the camp, and fled back to the Neck. Kevin, who had been waiting for Robb and the twins for a long time, met Tywin on the King's Road with his ambushed soldiers. After receiving Tywin's letter, he looked at the empty camp in front of him and expressed his judgment. Haha, seeing Lord Tywin's 40,000 troops, I believe they have been scared out of their wits. When they flee back to Moat Cailin, there will be a bigger surprise waiting for them. Stephen Free, the eldest son of Lord Walder, who joined the Lannister camp with 4,000 family soldiers, smiled and said in agreement. Tywin, who had been expressionless and thinking quietly, suddenly rode his horse across the center army and headed towards the northern army camp. Kevin and Stevren looked at each other and immediately drove their horses to catch up. Behind them were Lannister generals of all levels. After arriving at the raised northern army camp, Tywin dismounted, dug up the remains of a bonfire from the messy ruins, and squatted to check. Suddenly, he stood up abruptly and said in a somewhat hurried tone, "No. Didn't they abandon the camp and leave in the past 2 days? Damn. Something must have gone wrong in Moat Cailin." Crash, crash. As the flagship of the Iron Fleet, the invincible Ironborn took the lead in riding the wind and waves at the forefront. Behind it, more than 100 Ironborn longships followed the triumphant return. During the voyage from Bright Flame Bay to Pike Island, any ship that saw the Iron Fleet would immediately speed up and avoid them, fearing that they would approach and plunder. The King's Port on Pike Island was under martial law because of the battle that occurred when the port ships were forcibly requisitioned a few days ago. It was no longer the lively scene of free trade before. At the exit of King's Harbor, dozens of Ironborn longships were parked sideways, neatly arranged to block the sea. An Ironborn who was cleaning the mast looked up and saw the returning Iron Fleet in the distance. He squinted and saw the Ironborn standing on the deck and some figures dressed in Greenland mail armor. He lowered his head and shouted to the other Ironborn below, "Lord Victarion's invincible Ironborn is back, and they brought a ship full of Greenland slaves. It seems that the price of slaves is going to drop. Oh, the slaves we captured when we robbed the passenger ship before are going to be reduced in price before they are sold out. What bad luck. My farm just needs slaves. I have to pick a few strong ones when the time comes." Hearing his shout, the other Ironborn immediately talked about it. Some complained, and some were happy. Ironborn longships are highly maneuverable ships designed for plundering, and their speed is twice as fast as ordinary commercial flat-bottomed boats. In a short time, the invincible Ironborn, with the Iron Fleet, had quickly approached the King's Harbor estuary. Why don't they take down the sails and slow down? The Ironborn standing on the mast looked at the rapidly approaching invincible Ironborn and said to himself in confusion. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A subtle sound of breaking through the air sounded, and the Ironborn on the mast looked dazed, watching the dense black spots in the sky attacking him. Whoosh, bang. The defenseless Ironborn was directly pierced into a hedgehog by the dense rain of arrows, and then fell freely from the tall mast onto the deck of the longship. Enemy attack, enemy attack. The Ironborn who was suddenly attacked and blocked the estuary issued a shrill alarm. Woo. The continuous rain of arrows covered the Ironborn longships at the estuary, and countless sharp arrows pierced these longships. They looked like those straw boats in Chinese folktales. Some of these defenseless Ironmen were killed directly in the dense rain of arrows, while others hurriedly hid in the cabins and hidden spots that could block arrows. But they were all suppressed by the covering rain of arrows and dared not move at all. Boom. The 200-foot, about 60 meters, long invincible Iron Victory, taking advantage of the impact brought by high-speed sailing, was the first to approach these Ironman longships. Its hard bow ram directly penetrated the side hull of an Ironman longship lying across the estuary. The Ironman longship was almost overturned by the powerful impact. Bang, bang. After the two ships that collided calmed down a little, the northern soldiers on the invincible Iron Victory directly put the long gangplank from the invincible Iron Victory to the Ironman longship and began to board along the gangplank to engage in boarding battle. On the Ironborn longship, the Ironborn hiding in the cabins and hiding spots saw the rain of arrows stop and the enemy boarded. They were never afraid of boarding battles, so they immediately took up their weapons and greeted the northern soldiers. Although there were many northern soldiers boarding, their fighting power was not as good as that of the Ironborn on the longship that was shaking with the waves. An Ironborn holding a sharp axe, looking at the northern soldier who was shaking a little unstable, took the opportunity to chop him on the head with an axe, cutting off half of his head directly. The northern soldier whose head was chopped by the sharp axe had blood splattered on his incomplete head, and a stream of blood splashed directly on the mouth of this Ironborn. Ah. Come on. Bitches of the Greenland. This Ironborn licked the blood on his mouth with his tongue in a very perverted way and roared to the sky. It seemed that the blood aroused his ferocity. After roaring, this fearless Ironborn simply went along the gangplank and counterattacked the invincible Ironborn. Wolf God, spare my life. An Ironborn who was frightened by Bloodwind's bloody killing collapsed when he saw Bloodwind bite the Ironborn next to him in two with one mouth, and then came to him. He immediately threw away his weapon, raised his hands and knelt down, begging for mercy loudly. With Robb's advanced idea of allowing surrender, Bloodwind saw him kneel down in surrender, and changed his attack posture, and went to other Ironborn. Seeing that surrender was useful, other Ironborn rushed to throw away their weapons, and kneeled down to surrender. After Bloodwind dealt with this longship, he jumped to other longships by taking advantage of the short distance between the longships. With deliberate planning, plus several times more military suppression, and most importantly, with Bloodwind's participation in the battle at the King's Harbor outlet ended quickly. The first batch of soldiers brought by the Iron Fleet were all elite Winterfell soldiers, so they were able to follow orders and did not first search for spoils after the victory. Instead, they assisted the Ironborn who surrendered and asked them to remove the blockade of the longships here and clear the way to King's Harbor. Robb, standing on the deck of the invincible Ironborn, turned his head and found that Theon was looking at the Ironborn who was cut in two with a look of pity on his face. Robb said to him directly, "I sincerely invited your father to form an alliance, but he wanted to take the opportunity to attack the north and cut off our retreat. If I hadn't arranged a backup plan in advance, you and I, as well as the 30,000 troops of the north, would have died before Moat Cailin. Your Majesty is right. When I was in the Long Hall of Pike City, Balon Greyjoy said so. As long as he takes Moat Cailin, Tywin's 30,000 or 40,000 troops will surround us, and then our northern army will be completely destroyed." Ramsay, who followed Earl Herman and joined Robb's army at the Fever River, said at the right time, "Ro, your Majesty, can you please give me a chance to persuade my father to surrender?" Theon bit his lower lip tightly and spoke as if he had made a sudden decision. "Of course, that's what I meant. Otherwise I wouldn't have brought you to Pike. As long as you can persuade your father to surrender and give you the position of King of the Iron Islands, we can still be allies in the same camp." Robb heard this and nodded seriously. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Seeing Robb's agreement, Theon immediately thanked him with excitement. Ramsay, who was standing next to him, had been getting to know the King of the North more and more. He looked at Theon's simple and excited expression and curled his lips in disdain. The Iron Fleet, which had already belonged to Robb, had a total of 110 ships. Ordinary longships that went out to sea could generally accommodate hundreds of people. Large longships like the Invincible Ironborn could accommodate up to 300 people. This time, in addition to the hundreds of Ironmen who surrendered and were responsible for sailing and steering, the rest were 5,500 infantry and 1,000 cavalry with war horses. Among them, 4,500 people and 1,000 cavalry were the direct troops of Winterfell, and the other 1,000 infantry were new recruits from the Dreadfort. After getting rid of the Iron and longships that blocked the seaport, the Iron Fleet headed straight for King's Harbor. As early as the battle at the King's Harbor, most of the Ironmen at the port had fled to the square castle of the Portly family, the Lord of King's Harbor. At this moment, there were only some Ironmen who were too old to run and some slaves with dull eyes and numb expressions in King's Harbor. Therefore, Robb's army landed in King's Harbor very smoothly without encountering any resistance. When Robb stepped into King's Harbor, he found that the living conditions in the Iron Islands were indeed difficult. This prosperous port with frequent ships was composed of bungalows with walls made of old stones and roofs made of turf. The only three-story building, built of bricks and stones, should be an inn from the sign. After letting 500 northern soldiers guard the Iron Fleet's return and continue to transport other northern soldiers, Robb entered the inn and occupied the entire King's Harbor. Through the captured Ironmen, Clay interrogated a lot of information. The 4,600 Ironborn who invaded the north were the entire force of King Balon. At this moment, there were only a few hundred guards left in Pike. Therefore, for Robb, he was not worried at all that they would abandon Pike and attack King's Haven. The anxious Theon asked Robb for help and found a slave who knew Pike in King's Haven. The two rode on a warhorse and galloped towards Pike. Lord Ramsay, take your 1,000 men from the Dread Fort and attack the portly family. After Theon left, Robb gave his orders in the comfortable inn. As you command, your majesty. I will offer you their castle as soon as possible. Ramsay nodded, expressed his loyalty, and immediately went out to gather his own troops. Clay, you take 2,000 Winterfell infantrymen and go besiege Pike. You don't need to attack the city, just lay siege. Then, shoot down all the ravens released by Pike. Yes, your majesty. Clay nodded in agreement, then asked hesitantly, Your Majesty, we are not attacking the city. Are we waiting for Theon to persuade his father to admit defeat and surrender? Robb smiled and shook his head, answering the doubts of his trusted subordinate. Over the years, the Iron Men have always been able to plunder the west coast of the north because of their flexible mobility. They plunder when there are few enemies and retreat when there are many enemies. So, this time I used a long enough time and a big enough stage to fool Balon, and then kill them once and for all. When his Iron Fleet abandoned its ships, set foot on land, and was eliminated and captured by us, they had already lost. Seeing that Clay had a thoughtful expression when he heard his words, Robb nodded secretly and continued, As for why we didn't attack Pike, it's because its location is easy to defend, but difficult to attack. King Robert and my father paid a great price to break through it. The Iron Islands are very poor except for iron ore resources, and are not suitable for long-term occupation. The strategic goal of our war is not the Iron Islands, but the Lannister family and King's Landing in the west. So, no matter how Theon talks, it doesn't matter. What I want is all the ships in the Iron Islands. Surround Pike, and the ships from other islands will automatically come to the door. After listening to Robb's story, Clay nodded in sudden enlightenment and praised from the bottom of his heart, Your Majesty, I understand now. It is really unwise for them to be your enemy. Not long after riding, Theon returned to the castle he had been away from for nearly 10 years under the guidance of the slaves. At this time, Pike had already known the fall of King's Harbor and was already in a state of war preparedness. The gate tower is at the front of Pike City, separated from the main castle by a bridge. The city wall is like a black stone crescent connecting the cliffs on both sides. A rusty iron gate protects the city wall from attack. There are 3 square towers on each side. At this time, dozens of iron archers on these towers are aiming their bows at Theon and the other man. I'm Theon Greyjoy, King of the Iron Islands, the only son of Balon Greyjoy. I want to see my father. Theon raised his hands and shouted loudly near the gate tower of Pike City. When these iron archers heard Theon's words, they did not relax their vigilance. They sent people to report, and their bows and arrows were still aimed at them. After waiting for a long time, King Balon slowly came to the gate tower. Seeing Theon below, he waved to the archers, and the archers relaxed their vigilance and released their bowstrings. Young master of the Stark family, what do you want to say? Balon looked at Theon, who was dressed like a noble young master, and said sarcastically, Father, I'm Theon, your only son. This time, I bring the goodwill of the King of the North. Let me go in and talk. Theon saw his father, and did not care about his sarcasm. Instead, he showed joy on his face and answered, My child, now there is only Yara. What goodwill do you bring? Just say it here. His Majesty Robb promised that, as long as you surrender, he will still sign a covenant with you. Theon heard Balon's words and spoke directly. Surrender? Haha, how can the Iron Race surrender? Besides, I don't believe the words of that little wolf cub at all. Father, don't worry. Robb and I are as close as brothers, and he will definitely fulfill the promise he made to me. Yara has been imprisoned in Deepwood Motte. Since you think you only have one child, you should also think about her. Theon tried his best to persuade his father. Knowing Robb's military strength, he did not think that his father had a chance to turn the tables. Haha, as close as brothers. Okay, I need to think about it. You come in first. Baron sneered, said something to Theon, then turned to the Iron Man beside him and ordered, Open the door, and when he comes in, put him in jail directly. Thanks to Zyrocho and Mengby for the 7,000 points reward. Thanks to Piers and Dandelion, I haven't thought of a big reward for the time being. Thanks to Zyrocho and Mengby, the name is just a random idea. Little Monsters vs. Little Ultraman. Everyone voted for the monthly ticket. Thanks to all the big guys who voted for the recommendation every day and followed here. Thank you for your support. PS. I won't go anywhere during the Dragon Boat Festival. I'll be typing at home. I'll add one more chapter for Xiaocho and Mengbi when the time comes. Chapter 109. Annihilation. 6,000 chapters. Bang. Theon was imprisoned in the prison of Bloodkeep in Pike City with a face full of lost souls. He entered Pike City with enthusiasm, wanting to stop his father from fighting this impossible battle, but he was treated like this. Since you and that little wolf cub are as close as brothers, I want to see if he is willing to exchange you with Yera. Standing outside the prison, Balon, expressionless, said in a cold tone, "Father, it seems that you really don't have a son like me anymore, right?" From the moment they met, he could fully feel the difference between Balon and Robb in treating him. When Theon heard that Balon wanted to exchange him for Yera, he asked with a sad tone, "Humph, my Balon's son should be Rodrik Meryn, an Ironborn who died bravely in battle, instead of a fool who dresses like a bitch from the Greenland and is as close as a brother to the enemy who killed his brother." Balon sneered, told Theon his true thoughts mercilessly, and turned to a young and strong Ironborn beside him and ordered, "Quinton, you arrange for someone to guard him, and then mobilize all the people in Pike who can participate in the battle to go to the city gate tower to prepare for defense. I have sent out ravens to notify the leaders on other islands, and they will soon gather the Iron Race to come to the rescue. After they defeat the little wolf cub, the entire north will belong to us Iron Races." "Father, you are dreaming. Do you know how strong Robb's Winterfell army is?" "I know, because I personally participated in the training of the Winterfell army. Maybe one Iron Race can fight with a Winterfell soldier, but when the number is greater, if the number of Ironborn rises to 10, 100, or 1000, they will slaughter the Ironborn with a scattered formation. Moreover, the entire Iron Islands only have about 20,000 people, while Robb's army has more than 30,000, and he has a giant wolf that you can never defeat. Surrender. After surrendering, you will still be the king of the Iron Islands, and you can join Robb's camp to plunder the entire south together." Theon, who was in prison, heard that Balon still wanted to resist. He grabbed the prison fence with both hands, trying to make Balon understand the difference in the strength of the two sides, so that Balon would change his mind and surrender to Robb. TSK, look at you, the loyal dog of the Stark family." Hearing what Theon said, Balon not only did not believe it, but shook his head with a look of disgust. After he said this, he turned around and left. The young Ironborn that Balon had just ordered was named Quinton Greyjoy. He was Theon's cousin and the captain of the longship Salt Maiden. When he led people to control Ramsay's dozen of followers, there was a small battle and his right leg was injured, so he stayed in Pike City and did not participate in the invasion of the north. Quinton stretched his head, looked at Balon who had already walked away, turned his head, and asked in a low voice, "Theon, is the army of the King of the North really as powerful as you said? And what is the giant wolf you mentioned?" "What I said is true. Robb's army is very strong in overall combat. If it is a naval battle, you may still have a chance. Now that they have landed, you can definitely not defeat him. As for the giant wolf, it is a giant ice wolf he raised. When it is covered with armor, it is a terrifying and ruthless killing monster. Cousin Quinton, please persuade your father again. Surrender and ally with Robb, and plunder the south together to make a fortune. Isn't this a better choice?" Theon heard the question, and answered Quinton truthfully. At the end, he did not forget to ask him to persuade Balon. After listening, Quinton did not make any expression, but just limped out of the prison. After leaving the prison, Quinton followed Balon's instructions and went to gather people to go to the city gate. Even though the Ironborn were both men and women soldiers, there were no more than 500 people in Pike. Woo. When Quinton arranged the guards of the city gate, a horn sounded in their ears. They looked in the direction of the sound and saw a team of Greenland soldiers in neat military formations coming to the open space in front of Pike. Crack, crack. Long behind Theon, who rode here, Clay finally arrived at Pike with 2,000 infantrymen from Winterfell. They marched to the outskirts of the city gate and stood quietly in a neat military formation. A murderer saw a rush towards the Ironborn on the city gate. AWW. A terrifying giant wolf wearing exquisite armor quickly and nimbly jumped onto a small hillside and howled at the Ironborn on the city gate. Garlum. Quinton couldn't help swallowing his saliva as he looked at the armored wolf that had grown so huge after eating something unknown. No wonder Theon said we had no chance of winning. How could this thing be matched by human power? Looking at the military appearance of the Winterfell soldiers in front of the city gate tower and the armored wolf that intimidated the whole audience, Quinton secretly had some thoughts in his mind. The northern terrain of Pike Island is a cape, and Pike City is built on the cape. The southern terrain is a variety of gentle slopes with little undulations and a gentle slope close to sea level. After all, Kingsport could not be built on a cape, so it was built in the south, which was far away. The square fortress of the Portly family was in the middle of a relatively flat slope not far from Kingsport. When Pike City was surrounded by the infantry led by Clay and the Bloodwind arranged by Robb, the square fortress of the Portly family, which was far away from Pike City, was fighting in full swing with the soldiers of the Dreadfort. Swish, swish, swish. On the outer wall fence of the square fortress of the Portly family, a group of female Ironmen were pulling their bows and shooting at the Dreadfort soldiers in the distance. The Ironmen are indeed a race where everyone is a soldier. These female Ironmen are strong and can kill people with bows just as well as male Ironmen. Dup dup dup. Sharp arrows kept shooting at the kite shields in the hands of the Dreadfort soldiers. Most of the arrows could be blocked, but some of the special arrows of the Ironmen could actually penetrate the kite shields directly. However, after these special arrows were blocked by the kite shields, their power was greatly reduced, and it was difficult for them to have a killing effect on the soldiers behind. The 800 soldiers of the Dreadfort kept moving forward with the kite shields, approaching the square fortress of the Portly family. Tough and fearless Ironborns, we have always been the only ones to invade the enemy. Now these bitches from the Greenland have actually invaded our Pike Island. Let us chop off their heads and make them into drinking cups. The dead do not die. In front of the square fortress of the Portly family, more than 300 Ironborn who fled here from Kingsport and less than 100 soldiers of the Portly family quietly listened to the pre-war speech of the Lord of Kingsport, Sean Portly. When Sean raised his arms and shouted the dead do not die, all the Ironborn roared, holding a variety of weapons, and rushed out of the opened wooden fence gate. The Ironborn and the Dreadfort soldiers soon engaged in close combat. Of course, the Ironborn had no formation to speak of. When the Dreadfort soldiers charged, their formation was already somewhat scattered. After being hit by hundreds of Ironborn, the formation collapsed instantly. The battle between the Ironborn and the Dreadfort soldiers turned directly into a bloody brawl. The sharp axe in the hand of an Ironborn just chopped off the left hand of a Dreadfort soldier. He was immediately stabbed in the neck by a Dreadfort soldier next to him, and blood spurted far away. Before the Dreadfort soldier could retract his sword from the Ironborn's neck, a short spear, as long as his forearm, was thrown out by an unknown Ironborn, and pierced directly into the eyes of the Dreadfort soldier. The battlefield in front of the square fortress turned into a bloody slaughterhouse with blood and minced meat. A Dreadfort soldier standing at the back of the battlefield could not bear the visual impact of the bloody and fleshy remains in front of him, and immediately collapsed, and turned around and ran back. Whoosh! An arrow fell from the sky and hit his heart accurately. The Dreadfort soldier fell heavily to the ground, before he could even scream. TSK, these recruits are really useless. At the back of the battlefield, Ramsay, who was riding on a horse, put away the bow and arrow in his hand and muttered softly. Looking at his own soldiers who were almost collapsed by half of the Ironborn, Ramsay turned his head and ordered his close follower Allen, if this continues, the 800 recruits will be defeated by the damn Ironborn. Let the archers shoot. Lord Ramsay, we have more people than the enemy. If we shoot, our manpower loss may. Allen replied hesitantly after hearing Ramsay's words. Even if we use 2 useless recruits to exchange for a strong Ironborn, isn't it a good deal? As for the loss of manpower, haha, the King of the North should let us lose manpower. The greater our loss, the more reassured he will be. Otherwise, if the 5,000 or 6,000 northern troops come together, this small square fortress will be flattened by us in an instant. Ramsay chuckled at Allen and told his guess about Robb. Allen nodded, turned around and shouted to the 200 archers reserved in the back, draw the bow. The 200 archers of the Dread Fort hesitated for a moment, but still obeyed the order to pull the bowstrings in their hands. Shoot. Following Alan's order, 200 archers released their bowstrings and shot arrows at the more than 1,000 soldiers from both sides, who were fighting desperately. Swish, swish, swish. 200 arrows fell like raindrops, and the fighting Ironborn and Dreadfort soldiers were constantly shot and fell to the ground. These arrows did not distinguish between enemies and friends, and the flesh and blood bodies on the battlefield were pierced mercilessly by these arrows. 1 wave, 2 waves, 3 waves. These arrow rains seemed to never stop, turning all the enemy and friendly soldiers on the battlefield into corpses covered with arrows. Sean, who was shot in the left shoulder, watched his second son Tristan being pierced into a hedgehog by arrows on the battlefield, covered by the rain of arrows. He looked at the increasingly fewer Ironborn and shouted with a sad face, "Retreat, return to the fortress." The Ironborn around Sean heard his shouts and shouted to retreat together while running towards the fortress behind them. More and more Ironmen heard the retreat sounds around them. They were covered in blood and left the battlefield one after another, running quickly towards the fortress behind them, fearing that they would be chased by enemy soldiers. In fact, the Dreadfort soldiers behind them did not have the courage to continue chasing. The morale of these Dreadfort recruits had already been on the verge of collapse. If it were not for Ramsay's ruthless and indiscriminate arrow rain attack, they would definitely be defeated by the Ironmen, who were only half their number. Ramsay frowned at the soldiers who were shrinking on the battlefield. He was about to shoot a few to establish his prestige, and then offer a large reward to boost morale, and take down the fortress in one go, when a Winterfell cavalryman rode up to him. "Lord Ramsay, His Majesty Robb ordered you not to capture this fortress before sunset tomorrow." The Winterfell cavalryman came to Ramsay and spoke Robb's order. "Okay, I will definitely take it before sunset tomorrow." "Huh? Can't take it?" Ramsay nodded and was about to make a promise, but suddenly reacted and looked at the messenger cavalry in surprise. "Yes, His Majesty Robb specifically emphasized that this fortress cannot be captured, and also asked me to tell you that you don't need to go back to King's Harbor, but to set up camp on the spot. Someone will deliver the tents and other items to you." "Well, I understand. Then I'll go back and report." Seeing Ramsay nod in agreement, the messenger cavalry immediately rode away. Looking at his back, Ramsay frowned and whispered to himself, "I was asked to attack this fortress, but I couldn't capture it. What is this King of the North trying to do?" Ramsay, who was a little confused, simply shook his head and ordered Alan to lead people to start cleaning up the battlefield and set up camp after the tent supplies arrived. Not long after the messenger cavalry left, a transport team composed of many King's Harbor slaves brought tent supplies to Ramsay. After delivering the supplies, the transport team did not leave, but obeyed Robb's order, left the transport wagons outside the camp, and joined Ramsay's army. For the King of the North, who was currently suppressing him and was completely unable to resist, Ramsay had to obey any of his orders. As the night gradually fell, the Clay troops surrounding Pike City and the Rams troops surrounding the Portly family fortress set up camp and lit bonfires, facing each other from the south and the north. Crawl, claw. At the dark entrance of King's Harbor, 40 longboats with retracted rectangular sails moved silently on the sea like ghosts in the dark night. These 40 longboats were the Ironman army assembled by the noble families of Great White Island and Salt Cliff Island. They were closer to Pike Island and had already assembled on Salt Cliff Island in the afternoon. However, they did not go to Pike Island immediately, but waited until night fell before heading to Pike Island at night. As pirates who often traveled far away, it was a necessary skill to identify the direction when sailing at night, and Salt Cliff Island was very close to Pike Island. The Ironmen, who were very familiar with this sea area, would not get the wrong direction, even if they closed their eyes and sailed along the coast. With the efforts of the rowers, these retracted longboats quickly sailed towards the equally dark King's Harbor. King's Harbor was completely silent at the moment. Except for the Everlit lighthouse, there was no candlelight at all, just like a dead city. Bang! After these long ships approached the port, the Ironmen on the ships quickly set up the gangplank and rushed into King's Harbor with weapons in hand. Captain yelled. The brothers just searched and found that there was no one in King's Harbor, and there were no valuables or supplies. It must have been looted by the bitches from the Greenland. They also found a large number of bonfires outside Pike City, and there were also bonfires outside the fortress of the Portly family, but there were much fewer. A man with long hair and a shorter stature reported to the temporary commander of the 40 longships, Gield Gubera, the leader of Great White Island. Gield was a sturdy man who wore the iconic leather armor of the Ironman. What was more special was that he wore a belt made of spotted wool. Gield nodded, stroked his beard, and said thoughtfully, "The letter from Pike City said that about 2,000 people surrounded them. Kingsport must have been looted by them, and now they are preparing to loot Pike City and the Portly family respectively. Chief Dono, please send a few brothers to explore how many enemies there are outside the Portly family. If they are few in number, we will kill them first, then join the Portly family, and finally attack the enemies in Pike City together." The short leader of Salt Cliff Island, Dono Sutcliffe, nodded and immediately arranged for people to conduct reconnaissance. Gield commanded each noble family to count their own number and make preparations before the war. 40 longships carried a total of 2,300 iron warriors. This was a rescue army jointly assembled by 5 noble families on 2 islands. Soon, the Iron people who were familiar with Pike Island came back from reconnaissance and reported the enemy news. Upon learning that the enemies besieging the Portly family, including some slaves, were less than 1,000, Gield immediately asked the heads of each family to lead their Iron warriors to launch a night attack on the enemy. For the Iron men, there was no such thing as tactics and formations. They only needed to do one thing, which was to kill all the enemies. Gield led a large group of black Iron men and quietly moved towards the camp of the Dreadfort soldiers. Whoosh, whoosh, bang. Several arrows shot out from the darkness, and several soldiers standing guard in the Dreadfort soldiers' camp were instantly shot and fell to the ground. Kill them all. The dead will not die. The roars of the Iron men rang out, and 2,300 Iron men took their weapons and charged towards the camp in front. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A rain of arrows shot out from the Dreadfort camp, instantly shooting the Iron men who were almost rushing to the camp in the front. In the camp, Ramsay's face was extremely ugly. With the help of the campfire and the moonlight, he could barely see the large area of enemies. Because of Robb's unusual order today, Ramsay, who had been thinking and couldn't sleep, specially asked his more than 700 soldiers to take turns to rest and be on guard. So when the Ironmen launched an attack, he immediately organized some archers to fight back. It turned out that this damn Robb Stark used me as bait. Matt, these new recruits from the Dreadfort can't beat so many Ironmen. We have to find a way to escape. After seeing the number of enemies clearly, he was ready to find an opportunity to escape before the official battle between the two sides started. The Ironmen in the Portly family fortress also heard the battle here. Lord Shawn once again gathered the remaining Ironmen and rushed towards the Dreadfort camp. Because the distance was too close, the archers of the Dreadfort only had time to shoot the second arrow before they were rushed into the camp by the screaming Ironman army. Another bloody melee began, with soldiers from the Dreadfort and the Ironborn fighting each other in the camp. Ramsay held a bow and arrow, accurately shooting the Ironborn approaching him, while approaching the only dozen war horses in the camp. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, on a low slope on the left side of the Dreadfort camp, hundreds of burning special rockets, like fireflies in the sky, flew towards the back half of the Ironborn army that had not yet approached the camp. Whoosh, dup, whoosh. This special arrow would cause great damage to the Ironborn, and some rockets even killed the Ironborn and ignited his body. However, their main function is not to kill the enemy. Outside the Dreadfort camp, there are many transport carriages specially placed by slaves arranged by Robb. After the rockets hit the transport wagons, they quickly caught fire, illuminating the entire battlefield like daylight. Boom. A sound of galloping horses came from the low slope on the left. Seeing the rear of the Ironborn army being attacked by rockets, Gould immediately realized that he had fallen into a trap. He shouted loudly, "All the Ironborn of Great White Island turn around to fight the enemy. There are enemy cavalry approaching from behind." The Ironborn of Great White Island, to which Gould belonged, immediately conveyed his order loudly, and the Ironborn army instantly split into 2 parts. One part continued to attack the Dreadfort camp, and the other part stayed where they were, holding their weapons tightly, turning around and waiting for the enemy cavalry behind them. Boom. As the enemy cavalry approached quickly, in the blazing flames of the surrounding transport wagons, Gould could see clearly that these Greenland cavalry were actually hundreds of heavy cavalry with their horses covered in armor. Run. Run into the camp. Geode, who was knowledgeable and knew the fear of the heavy cavalry, lost all his fighting spirit and shouted loudly, turning around and running away first. However, running away from the cavalry that was already charging was more stupid than facing them. Bang, bang, bang. 500 heavy cavalry, with the bright light of the fire, charged straight into the pile of fleeing Ironmen and instantly knocked down the last Ironman. These Ironmen who fell to the ground had no time to struggle and get up, and they were trampled by countless horses' hooves, directly trampling them into a pile of soft corpses. Swish, swish. The heavy cavalry's lances kept stabbing the Ironmen. These usually fierce and cruel Ironmen were now completely lambs fleeing for their lives. Behind the 500 heavy cavalry, there were 500 light cavalry. They followed the bloody road trodden by the heavy cavalry and kept harvesting the lives of the Ironmen. The Ironmen outside the Dreadfort camp fled in panic, while the Ironmen who rushed into the camp continued to fight. The Ironmen of the Portly family fortress were approaching the camp. On the low slope on the left side of the Dreadfort camp, Robb, riding on a warhorse, looked down at the extremely chaotic battlefield and ordered Owen, the commander of the Winterfell infantry beside him, the fish are all in the net, blow the horn, and notify the net to be closed. Owen nodded and immediately blew a dark horn in his hand. Woo. The melodious horn sounded, and 2,000 elite Winterfell infantrymen who were ambushed in the darkness of the Dreadfort camp quickly formed a circular formation surrounding the entire camp, marching in neat steps and encircling the camp. The first to contact the Winterfell infantry were the Ironmen led by Sean on the outermost periphery. He thought that these encircled Winterfell infantrymen were as vulnerable as the Dreadfort soldiers today, so he directly led more than 200 Ironmen to fight back. Swish. The infantry of Winterfell lined up in neat formations, with the shield soldiers in front defending, and the spearmen behind them attacking. With just one neat spear stab, dozens of the Ironmen who had no time to dodge were stabbed with bloody holes all over their bodies. Lord Sean of King's Harbor was stabbed by 2 spears, and died in the first round of attacks by the spearmen. The cavalry of Winterfell rode back and forth outside the camp, and the infantry surrounding the camp used spears to efficiently harvest the lives of the Ironmen. In the light of the blazing flames tonight, the blood looked even more red. Beside the 40 longships of King's Harbor, dozens of Ironmen who were arranged by Gould to guard the ships also heard the horn from the direction of the Portly family. Just as they gathered together to discuss and talk, a huge black shadow with huge green eyes quickly approached them under the cover of darkness. Whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of arrows shot out from the darkness of King's Harbor, and more than half of the Ironmen guarding the ships fell instantly. After the rain of arrows, Bloodwind rushed out from the darkness and bit an Ironman to death, wantonly slaughtering the remaining Ironmen who had no power to fight back. Dozens of Winterfell soldiers who received Robb's order and followed Bloodwind back from Pike City quickly took over the 40 Ironman longships that were delivered to their door. Thank you to the Big Dragon wearing glasses for 1,700 coins. The Big Lin Li for 1,500 coins. Thank you to the Scattered Dandelions, the Old Brother, and Xin Wang for the coins. Thank you to Lin Li, the dragon wearing glasses, Xin Wang, Lin Li, the little lamp spirit, the name is just Aranda my dear, and Pink fleeing people for voting. For the monthly ticket. Thank you for voting for recommendations every day and all the big guys who follow here. Thank you for your support. P.S. I said yesterday that I would add an update for Mr. Agor Mengbi. Today I wrote a big chapter with more than 6,000 words. Then the Iron Islands is almost finished, and I'm preparing to start the counterattack against the Lannister family. Chapter 110 The New King. Ramsay struggled hard among the corpses of several war horses. He finally squeezed out half of his body. He immediately spat out a mouthful of mud mixed with blood. A team of Winterfell infantrymen holding torches, who were checking the corpses and finishing off the horses, saw Ramsay squeezed out of the pile of horse corpses and immediately came up with spears. I'm one of us, Ramsay Bolton of the Dreadfort. Ramsay also saw the Winterfell soldiers. He immediately wiped the blood off his face and shouted loudly. A Winterfell soldier recognized Ramsay in the light of the torch. He nodded and confirmed, "It is indeed Earl Ramsay. Brothers, help him out together." Upon hearing this, the other Winterfell soldiers immediately moved a pile of horse corpses and pulled out Ramsay, who was covered with sticky blood and could not be seen clearly. "Lord Ramsay, His Majesty is outside the camp. Some of you brothers can't recognize you now. Why don't I take you to see him?" "Okay, thank you very much. I'll remember you, and I will definitely thank you later." Looking at the Winterfell soldier who recognized him, Ramsay nodded and thanked him. Under his leadership, Ramsay bypassed the Dreadfort camp covered with blood and corpses, and saw Robb standing outside the camp from a distance. At this moment, outside the Dreadfort camp, a group of Ironmen knelt on the ground in a black mass, surrounded by nearly 1,000 armed cavalry and infantry. Robb was discussing something with several Ironmen who looked like leaders. After Robb nodded to confirm, Owen, the commander of the Winterfell infantry beside him, took the cavalry and infantry and escorted all the Ironmen captives to King's Harbor. "Ramsay, I'm glad you're okay. I was very worried about you just now and asked them to find you." Robb looked up and down at the extremely embarrassed Ramsay and said with a smile, "Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty." I led the Dreadfort soldiers, fearless of death, and bravely fought against more than twice the number of enemies. Finally, I succeeded in delaying time and let you annihilate them. Ramsay thanked him and said that his position as a tactical bait was the key to victory in this battle. Robb raised his eyebrows and replied, "Of course, thanks to the credit of Earl Ramsay. Well, the soldiers of the Dreadfort fought bravely, and there are less than 100 people. Then, these 1,500 prisoners will be regarded as rewards and assigned to the Dreadfort, just to supplement your troops." This time, the cavalry and infantry of Winterfell were lured to go deep into the Dreadfort, and then surrounded and annihilated. The casualties were very few. The besieged Ironmen regarded the enemies in the Dreadfort camp as the main target of attack. More than 1,000 Dreadfort soldiers and slaves survived, less than 100. Of course, more than 2,500 Ironmen were killed and injured. Under the disadvantage of being surrounded, the tenacious and fearless Ironmen died more than 1,000, almost half, before they finally surrendered. Hearing that Robb would give the captured Ironborn as a reward to himself, Ramsay forced a smile and thanked him. "Thank you, Your Majesty. I will tame them well and continue to fight for you." "Well, you've worked hard. Let's go back to Kingsport first. When you are ready, you can go to Owen to receive the prisoners at any time." "Yes, Your Majesty." After the soldiers on the side brought them horses, the two of them rode towards Kingsport. As for the cleanup of the battlefield here and the portly family fortress that was no longer able to defend, there will be special personnel to clean up and receive. When Robb and others came to Kingsport, the Kingsport, which was repopulated, was illuminated by bonfires and lights, as if the entire port had come alive. Bloodwind sensed Robb's approach early. As soon as he entered the port, this terrifying giant wolf, that countless people feared, was like a huge acting like a spoiled child to Robb. Playing with Bloodwind is more difficult than killing the enemy. Robb played with it for a while, and began to make the final arrangements for today. After this battle, the entire Iron Islands had no chance of turning the tables. The surviving leaders of Great Wyke and Salt Cliff had just chosen to surrender. After learning about it, Robb knew that Great Wyke was the largest island in the Iron Islands, and their strength was only weaker than that of King Balon. The other small islands that had not yet participated in the war could only gather 3,000 Ironborn warriors at most. Robb didn't need to do anything now. He just needed to hold on to King's Haven for a few more days. By then, except for the 2,000 people left in Moat Cailin, the remaining 20,000 soldiers would all come to the Iron Islands. When nearly 30,000 troops approached, the remaining small islands in the Iron Islands would either choose to surrender or choose to be destroyed. After instructing his men to keep an eye on the 40 Ironborn longships, Robb asked the dozens of Winterfell soldiers under Clay to pack the heads of King's Haven Lord, Sean, and Salt Cliff leader, Dono, and his handwritten letter, and take them to Pike. It was already late at night when the dozens of Winterfell soldiers arrived at the Clay camp in front of Pike with torches. Clay heard them relay Robb's orders and asked a messenger holding a colorful flag to deliver the wooden box containing 2 heads and letters to the foot of Pike. Quinton and the other captains of the longships in the city gate tower had different expressions and various thoughts when they saw the heads and letters. However, without the order of King Balon, they could not surrender, even if they wanted to. Quinton, who was still young and had many ambitions in his heart, gritted his teeth and quietly called several crew members of his longship. While no one was paying attention, he disappeared into the darkness of the city gate tower. In the middle of the night, when the full moon was in the sky, in front of the Kalin Bay, a group of soldiers who kept their mouths shut and grabbed the collars of their comrades in front of them with one hand, groped forward very slowly on the only causeway to the north under the bright moonlight. Like monsters in the dark night, the three towers standing on the left and right of the causeway suddenly lit up many bonfires. The archers on the three towers ignited hundreds of special rockets on the bonfires and shot them at the soldiers who wanted to attack at night on the causeway. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. These rockets caused great harm to the soldiers, who were marching densely. Fortunately, those who were killed directly by the rockets did not suffer much. Those soldiers who were shot but not dead, but whose leather armor was ignited, screamed miserably on the ground and rolled left and right to put out the flames. Some rockets were shot into the rotten swamp beside the causeway and extinguished, but a few rockets just ignited the methane in the bubbles before the bubbles in the rotten swamp burst, and suddenly a large burst of open fire ignited. Although these flames were not supported by subsequent methane and burned very briefly, the power was very scary. This group of soldiers who wanted to attack at night were suddenly attacked in such an environment, so how could they care about charging to attack the tower and maintaining the formation? Suddenly, they were like headless flies, running in all directions, trying to survive as much as possible. Plop. Since there was a supervisory team behind them to stop them, many soldiers who could not retreat jumped into the waist-deep rotten swamp and went around to the back. But some unlucky soldiers stepped on the natural traps in the swamp, struggled with fear, and slowly fell into the deep pit of the swamp. In the darkness of the rotten swamp, there were more than these natural traps. Many blackwoods with eyes and teeth were half floating and half sinking in the water. These blackwoods were lizard lions that looked a bit like crocodiles. They hunted by sight and smell. Seeing the soldiers who took the initiative to jump into the swamp, they used their long tails to swim in the water. After getting close, they suddenly used their big mouths full of dagger-length teeth to bite the prey that came to their door. They quickly bit these panicked and screaming prey, and then dragged them into the muddy water of the swamp, leaving only balls of bright red blood floating on the water. Standing behind the causeway, Stevrin saw bonfires lit in three towers. Soldiers dressed in northern costumes kept shooting arrows to kill the enemy. The soldiers of his own free family only knew to flee in a hurry, and even the supervisors in the rear could not stop them. He sighed heavily, gave the order to retreat to his subordinates, and turned back to the camp to report to Lord Tywin, who had high hopes for him. In the tent of the Lannister army camp, Tywin listened quietly to Stevrin's report. After listening, he nodded and did not blame Stevrin. Instead, he encouraged him a few words, which made Stevrin, who looked flattered, walk out of the tent very excitedly. It turns out that there is a problem with that idiot Balon, and Moat Cailin is still in the hands of the little wolf cub. He is now staying indoors, so our plan will be completely in vain. Seeing Tywin send away the simple-minded Stevrin, Kevin said solemnly, if it's just the problem in Moat Cailin, I can still accept it. I'm worried about the Iron Islands. It shouldn't happen. Balon was able to burn our Lannisport back then. After all, he is an experienced plunderer king. Tywin's face showed no joy or anger, but he analyzed rationally. As he spoke, he changed the subject and ordered Kevin, take your army to continue the siege of Reveron tomorrow morning. You have been away for so many days, and I'm worried that something will happen to Reveron. As long as you can take Reveron, we will be invincible in this battle. At that time, the wolf cubs can only hide in the north, and the wealth of the Riverlands will be at our disposal. Yes, I will try my best to take Reveron as soon as possible. Whether it was Moat Cailin or Pike Island, for them, this long and bloody night gradually passed. The next day, the sun rose from the sea level, driving away the darkness of Westeros. Ah! Come quickly. In the main castle of Pike, a slave worker screamed, breaking the calm of the dark and damp main castle. Since most of the Ironmen in the city were in the city gate tower, it took a long time before Quinton, with 5 longship captains, came to the Lord's bedroom in the main castle. In the middle of this gorgeous bedroom, half a rope was hung on a beam. Under the rope, Baron, who was lowered by several slaves, lay quietly on the ground. There was also a half-cut rope beside him. At this time, Baron was very quiet except for his bulging eyes and hideous face. He was no longer as crazy and fierce as before. King Baron couldn't bear the pressure of the siege of the army, and he hanged himself. Quentyn looked at Baron's body and concluded in a positive tone. As soon as he finished speaking, the other 4 Ironman captains looked at each other and chose to remain silent. Finally, the older captain frowned and walked forward. After carefully examining Baron's body, he said to Quentyn, "Quentyn, you said that King Baron committed suicide, which is too hasty. People who hang themselves will have strangle marks just below the jawbone in an H-shaped shape. King Baron's strangle marks are in the middle of the neck and in a straight line. This is obviously strangled to death." After hearing the captain's analysis, Quentyn immediately limped forward, looked around Baron's body, and then came to the captain and whispered, "Sure enough, it seems." Squeak. Before Quentyn finished speaking, he took out the dagger that had been prepared in his right hand and stabbed the captain's abdomen fiercely. "Ah, you." The captain attacked by Quentyn only had time to scream before he lost his life under the storm-like stabbing of the other party. Quentyn picked up the captain's body and threw him from the seaside windowsill of the city lord's bedroom into the sea that could accommodate everything. After doing all this, Quentyn, covered in blood, turned to the other 4 captains and said, "You should have seen the result of the battle last night through the wooden box sent by the King of the North. The leaders of other islands have surrendered. Instead of being put into the box, we might as well surrender to the King of the North and follow him to plunder the south of the Greenland. Now, I say that King Balon hanged himself. Does anyone have any objections?" No. The 4 captains who participated in the defense of the gate tower and saw the might of the Winterfell soldiers in the wooden box with heads swallowed nervously and answered in unison. In the prison of Blood Castle, Theon, who was frustrated by his father, sat in the prison blankly. He regretted very much, now that he was not the commander of Winterfell, but had to worry about this cold and ruthless father, and now he was imprisoned by him. Yesterday, he was still commanding thousands of soldiers and his status was higher than some northern earls. Now he has become a prisoner. This sense of gap really made him have all kinds of thoughts. Tada! There were footsteps of varying weights. Quentyn, who had changed into a new set of leather armor, came to the prison with a sad face. He opened the cell door with a key, walked into the prison, and knelt on one knee to say to Theon, who was puzzled, "Your father couldn't bear the pressure and hanged himself. Euron was exiled, Victarion and Aeron died in battle, and Yera was imprisoned in Deepwood Motte. Now, as the only legitimate heir to the Seaston throne, Theon Greyjoy, I, Quentyn Greyjoy, pledge my loyalty to you. Please ascend the Seaston throne and sign a covenant with the King of the North. Father dead, I will become the King of the Iron Islands." The news from Quentyn's mouth made Theon sad and happy for a while. However, for him, who was imprisoned by his father himself and was waiting to be exchanged for Yera, he must have more joy than sadness. After recovering from his shock, Theon, who was about to get the throne he had dreamed of for years, straightened his chest, nodded to Quentyn and replied, "I accept your loyalty. From now on, we are brothers who share salt and un. Now let me go, I want to see the King of the North." Robb had never expected that Theon would come to him with such a big surprise early in the morning. In the inn of King's Harbor, Robb listened quietly to him talking with a little sadness about how his father put him in prison, and then he said excitedly that he would become the King of the Iron Islands. Looking at Theon, who kept sharing his joys and sorrows with him, Robb nodded secretly in his heart. Putting aside other things, Theon really treated him as a brother. "Theon, don't worry, I will help you clear all obstacles and let you ascend to the Seaston throne. Then we brothers will flatten the Westerly and enter King's Landing together." Robb smiled, stretched out his right hand, and said to Theon sincerely. Hearing this, Theon nodded heavily, grasped Robb's hand with his right hand, and said excitedly, "Robb, even if I become the King of the Iron Islands, you are still my brother and my king. I will follow you to fight and help you sit on the Iron Throne in King's Landing." "Okay, then we will advance and retreat together." After the two confirmed the offensive and defensive alliance, Robb asked Owen to bring up the nobles of Great White Island who were captured yesterday. The leaders headed by Gould had no objection to the news that King Balon committed suicide and Theon would ascend to the Seaston throne. In their explanation, it was the winner who took it all. Since Balon was dead, it proved that he had lost the ability to lead the Ironborn. As the only legitimate heir to the Seaston throne, Theon should ascend the throne. However, in Robb's view, Gould and others knew how to judge the situation, and knew that after the Iron Fleet changed hands, the Iron Islands were now unable to resist the entire North's military force. After getting the support of Gould, Theon immediately sent letters to all the noble families of the other islands of the Iron Islands, asking them to come and witness his coronation within 3 days. Otherwise, after he was crowned, he would personally lead his army to destroy their families in the name of traitors. On the second day, after sending the letter, the Iron Fleet once again brought tens of thousands of northern soldiers to King's Harbor. I don't know if the nobles of other islands saw the strength of the northern troops. On the third day, all the nobles of the Iron Islands gathered in King's Harbor. After they landed in King's Harbor and saw Robb's troops and the mighty Bloodwind, most of the Ironborn nobles chose to remain silent. Even if some nobles had objections in their hearts, they would not show it now. At noon that day, Theon's coronation was held in a bay full of squid flags on Pike Island. Today, we are here to witness the drowning baptism of Theon Greyjoy X. Are there any Ironborn who have objections? A drowned god priest with iron ore and salt blocks hanging on his body pointed at Theon beside him and said. When the drowned god priest finished speaking, an old man with snow white hair and thick beard, who was sturdy, but sitting on a chair, finally waited for the opportunity to speak. I, Anvil Breaker Ali Amak is different. Ali's words had just come out of his mouth, and Bloodwind, who received Robb's message, jumped back and forth on the reef a few times quickly. He came to the chair, where he was sitting, and bit off the head of this Anvil Breaker Ali with his jagged wolf mouth, so that the rest of his words were stillborn. Ask the question again. Robb, with a smile on his face, looked around at the Iron nobles with livid faces, and said loudly to the drowned god priest, Oh, today. Looking at the Anvil Breaker's head chewed by Bloodwind, the drowned god priest nodded and repeated the words just now loudly. As soon as the drowned god priest finished speaking, the whole bay was filled with only the sound of sea breeze and waves, and there was no more objection. Theon Greyjoy, please come and be baptized by the drowned god. Seeing that no one objected, the drowned god priest spoke to Theon. Theon turned his head and looked at Robb gratefully and came to the side of the drowned god priest. The drowned god priest pressed Theon into the sea water and chanted loudly, Let your servant, Theon Greyjoy, be reborn from the sea like you. Give him the blessing of sea salt. Give him the blessing of stone. Give him the blessing of steel. The dead do not die, they will rise again, even more powerful. This ceremony is a test from the drowned god. The drowned person must drown in the sea water. If they cannot survive and drown, it means that they are not qualified, and the drowned god does not recognize them. Only those who can survive can be considered to have officially inherited the throne of Seaston. However, the difficulty of this ceremony actually depends on the speed at which the drowned god's priest can chant. The drowned god's priest, who had been specifically instructed by Robb, finished chanting at a very fast speed and pulled up Theon, who had just choked on a mouthful of sea water and kept coughing. Seeing that Theon was not seriously injured, the drowned god's priest put a wooden crown called the Crown of Salt and Rock on his head and said loudly, The dead do not die. The dead do not die. The surrounding Iron nobles echoed loudly at the same time. So far, the Iron Islands welcomed the 10th king of the Greyjoy family, a new king who was influenced by Robb and had different thinking from the traditional Iron race. On the day Theon sat on the Seaston throne, he ordered the conscription of the remaining longships and iron warriors of each family. He also promised to lead them to plunder wealth that they had never imagined before. Seeing the powerful northern army, these iron nobles also wanted to take the opportunity to eat meat, so they offered their families longships and troops. A few days later, more than 310 iron longships, plus 25 large longships for combat, carrying more than 33,000 northern soldiers and Iron the People's Alliance army marched towards the west. At the same time, Tywin's army was still near the neck. Kevin's army besieged Reverin again, and the mountain's cavalry continued to burn, kill, and loot in the riverlands. Thanks to the cat-loving fatty for the 500-point reward. Thanks to the drifting dandelions and the will of the Cinder King for the coin reward. Thanks to Zero Hamster Jun Zero. Old Bookworm HUI. I Walk Zero Isu. Professional Pig Hunter. Want to be happy. And 10 years of novel life for the monthly votes. Thanks to all the big guys who voted for recommendations every day and followed here. Thank you for your support. PS. I really didn't go out to play during the Dragon Boat Festival. Today I wrote a big chapter of almost 6,000 words. I beg for your support. Thank you. Chapter 111 Resurgence. On the distant continent of Essos, there is a piece of red land. This red land has low hills, wind-eroded fields and dry rivers. This place is called the Red Wasteland. The air in the whole wasteland is dry, trees are sparse, and there is no vitality except for scattered grass. Jorah Mormont, who had not slept all night and looked haggard, slowly walked towards the burnt firewood in front of him. 3 blood guards followed his footsteps. Drogo's Khalazar had been split, and the remaining tribesmen followed them, and looked at the center of the firewood. In the charred charcoal ash, a naked woman with silver gold hair was sitting cross-legged in the ashes. Hearing the sounds around her, she raised her head. Although her face was covered with ashes, her unparalleled beauty could still be clearly seen. At this moment, her purple eyes with light quietly stared at Jorah and the 3 blood guards. 2 creatures that looked like lizards with wings were weakly dormant in her naked arms, and there was an obviously strong lizard creature climbing out from her right shoulder. Newly born dragons. Jorah was extremely shocked, and he recognized the 3 lizard creatures in an instant. He knelt on one knee directly in front of Daenerys Targaryen and said, "Blood of my blood." Hiss. Daenerys heard the words, and stood up silently. On her petite and upright naked body, a young dragon wrapped its wings around her left leg, a young dragon coiled around her left hand, and the strongest young dragon stood on her right shoulder with its wings spread and roared. With the majestic roar of the young dragon, all the tribesmen knelt down sincerely to this dragon mother who was not afraid of the burning of fire, and gave birth to dragons. Above their heads, a red comet with a long tail was cutting through the blue sky, swearing that the world in the future would be different from the past. On the surface of the narrow sea, a fleet flying the banner of the Flaming Stag was heading towards Storm's End in Shipwreck Bay. In the flagship, a man with strong limbs, a serious face, and only a row of black hair on his head, asked a beautiful woman wearing a red robe, with red eyes and copper red hair beside him, "Renly has nearly 100,000 troops. Are you sure I can win?" "Of course, your majesty Stannis. You are the one chosen by my lord. I have seen the death of the false king Renly Baratheon in the revelation of the Lord." The red-robed beauty heard the words, and a smile appeared on her heart-shaped face, and she answered, "Well, that's good. By the way, you said before, what is the revelation of that thing in the sky?" Stannis didn't smile when he heard her words. He seemed to remember something, and continued to ask, "That was the revelation from my lord, to help you eliminate the false king. I can feel that something in my body is reviving." The red-robed beauty looked up at the deck, and seemed to see the red comet in the sky. She spoke meaningfully. "Riverlands, a nameless road on the river road. Thoros, are you sure those beasts will take this road?" Berry, who was ambushing in the woods on both sides with more than 50 civilians armed with various weapons, turned around and asked Thoros behind him, "Gilu, they will definitely take this way. The mountain is now occupying Hirenal to rest. This team of cavalry has just plundered the town ahead, and they will definitely bring spoils and captives to offer to the mountain." Thoros first twisted the stopper of the wine bag, took a big gulp, and then explained to Barry, "Well, I hope their number is not large this time. I don't care. But I don't want these brothers who just joined us to have too many casualties. After all, they are not like me." Barry turned his head and looked at the dozens of male civilians who joined him, because of various reasons such as the destruction of their homes and the killing of their relatives, and whispered to Thoros, "Barry, you should cherish your life. Although my lord has performed a miracle for you, it does not mean that you can be resurrected next time." Thoros heard Beric's words and felt that he did not take his life seriously, so he also reminded him in a low voice, "Well, I know, they are coming. When Beric was answering, he saw a team of nearly 30 Lannister cavalrymen at the intersection ahead, escorting several transport wagons and heading towards their ambush. Those transport wagons had supplies and captured civilians. These civilians imprisoned in the wagon cages were men, women, old and young. This team of Lannister cavalry marched forward in a swagger and did not notice the ambush in the woods ahead. Or, since the mountain killed the bastard who often attacked their scattered cavalry, they have not been attacked again, so their vigilance has long been relaxed. The leader of this team of Lannister cavalry is named Burton Crakehall. He is the brother of Earl Roland Crakehall, the Lord of the Westerland Crakehall. As a subordinate specially selected by the mountain, he was a strong man with a strong body and broad shoulders. Swish, swish. The Lannister cavalrymen were attacked by 7 or 8 arrows as soon as they reached the section of the road where Beric and others were ambushing. These arrow shooters were civilian hunters, and the bows and arrows in their hands were not refined and strong bows. Therefore, except for an arrow that accurately hit the right eye of a cavalryman and made him fall off his horse, the other arrows did not penetrate, and the refined armor on the Lannister cavalryman was either bounced off or hung softly on it. Enemy attack. Bolton, who reacted immediately, shouted loudly. He pulled out the round-headed mail hammer from his waist with his right hand and rode his horse to meet Beric and others who ran out of the woods. Bang! Bolton swung the round-headed mail hammer in his hand and hammered it on the right side of the warhorse. A civilian holding a sickle as a weapon immediately splashed blood on the right face. The civilian holding the sickle was hit hard and fell straight to the ground. Half of his face was torn off by the spikes on the round-headed hammer. Swish. Berry, who was on the left side of Burton's horse, took this opportunity to slash the left leg of the horse, which was not moving very fast, with his long sword. Swish. The horse with its left leg cut off screamed and fell to the ground with Burton on its back. Barry was about to go forward to check on Burton's situation, but was entangled by another cavalryman. While trying to kill the cavalryman, Barry's sight unexpectedly caught sight of Thoros standing there in a daze, looking at his flaming longsword. "Thoros, what are you doing?" After pulling the cavalryman off the horse and cutting his neck, Barry shouted at Thoros. Thoros came back to his senses when he heard Barry shout. He immediately rushed up with the flaming longsword in his hand to help. Barry and his men, who were nearly twice the number of Lannister cavalrymen, had a very difficult battle. If there hadn't been a hunter with good archery skills who kept shooting the Lannister cavalry, I'm afraid this ambush they set themselves would have turned into an ambush that would have killed them. Berry, who had suffered 2 minor injuries, had just dealt with the Lannister cavalryman and looked up to observe the battlefield. He found that Burton, who had just fallen off his horse, was not dead, but was hammering a civilian to death. The two of them met their eyes and then rushed towards each other at the same time. This time, one strike decided the outcome. Burton's round-headed iron hammer hit Berry's right head hard. The broken eyeball fell with blood, and Berry's right head was directly smashed. Berry's long sword, from bottom to top, pierced deeply from Burton's chin and went straight into his head. The two of them died together. Burton, who had lost his backbone, and the remaining Lannister cavalry were soon killed by Thoros and others. After the battle, Thoros dropped the flaming longsword in his hand and ran to Berry's side as soon as possible. Thoros pulled the hammer out of Beric's head and immediately recited the prayer he had said last time. "My lord, the Lord of Light, please shine your light on this man." On a prisoner's car with many prisoners, an old man with grey and white hair and many wrinkles on his face noticed Thoros's actions. However, his wise blue eyes were full of confusion about Thoros's actions. As Thoros prayed, Beric's smashed right head quickly recovered, but after his right eye socket recovered, the eyeball inside could not be restored, leaving a terrifying black hole. Wow. Beric, who died for the second time, suddenly sat up. He was resurrected again in Thoros' prayer. Creak. The old man in the prison car, seeing Beric come back to life, immediately grabbed the fence of the prison car with both hands. In addition to the expression of disbelief on his face, you can also see the desire for knowledge in his eyes that is like a burning flame. Winterfell, in a castle. Brandon in the room, closed his eyes tightly, as if he was in a very real dream. He dreamed that he turned into a direwolf and was running freely in the Godswood. After looking up at the red comet in the sky, he quickly ran to the small lake in the godswood. With the help of the clear and calm lake water, he saw himself. It turned out that it was summer. Brandon was awakened by the dream and opened his eyes. In the kennel of Winterfell, there was a separate wolf den temporarily transformed for Nymeria and Lady. There was a captured large grey wolf in each den, locked up with them. Induced by the pheromones secreted by the female wolf in Estrus, the two large grey wolves could not wait to come forward to carry out breeding activities. As the breeding activities came to an end, a red mist rose from Nymeria and Lady. This red mist seemed to be affected by something, and began to churn constantly. Nymeria and Lady's wolf eyes gradually turned blood red. A woo, woo, woo. When the breeding activity was over, they suddenly turned around and bit the grey wolf's neck. The grey wolves and the two wolf dens lost their lives in miserable low whimpers, and Nymeria and the Lady began to bite their bodies continuously. The wall, Castle Black. Jim Mormont, the commander-in-chief of the Night's Watch, looked at the busy rangers who were preparing horses, weapons, dry food and other necessary supplies. They will cross the wall and go outside the wall to find Benjen Stark and explore the secret of the disappearance of the wildlings to see what is brewing or happening outside. Jon, who wanted to go south to join Robb's army, was persuaded by the Night's Watch brothers including Sam. Maester Aemon and Commander Jir also had a good talk with him. Ha ha ha. The iron gate under the Great Wall was opened. Jon turned around and looked around. Sam, melancholy-eyed, Gren and other Night's Watch brothers who were on good terms with him all looked nervous. The other nearly 300 Night's Watch brothers were equally nervous, while others were very calm. Among the new recruits that Euron brought back from King's Landing, two strong men with strange looks also joined the patrol. One was called Sharp Fang. His tongue had been cut off, so he couldn't speak and could only make a hissing sound. The other was called Rorge. He was covered with black hair and had no nose. When he first arrived at Castle Black, he spoke filthy words and deserved a beating. After being punished by Jon, he is now much more honest. However, Rorge, who often hangs out with Sharp Fang, is somewhat afraid of and hates Jon and others. Let's go. Following the order of Commander-in-Chief Jir, a patrol of nearly 300 people rode on war horses and set off from the passage under the Great Wall. Hot Pie, the little fat boy who was assigned to work in the kitchen of Castle Black, looked at their backs and secretly wondered how many people would be able to return to Castle Black again. In the far north of the Great Wall, in a large ghost forest, there is a huge fishbeam tree growing on a hillside, which is extremely lush. Under its hillside is a complex cave system. In one of the empty caves, an old man with long white hair, completely pale bare skin, skinny and ragged clothes, was embedded in countless tangled fishbeam tree roots. The roots of these fishbeam trees passed through his thighs and then protruded from his shoulders. Dark red leaves grew on his bones, and grey mushrooms occupied his forehead. A thin root crawled down his cheek from one of his empty eye sockets and pierced into his neck. This white-haired old man who looked more like a corpse than a living person suddenly opened his intact eye. The eye was blood red and looked extremely creepy. Great three-eyed raven, what's the situation outside now? In the corner of the cave, a short humanoid creature with dark skin and beautiful face, wearing clothes woven from leaves and using a piece of bark as leggings, opened her mouth and asked in the common language of Westeros, "Puff." The three-eyed crow and the root of the weirwood tree first spat out a mouthful of blood from his mouth, and then he answered weakly, "The heart trees south of the Great Wall have all withered and died. It was the man who destroyed the future who sent those ignorant humans to do it. Leaf, you need to warn the other children of the forest. There will be a war here in the near future." Seeing the three-eyed crow spitting blood again, the child of the forest named Leaf immediately said with concern, "I will go to warn them. However, you haven't recovered from the serious injury you suffered last time. Now all the heart trees south of the Great Wall have withered and died. If this goes on, you, who have already exceeded the lifespan of mortals, may. Don't worry about me. I haven't arrived yet when I left. Now, I can feel that something has changed outside, and the power in my body is recovering." The three-eyed crow spoke slowly, and at the same time, the blood-red eye slowly closed, and, "I have already chosen the next three-eyed crow." On the Sunset Sea, the 500-foot-long ocean monster was riding the waves on the sea. Robb, who was in a somewhat impetuous mood, came to the deck of the ocean monster with Bloodwind, who was also conveying his irritable thoughts to him. At a glance, he saw the red comet hanging in the sky. Red comet. So, Daenerys Targaryen has been reborn with 3 dragons? Robb, who understood what the red comet represented, had this thought in his mind instantly. As Robb was thinking about the future, red mist appeared on his body, and the desire for bloodthirsty killing in his mind gradually increased. Am I going to lose control? How is it possible? After Bloodwind's last killing, I only had 53 blood points, which is far from the critical point. Oops, without Nymeria and Lady around, there is no way to consume blood points. Robb, who felt that he was about to lose control, quickly turned his attention to Bloodwind beside him. Name, Bloodwind. Contractor, Robb Stark. Constitution 30, Speed 30, Strength 30, Clan, Psychic direwolf 6, plus, Wolf Pack, Soldier Wolf, Nymeria, Servant Wolf, Lady, Blood Contract Points 53 HMM. The blood contract has a new change. Can clans also add points? Add them to me quickly. Thanks to Changa Zaoling for the 500 point reward, and Lyric for the 500 point reward. Thanks to Mrklef, Da Pirate LG, Wu GKO, Talking Banana, QIU Fengchugsu, Arbitration Agency, Tokugawa Tanuki, and Kita Paper for the monthly votes. Thanks to all the big guys who voted for recommendations every day, and followed me here. Thank you for your support. PS, I actually finished the code this afternoon. I came back late just now, and wanted to delete and modify some things. I didn't finish it until now. Sorry, I will try to write a 6,000 word chapter tomorrow. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 112, Strong Attack. As the red mist rose up and sank into Bloodwind's body, Robb's desire to kill gradually subsided. Since he could add points, the upcoming war would definitely require blood points, so Robb invested 56 blood points very simply, leaving only a little to prevent himself from entering a weak state before the battle. However, this time the tribe's points were a little special. The investment of 56 blood points was like a drop of water sinking into a calm lake, with no reaction at all. Does it need more blood points? Robb stretched out his hand and stroked the soft wolf hair under Bloodwind's neck, guessing the most likely reason in his heart. Abu. Bloodwind, who was stroked very comfortably, looked down and saw Robb's thoughtful expression. Bloodwind stretched out his tongue and licked his palm, then looked at the red comet hanging in the sky and howled to the sky. Lannisport is one of the most important seaports in the Seven Kingdoms and the largest city in the west. In terms of the size of the city, it is much smaller than King's Landing and Old Town, but much larger than Gulltown and White Harbor. In addition to its superior geographical location and prosperous maritime trade, this port city is most famous for producing various precious gold wares. The Lannister family has been strong for many years, and it has its own unique features. They transported the gold produced in the Golden Tooth City to Lannisport to make various precious gold wares, which were sold throughout Westeros and even Essos. The huge wealth obtained established the Lannister family as the richest family in Westeros. Especially in the decades when Tywin Lannister was in charge of the family, the status of the Lannister family in Westeros has become increasingly high. Therefore, Lannister must pay his debts. Tywin Lannister's shit is all gold. These rumors from the mouths of ordinary people have long surpassed the Lannister family's family motto, "Hear my roar." But in fact, the gold mines in Casterly Rock City had been exhausted long ago. Only those foolish people would keep their eyes on the gold in the west, and only mediocre people would rely on the wealth of the Lannister family after seeing it. Gold is a dead thing, and it is just the shell of the Lannister family. The strength of the entire Westerly comes from Tywin's decades of rule. No matter nobles or civilians, they all praise Tywin's greatness and achievements. Under his powerful rule, not only did the Lannister family's external prestige increase, but it also brought unity within the family. Unity can generate strength. So, it can be said that, if it were not for the influence of the foolish descendants, the Lannister family created by Tywin could really replace the Baratheon family and become the royal family ruling the Seven Kingdoms. At this time, many merchant ships and the Lannister family's fleet were anchored in Lannisport. Due to King Balon's rebellion against Robert, the Lannister fleet was completely burned by the Ironmen 10 years ago. Now this fleet has been rebuilt in recent years. As for its combat capability, it can only be said to be barely protecting Lannisport in the offshore area from pirates. A flat-bottomed merchant ship, which had paid various taxes, set sail from Lannisport to Gulltown, the main port in the valley. As it passed the estuary, gradually moved away from Lannisport and sailed towards the Shield Islands. Suddenly, hundreds of Ironman longships with squid mainsails spread across the entire sea surface were heading towards it at a very fast speed. Everyone on this flat-bottomed merchant ship looked desperate. Even if they turned now, they would not have time to avoid the fast-moving Ironman longships. Under the captain's heavy reward, everyone on the flat-bottomed merchant ship took up their weapons, with the determination to die in their hearts, ready to make the final resistance. They had no choice but to make such a choice. The notorious Ironmen would not only plunder the wealth of merchant ships, but also plunder the population of merchant ships as slave labor. Therefore, whenever they encountered their merchant ships, they would fight to the death. However, today is the lucky day for this merchant ship. The Ironborn longship that blocked the entire sea surface did not approach them for a boarding battle, but quickly passed by the left and right sides of the flat-bottomed merchant ship. When the captain of the merchant ship looked at the Ironborn longship, that did not offend them with a puzzled look on his face. A large warship with a sea monster shaped, huge grey iron hammer on the bow passed by them. In their eyes, a giant armored wolf like a monster looked down at them from the tall Ironborn warship. The look in his eyes, like examining prey, made the people on the merchant ship shudder, and a fear of the creatures at the top of the food chain rose from the bottom of their hearts. As hundreds of Ironborn longships passed by the merchant ships, the captain of the merchant ship swallowed nervously. Looking at the Ironborn longship fleet heading towards Lannisport, he immediately shouted, "Quick, quick, sail at full speed, leave here. Something big is going to happen in Lannisport." At the Lannisport garrison base, Stafford Lannister sat on a comfortable recliner and directed his subordinates to register new recruits. He is Tywin's cousin and the younger brother of Tywin's wife, Joan Lannister. Tywin knew that Stafford had no talent for command. Therefore, before he went out to take away most of the Westerlands troops this time, he arranged for Stafford to recruit and train new recruits in the Westerlands in case of emergency. Originally, he should have been recruiting new soldiers in a village not far from Lannisport. However, Stafford's son, Davon Lannister, was the commander of the Lannisport garrison. So, Stafford took advantage of his son's convenience, abandoned the poor village, and came to the comfortable Lannisport garrison base to recruit new soldiers. Ding, ding, ding. A series of rapid and loud alarm bells came, and Stafford immediately stood up from the recliner. This was the early warning alarm bell of the port tower, which had not sounded for nearly 10 years. There was only one situation in which it was sounded, that is, a large number of enemies invaded Lannisport. Stafford has currently recruited more than 2,000 new soldiers. After a moment of hesitation, he ordered his subordinates to assemble the new soldiers, distribute weapons and equipment, and prepare to take these new soldiers to assist in the defense of the port. When he walked out of the Lannisport garrison base with the scattered new soldiers, the usually prosperous Lannisport was already in great chaos. There were merchants fleeing with goods and civilians fleeing with their families everywhere, crying, searching for people, and screaming mixed together. It was extremely noisy. Stafford, who was heading in the opposite direction towards the port with the new recruits, saw that the road ahead was blocked by the crowded civilians fleeing for their lives. He frowned and drew his sword to slash forward. A civilian woman was slashed in the neck by him, and a lot of blood gushed out from the large gap on her neck. Ah! When the other civilians saw the noble lord draw his sword, they immediately screamed and fled to the side roads on both sides, and the road ahead was instantly vacant. Stafford, who was determined to kill, showed no mercy to his men. He walked on the bloody road and brought the new recruits with him who looked reluctant to come to the port of Lannisport. Hundreds of Ironman longships with squid mainsails occupied the entire port sea of Lannisport. The 60 or 70 odd warships of the Lannister fleet docked on the left bank of the port were surrounded by more than 3 times the Ironman longships. Countless soldiers were boarding and engaging in boarding battles. In addition, there were nearly 100 Ironman longships, including large warships, which were dispersing and approaching the various places of Lannisport. It seemed that these Ironmen were not just for plundering, but were preparing to occupy Lannisport completely. Stafford saw his son Davin leading nearly 2,000 well-equipped Lannisport garrisons, lining up in front of the port, ready to fight against the enemy with nearly 100 Ironman longships. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A dull sound of breaking through the air came, and those large warships of the Ironmen were actually loaded with trebuchets, a siege weapon. Dozens of millstone-sized stones were seen heading towards the Lannisport garrison lined up in the port. Bang, bang, bang. On the undulating sea, only a small number of the low-precision trebuchets hit the Lannisport garrison. Most of the others either hit various large and small merchant ships parked at the port, or hit the shops and buildings behind, smashing out millstone-sized holes. But even if they were hit by a few of them, how could the flesh and blood of the Lannisport garrison withstand the big rocks? Any garrison soldier who was unfortunately hit by the rocks basically only had half of his body left, and the other half of his body turned into a blurry meat paste. The formation of the Lannisport garrison suddenly began to become chaotic, with some scattered traces. However, this is not over yet. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As nearly 100 Ironborn warships approached quickly, a sharp sound of breaking through the air sounded, and the arrows, that seemed to cover the entire sky, were thrown at a high angle, and fell on the port of Lannisport like raindrops. The accuracy of these arrows was much higher than that of the catapults. The Lannisport garrison, covered by the rain of arrows, suddenly suffered a large number of casualties. In fact, it can also be seen from here that the Lannisport garrison has not seen war for a long time, and the commander has obvious problems in tactical judgment. Their advantage is their familiarity with Lannisport. They can obviously use various buildings to fight the enemy, and engage in street fighting to occupy the terrain. However, they lined up in front of the enemy like a cavalry battle. After these 2 long-range attacks, the Lannisport garrison suffered hundreds of casualties, and their morale dropped very quickly, with some signs of collapse. Bang, bang, bang. Since Lannisport was docked with various large and small merchant ships, these Ironman longships, which had not slowed down, used the bow ramming rods to ram these merchant ships, and then use them as springboards to land at the port. Just now, due to the distance, Stafford did not see clearly. Now he realized that among these soldiers, who were preparing to land at the port, only a few were dressed in typical Ironman costumes, and most of the others were dressed as Northern soldiers. Lord Tywin, Lord Kevin, weren't they fighting against Northern soldiers? How could so many Northern soldiers all come to Lannisport? Seeing so many Northern soldiers, Stafford couldn't figure out what was going on. Lord Stafford, should we retreat, or? Seeing Stafford's dazed face, one of his subordinates reminded him. Stafford, who had reacted, turned around with a look of grief and anger, and shouted to the new recruits behind him, most of whom had expressions of fear on their faces. Of course, we will fight to the death with these invaders. Warriors of the West, charge. Charge. Kill. Hearing Stafford's roar, the new recruits immediately plucked up their courage, picked up their weapons, and rushed towards the port. Seeing that the subordinate who reminded him was really about to draw his sword and charge, Stafford grabbed his wrist, looked around, and then whispered, "Don't you want to die? Go and call my son back. I'll wait for you here. Lannisport can't be defended. We will return to Casterly Rock." "Oh, yes." The subordinate heard what Stafford said and finally understood. He immediately nodded and agreed, and then went to Davin, who was trying to reorganize the formation. Bang. When Stever's men ran to the middle of the port, a large warship with a sea monster shaped, huge grey iron hammer on the bow, smashed a small merchant ship docked at the port into 2 pieces, and then docked next to him with the resistance of the small merchant ship. Stever's men were not injured by the sea monster warship, but a huge black shadow fell from the sky and hit him head on. Crack. Puff. A crisp bone-breaking sound rang out, and Stever's men spurted out a large mouthful of blood. He stretched out his hands like a last breath, trying to move the giant claws stepping on his sunken chest, but he couldn't move even a little bit with all his strength. As the strength disappeared, his hands fell softly to the ground. Steva looked at the armored giant wolf that trampled his men to death with a shocked face. On the armored giant wolf sat a fully armed knight holding a giant sword. Stafford, who had never seen such a giant wolf rider, turned around and ran away. In his opinion, only the legendary dragon riders of Targaryen could be better. Robb watched a wisp of red mist rise from under Bloodwind's body and sank into his body. He sat high on Bloodwind's back and looked around the prosperous port. The Lannister fleet on the left had no ability to resist the enemy that was 3 times their size. He led 7 or 8,000 people to land at the port head on. They were currently landing and fighting with the Lannister army of more than 1,000 people. However, judging from the number, it should be a one-sided situation. Robb did not use a night attack or other strategies to attack Lannisport this time. Instead, he attacked directly, because he knew that Tywin had withdrawn most of the troops from the west, and Lannisport had no more than a few thousand defensive troops. Wars cannot always be carried out in an unconventional way. Such a good opportunity to overwhelm others is just right for his army to attack head-on. Moreover, since he lacked blood points this time, he could add points to Bloodwind at any time. Since he had lost control, Robb could finally fire at full power without any scruples. Bloodwind, did you see the people wearing that kind of armor? Let's go to where there are many people. We have been timid and frustrated for so long. Let's kill them to our heart's content today. Seeing that the overall situation was settled, Robb patted Bloodwind's refined wolf armor and spoke. Hearing Robb's words, Bloodwind, whose killer instinct had been aroused by the blood, exerted his strength with his strong limbs and quickly rushed towards the nearly 2,000 new recruits under Stafford in front. Ah. Monster, everyone attack the monster behind you first. Bloodwind, who was so huge, would of course be discovered by this group of recruits, and a recruit immediately shouted loudly. Except for a small number of recruits who saw the galloping Bloodwind, they were frightened by it, and their legs became weak, standing there dumbly and unable to move. Most of the other recruits were able to muster up their courage, raise their weapons in their hands, and turn around to rush towards Bloodwind. Bang, bang, bang. When the two sides were about to approach, Bloodwind, who was used to hiding some of his physical abilities, suddenly accelerated and crashed into the crowd of Lannister recruits who were unable to react in time. Suddenly, there was a commotion, and several recruits were knocked away by Bloodwind. The one who was knocked the farthest fell directly into the sea water of the harbor. Bloodwind entered the group of Lannister recruits and used its huge claws with sharp nails to attack the recruits in front of it alternately from left to right. The recruits hit by its claws first had several deep lacerations on their bodies and then were blown away by the huge force. Those who were attacked by Bloodwind's huge claws were basically killed on the spot, and a small amount of red mist rose from their bodies. Those who were not killed on the spot were basically seriously injured and fell to the ground like a rag doll, gasping for breath. As the red mist sank in, Robb, riding on Bloodwind's back, could feel the power surging in his body. The length of the giant sword in his hand, the ice, was just enough to attack the heads of these Lannister recruits. Therefore, any recruit he hit would either have his entire head chopped off, or only half or less of his head would be left hanging on the body. A Lannister recruit wanted to attack from behind Bloodwind, but Bloodwind, sensing this, immediately turned around nimbly, and at the same time, stretched out his wolf mouth and directly picked up the bold recruit. Ah! Bloodwind's head used force to throw the recruit into the air behind him. When the soldier was screaming in fear, Robb's ice suddenly chopped him in half with one sword. Crash! Bloodwind, who had thrown out the recruit, quickly carried Robb away from the spot. The soldier, who was cut into 2 pieces, with a lot of blood mixed with various organs in his body, fell behind them like a torrential rain. Watching the horrific killings coordinated by Robb and Bloodwind, the northern soldiers who had seen Bloodwind's might were able to adapt a little bit, just swallowing their saliva secretly, to ease the discomfort of the extremely bloody scene. And an Ironborn who followed Robb's charge was stunned, and stood there stupidly, muttering to himself, "Fortunately we are allies. Fortunately we are allies." The garrison responsible for maintaining law and order in Lannisport is actually more well trained than King's Landing or Old Town. Although they had not fought for a long time and lacked experience, they were almost defeated by long-range attacks when they were lined up in a concentrated formation at the beginning. But when it came to close combat, they relied on their usual strict training to resist the impact of the northern soldiers and the Ironborn. After knocking an Ironborn holding a mace to the ground with a sword, Davin took the time to look up and glance at the situation in the port. Retreat. There are too many enemies. Return to the streets we are familiar with, divide into patrol teams, and fight them. Unlike his father, Davin has a talent for command. Although he suffered from the lack of war experience at the beginning, he grew up quickly and could tell the general situation at a glance, and then thought about how to deal with it correctly. As Davin's order was transmitted, there were more than 1,300 garrison members left. They retreated while fighting, retreating to the streets of the town behind them. A stream of red mist kept pouring into Bloodwind's body, which was Robb's real-time addition to it. But the points added to the tribe item seemed like a bottomless pit. With the previous 52 points, Robb had invested nearly 150 blood pact points, but there was no response. However, from other aspects, this was also what Robb wanted to see, which was more conducive to him and Bloodwind to fully exert their strength. Bloodwind grabbed a recruit in front of him and killed him with one claw. There were no other enemies in front of him. Robb and Bloodwind, one man and one wolf, directly killed this group of recruits. Behind them, a small number of recruits were fighting with the northern soldiers and Ironmen who followed Robb. Most of the recruits dropped their weapons and fled madly towards the town of Lannisport. In fact, Robb and Bloodwind personally killed less than 100 recruits, but their killing methods and postures were too deterrent. Robb rode on Bloodwind's back and observed the current situation. So far, the port of Lannisport has basically been brought under the control of the Northern Army. He turned his head and took a look at the garrison of more than 1,000 people who were retreating into the town in an orderly manner. He said to the messenger who just caught up with him panting, "Send the message. Earl Rickard, Earl John will lead the troops to pursue the enemy soldiers retreating into the town. Little John and Eddard will lead their cavalry to block Casterly Rock. Everyone else can plunder on their own and finally hand over 80% of the proceeds. But they must abide by the orders I issued in advance. Indiscriminate killing and sexual abuse are prohibited. Violators will be punished by military law. Let Clay lead the supervision team to supervise. Thank you to Kyan Ziran for the 1,500 points reward. Thank you to Marsman for the 600 points reward. Thank you to Piers and Dandelion for the points reward. Thank you to Kyan Ziran, Kyan Husama for the monthly votes. Thank you for voting for recommendations every day and all the big guys who follow here. Thank you for your support. P.S. There are problems with Diana Yang's book reviews and chapter reviews during this period. They cannot be displayed and replied, and some are automatically deleted. It's not just this book, but many books are like this. Please continue to comment. I can see it. Then, after it was put on the shelves, there was no recommendation, and the data basically did not grow. Fortunately, there is still your support. Thank you for supporting this book. Chapter 113, Establishing Authority. In the town of Lannisport, tens of thousands of merchants and civilians hid in their homes. They shivered as they listened to the chaotic sounds outside, which were intertwined with various voices. In the eastern part of the town, in a brand new two-story building, a couple aged about 34 or 35 and their 14-year-old daughter hid in the upstairs bedroom. The husband held a wooden stick as thick as his wrist and looked nervously at the door that he had blocked with a wardrobe. His wife hugged their daughter and curled up in the corner of the room. Bang! A loud sound of breaking the door came from downstairs, followed by footsteps and the noise of things falling and breaking. Hearing the movement downstairs, the husband's forehead kept sweating, and his hands holding the wooden stick tightened again and again, looking obviously very nervous. Behind him, his wife and daughter hugged each other tightly, their curled bodies trembling constantly. Dong dong dong. Bang. A sound of footsteps coming upstairs was heard, and then the bedroom door they were in was pushed inward roughly. Due to the obstruction of the wardrobe, the person outside could not push open the bedroom door. Crack. There was a sound of a sharp axe chopping wood. It was obviously the uninvited guest outside who was chopping the bedroom door. Knowing that the worst situation had come, the extremely nervous husband looked back at his wife and daughter. When he turned his head, his eyes became very firm, and his trembling hand slowly calmed down. Crack. Bang. With the violent breaking of the door by the uninvited guest outside, the bedroom door was chopped to pieces, and the wardrobe behind it was also directly pushed down. The husband saw a burly figure stepping into the room, and he swung the wooden stick with all his strength. Bang! The wooden stick hit the right shoulder of the burly figure, making a muffled sound. The burly man gritted his teeth and took a breath of cold air because of the pain, then turned around and punched his husband in the face. Ah! The wife hiding in the corner saw her husband fall to the ground with blood all over his face and couldn't help screaming. Hearing the noise upstairs, the uninvited guests downstairs also came upstairs one after another. There were 3 uninvited guests, dressed in typical northern soldiers' attire. They were burly, fierce looking, and wearing standard male armor with the family emblem of 2 crossed long axes guarding the black crown on the male armor. After the other 2 northern soldiers entered the bedroom, they began to search for valuable items, such as golden dragons, silver deer, jewelry, and gold objects. The burly man who was hit on the right shoulder by his husband rubbed his shoulder while examining the wife and daughter in the corner. There are many collateral members of the Lannister family or more humble distant relatives in Lannisport. The wife and daughter obviously have the golden hair of the Lannister family. Although their faces are full of fear, they can't hide their fair skin and beautiful faces. The burly man rubbed his right shoulder hard and walked towards the mother and daughter in the corner with a lewd smile. Ah! Seeing the burly man coming with lust in his eyes, the mother and daughter knew what would happen, and they immediately screamed shrilly. Hey, remember the military discipline of the King of the North read out by the military judge. If you make a mistake, our whole team will be punished. We are here to make money. If we have money, why can't we find women? Don't do stupid things. The 2 northern soldiers who were looting could of course hear the screams of the mother and daughter, so they immediately frowned and shouted loudly to the burly man. Those scumbags in the technical academy can compare with these 2 Lannisters? If you don't tell us, who can know what happened here? Damn, we are not allowed to vent our desires after winning the battle. Fuck the military discipline. Fuck the King of the North. The burly man heard the words, turned his head, and replied rudely to them, then reached out and grabbed the mother while taking off his pants, tearing her high quality clothes. Screams and crying immediately filled the house. Seeing that the persuasion was ineffective, the 2 northern soldiers looked at each other, shook their heads, and continued to look for various valuable items and put them into the pockets they came across. Bang, bang. The burly man had just taken off his pants and tore off the woman's clothes when he heard 2 heavy objects falling behind him. He immediately turned around and saw several soldiers wearing Lannister armor pulling out bloody swords from his 2 companions. Ah! As the burly man turned his head back, he felt a sharp pain in his lower body. He screamed and looked down. The naked woman in front of him took out a delicate and small dagger from somewhere and stabbed it into his lower body. Then, a long sword pierced his neck from behind, stopping his screams. Daffin pulled out the long sword from the back of the northern soldier's neck and pushed his body aside. Then, he tore off his cloak from his back and wrapped it around the naked woman. Lord Daffin, this civilian is just unconscious and still alive. A member of the garrison checked the husband's condition and reported to Daffin. Daffin nodded at him, then turned to the wife and said, "It's not safe outside now. Your house has been searched and is in a mess. No one will come to search again in a short time. Don't close the door. Hide here. Also, try to make yourself and your daughter dirty. Thank you, sir." Hearing the woman's thanks, Davin stood up with a firm face, led his garrison members downstairs, and continued along the street towards the Lannisport garrison base. The more than 1,000 garrison members he led have been divided into small teams of 10 people, fighting and retreating in the streets they are familiar with. Lannisport is a large town, and it will take a while to walk out. Davin and others' retreat target is Casterly Rock. As a member of the Lannister family, he certainly knows how strong Casterly Rock is. Now most of the guards of Casterly Rock have been taken away by Tywin, and there may be less than 1,000 people left. Judging from the enemy's current strength, if they continue to attack the city regardless of losses, they may really be captured. But as long as the more than 1,000 garrison members enter Casterly Rock, which has high walls and strong defense capabilities, to assist in the defense. Kevin believes that this stone castle that has never fallen will still stand tall in the west. But the garrison base that Davin is heading to now is in the east of Lannisport, which is not in the same direction as Casterly Rock in the north. This is because Davin did not find Stafford when he was fighting the enemy in the port, so he was worried about his father and took a detour to come here. Behind this group of evacuated Lannister soldiers, Lord Rickard and Gretchen, each leading nearly 1,500 northern soldiers, are chasing after them with high morale. Since the nearly 1,000 new recruits also fled into the town, Lord Rickard and Gretchen have begun to divide their troops to pursue them. They do not distinguish between the enemy, whether they are garrison members or new recruits. In their view, these are all merits of escape. But this also led to their troops becoming more and more dispersed in the unfamiliar streets after they gradually went deeper into the town. In an alley, a team of 9 Lannister recruits escorted Stavor to the north of Lannisport. But behind them, 12 Karstark soldiers were chasing them. A young recruit who was left behind was hit on the heel by a Karstark soldier, and he immediately fell to the ground with a scream. His scream did not last long, and other Karstark soldiers who quickly surrounded him swung their swords and opened more than a dozen deep bloody holes on his body. This won't work, let's fight them. Looking at his teammates who were stabbed to death by random swords behind him, a recruit finally couldn't bear it and shouted loudly, "Yes, fight them. They only have a few more people than us, and they may not lose. If we can win, I will reward each of you with 5 gold dragons." Stavor heard this and immediately encouraged the recruits around him with a lot of money. Hearing Stavor's huge reward and facing a human, not that terrifying giant wolf, the new recruits looked at each other and nodded, then immediately raised their weapons and rushed towards the Karstark soldiers behind them. Seeing that they had entangled the enemy pursuers, Stafford immediately showed joy on his face and fled alone along the alley towards the north. It was obvious that this group of new recruits could not be the opponent of the Karstark soldiers. After a short bloody fight, 8 new recruits only took the lives of 2 Karstark soldiers. The noble they desperately protected had golden hair and must be a Lannister. This is a great achievement. Brothers, hurry up and catch up. After killing all the enemies, a Karstark soldier looked at the direction where Stafford fled and said. His words obviously won the approval of everyone. The 10 Karstark soldiers immediately continued to chase forward. The first 3 of the Karstark soldiers had just run out of the alley, and they were greeted by the attacks of more than 10 long swords on both sides. The 3 Karstark soldiers who were unable to dodge were instantly chopped to the ground. When all the teammates behind them came out, they found that there were nearly 30 Lannister soldiers ambushing them at the alley. Even though the Karstark soldiers were more powerful than them, they were outnumbered and killed 5 enemies before being killed by them. Seeing that the pursuers behind him were finally killed, Stafford breathed a sigh of relief. He said to the more than 20 members of the garrison, "I'm Stafford Lannister, the father of your commander Davin. Now escort me to Casterly Rock." Yes. Lannisport has been completely in chaos today. The north and east of the town are still fighting fiercely, while the west and south are a feast for looters. Although Robb asked the military judge to emphasize military discipline before the war, northern soldiers like those killed by Davin are not uncommon in this looting feast. Bang! Clay kicked open the door of a room where a woman's crying sounded. Inside the room, there was a dead body of a male civilian. Several naked northern soldiers were holding down a crying civilian woman and taking turns to rape her. Violation of military discipline. Take them all away. As soon as Clay finished speaking, several fully armed soldiers of the war squad rushed in from outside the door. They first asked these northern soldiers who violated military discipline to put on their clothes, then tied their hands with ropes prepared in advance, and finally took them away together. The number of the war squad in this battle reached an unprecedented 2,000 people. In fact, they were the 2,000 Winterfell soldiers led by Clay to surround Pike City. Robb had guessed that this would definitely happen during the looting of Lannisport, so he directly assigned these 2,000 soldiers to Clay to continue commanding. After receiving Robb's order, Clay divided the 2,000-man war squad into small teams, patrolling and supervising the looting area in a covering manner. Due to the joint discipline system promulgated by the King of the North, most of the northern soldiers mainly plundered wealth and were able to restrain their desires. Even if a few people can't restrain themselves, his teammates in the squad can help him restrain himself in order to avoid joint responsibility. Therefore, it is very rare for the entire squad to violate military discipline at the same time. However, in a base of tens of thousands of people, a very small number is not a small number. In less than half an hour of looting, 70 to 80 soldiers who violated the rules were captured by the supervision team. Most of these 70 to 80 soldiers who violated the rules were responsible for driving longboats and following the Northern Army to attack the port. Lord Clay, our two supervision teams are arresting people in the West District, but there are Northern nobles leading people to resist. I sneaked away and came to inform you. As soon as Clay walked out of the house, an anxious soldier of the supervision team hurriedly reported the situation to him. Gather the nearby supervision team members and follow me. Clay heard this, without anger on his face. He had already thought of these situations, but he ordered the soldier in a calm tone. Yes. The soldier of the supervision team nodded in response, and immediately turned around to gather people. When Clay led hundreds of members of the supervisory team to a high-end residence in the western part of the port, he immediately saw 19 soldiers of the supervisory team kneeling on the ground with bruised faces and noses, surrounded by nearly 100 soldiers from the Northern Territory. Draw your sword. Attacking the supervisory team is equivalent to treason. Seeing his soldiers being humiliated, the elegant Clay was immediately furious and shouted loudly. Clang, clang. The hundreds of soldiers of the supervisory team behind him drew their swords and prepared for battle upon hearing the order. I'm Ruth Lacewell, Lord of the Streamland, son of Earl Roderick Lacewell. You, the supervisory team, took the initiative to attack me, and now you are slandering us for treason? A disheveled young man heard the noise outside and ran out of the high-end residence, questioning Clay loudly. The military discipline of the king in the north prohibits indiscriminate killing and sexual abuse. You violated military discipline and attacked the war squad, which is treason. Clay could guess the reason for this matter as soon as he saw his appearance. It must be this Rose who violated military discipline, and the war squad wanted to arrest him, and his family soldiers beat up and disarmed the soldiers of the war squad in order to protect Rose. My father is the Earl of Streamland, my sister is the Countess of Barrowton, and I'm named after Lord Rose Bolton. Well, anyway, I'm also a relative of Lord Ramsay Bolton. I just enjoyed a few civilians. What's the problem? You want to arrest me just because of this? Rose directly revealed his background with a very arrogant expression. I don't want to hear your family tree. Very good. Since you have taken the initiative to admit that you have violated military discipline, there is nothing to say. Brothers of the supervisory team, catch him for me. Anyone who dares to stop you will be killed on the spot. If there is any problem, I will be responsible. Yes. As Clay gave the order mercilessly, the soldiers of the supervisory team clenched their weapons and formed a neat military formation in groups of 10, slowly approaching Luce and others. Seeing that Clay was serious for a few lowly civilians, Luce gritted his teeth and shouted loudly, kill them for me. Don't worry, if there is any problem, I will protect you. Kill. The soldiers of the Streamland immediately drew their weapons and rushed towards the soldiers of the supervisory team after hearing Luce's words. Help. Just as the two sides were about to fight together, a huge figure rushed past the soldiers of the Streamland, and then Luce's cry for help was heard. Everyone heard the sound and turned to look. The king of the north was seen sitting on the back of the armored giant wolf. In the wolf's mouth was Rose, who was very arrogant just now, but he was crying for help with tears. Cray, catch them all. Robb glanced at the stream soldiers coldly and said to Cray. The stream soldiers did not dare to resist at all in the face of Bloodwind's extremely intimidating cold eyes. Besides, their master Rose was still in Bloodwind's mouth. I'll take them to the port. Cray, continue your mission. Robb said after the soldiers of the war team tied up all the stream soldiers. Yes, your majesty. Theon led most of the Ironmen and the Northern Army on this expedition, and after completely defeating the Lannister fleet, he came to the port of Lannisport with nearly 1,000 captives. He immediately saw Robb riding on Bloodwind, and hundreds of soldiers tied up and kneeling on the ground in the port, including both Ironmen and Northern soldiers. Beside them, most of the Earls of the North stood quietly, without speaking. Now that everyone is here, I will make the judgment. Bloodwind received the message and slowly knelt down his huge body. After Robb jumped off it, he spoke loudly. "Your Majesty." Seeing that Robb did not ask for everyone's opinions at all, he directly pronounced the judgment. In the stream, Earl Roderick could not help but shout, "Military discipline is as hard as iron." Last time, because everyone begged for mercy, I made an exception for Earl John. But there must not be a second time. In the name of the King of the North, I declare that all soldiers who violate military discipline will be beheaded. Robb held the unsheathed ice and had no intention of paying attention to Earl Roderick. He walked slowly towards the kneeling soldiers and announced loudly, "Swish." As soon as he finished speaking, he came in front of Robbo's lace well. Seeing his face full of tears and snot, Robb raised the ice without mercy and swung it down suddenly. Robbo's head fell to the ground and rolled in front of Lord Roderick. Lord Roderick burst into tears when he saw his son's head. Swish, swish, swish. Robb did not use others to behead hundreds of people. He executed all the executions by himself. The port was unusually quiet at this time. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts as they watched Robb, who was beheading people and covered in blood. Robb had expected the current situation. This was part of his plan to establish his authority and military discipline. Daenerys Targaryen, a woman, could restrain the Dothraki cavalry and stop abusing them after the victory of the war. Robb believed that he could do it too. It just so happened that this attack on Lannisport was the first looting operation of the Northern Army. Robb thought that he should establish military discipline now to prevent them from being more difficult to restrain after tasting the sweetness. The military discipline of the Winterfell direct troops was completely fine, and the northern soldiers should also have no problem after establishing their authority this time. The most difficult ones are actually the Ironmen led by Theon. For them, the sexual abuse after victory is already a part of life, so this time Robb specifically asked Theon to take most of the Ironmen to deal with the Lannister fleet, because he was worried that all the Ironmen would violate military discipline and then behead them all. As Robb raised his knife and beheaded them, a large amount of red mist gathered towards him. He has been adding points to Bloodwind in real time. When a total of 1000 blood points are invested, Bloodwind's ethnic attributes can no longer be added. Abu. Bloodwind, who seemed to sense something, suddenly howled to the sky. Robb heard the sound and saw that Bloodwind's body vacated a large amount of red mist, forming a red sphere, which tightly wrapped it inside. Thank you to the Wolf King Hades for the 1500 points reward. Thank you to the book friend 20180928122622970 for the points reward. Thank you to the Wolf King Hades, the immortal god of Kagura, and the monthly votes. Thank you to everyone who votes for recommendations every day and reads here. Thank you for your support. Chapter 114 Extraordinary, 6000 chapters. In Robb's field of vision, layers of red mist enveloped Bloodwind, and he could not see the situation inside at all. However, since the change was caused by the Blood Pact, he had nothing to worry about. He turned around and continued the beheading that had not yet been completed. The remaining nearly 30 soldiers who violated the rules were frightened by Robb's cold-blooded and cruel methods and cried loudly and begged for mercy. But this time was to establish iron-blooded military discipline and deter the entire army. How could Robb spare them? Boom, boom, boom. When the last head of the violating soldier was chopped off, Robb was already covered in blood, like a bloody man. Clang. He slammed the ice on the ground, looked around the silent port, and said loudly, "Under my command, military discipline is as strong as iron, and rewards and punishments are clear. Plunder is allowed, but killing and raping are not allowed. If anyone disagrees, you can raise it now. I allow you to leave Lannisport with your family soldiers, but from now on, you will no longer be my vassal, and no longer belong to my rule." Robb finished speaking, and his eyes swept over the Iron Nobles behind Theon. They all lowered their heads and looked obedient. These shrewd guys understood that they were different from these northern nobles. With the iron-blooded methods of this northern king, if they really took people away, they would not be able to return to the Iron Islands alive. Robb's eyes swept over the Iron Nobles and scanned the crowd of northern nobles. The tearful Earl Roderick was about to speak, and his daughter, Countess Barbara Dustin, stretched out her hand and grabbed her father tightly, shaking her head at him secretly. She and her father had actually been dissatisfied with the Stark family for a long time. When she was young, she once gave herself to Brandon Stark of the previous generation, but Brandon finally decided to marry Catelyn Tully. So Lord Rodrik asked him to marry Robb's father, Eddard. Then because Rickard and Brandon died together in King's Landing, Eddard inherited his brother's engagement and married Catelyn. Barbara tried to marry Stark twice but failed, so she married William Dustin, Earl of Barrowton. As a result, less than half a year after the marriage, Eddard summoned the northern vassals to fight the Usurper War and took William south. William followed Eddard to participate in the Battle of the Tower of Joy. In the end, only Eddard and Howland Reed returned to the north alive. Due to the war at that time, Eddard could not even bring back William's body. Therefore, Barbara's resentment for Stark has long been buried in her heart. But this time Eddard Stark died in King's Landing, and the famous Bloodwolf Lord in the north summoned all the vassals. If they do not respond to the call, they should be the first to bear the brunt, and will be used by the Bloodwolf Lord to establish his prestige. Therefore, after discussing with her father, she was ready to perfunctorily deal with the Bloodwolf Lord and fulfill the obligations that the noble vassal should fulfill in name. They only brought 500 soldiers each to Winterfell to respond to the call. But who knew that the other northern nobles simply took out all their family assets and promoted Robb as the king of the north on the first day he returned to Winterfell. Under this trend, she and her father could only follow the northern army obediently all the way and came to Lannisport in a daze. Today, when Lannisport has not been completely occupied just because of a few civilians, her brother Roros was beheaded by the king of the north to establish his prestige and establish military discipline. Seeing that her father was a little impulsive and wanted to leave, Barbara immediately grabbed him. She could hear what the king of the north meant just now. You can leave with your troops, but after leaving, you are no longer my vassal and do not have to accept my rule. In this war that swept across Westeros, if you are not my friend, you may be my enemy. There is no need to say what means he will use to treat his enemies. Robb saw the actions of the father and daughter. He had paid attention to the only female lord besides Countess Maggie of Bear Island. However, Countess Barbara has always been very well behaved. She was silent on the way south and did not do anything unusual. After secretly paying attention to the two, Robb showed a satisfied expression on his face, nodded and said, "Very good, I'm honored that you can choose to continue to be loyal to me. Now, without violating military discipline, continue to plunder the entire Lannisport. Let's empty this prosperous town together." Yes. Hearing Robb's initiative to let them continue to plunder, the nobles and all the soldiers in the north answered excitedly and immediately turned around and rushed towards the town. Clay, pile all these bodies and heads together, let the supervision team set up a checkpoint at the port exit, and everyone must hand over 80% of the loot. Return Rollo's body to Earl Rodrik. Seeing the crowd at the port gradually dissipate, Robb turned his head and ordered Clay beside him. "Yes, your majesty." Clay nodded and agreed, and immediately took people to do the work. Seeing that Robb had arranged everything, Theon, with Ramsay and Quinton, came forward to report the results of the battle to him. "Your majesty, the Lannister fleet is all large rowing warships. Although not as flexible as longships, they are more suitable for transporting troops and food and supplies. Except for a few ships that were seriously damaged, the other more than 60 ships can be put into use after a little repair. Well, you did a great job. Theon, I will set aside 1/10 of the final harvest of Lannisport this time as a reward for your military exploits." "Haha, thank you, your majesty." Seeing Theon's smiling face, Robb suddenly turned his head to Ramsay and Quinton and said, "Ramsay, Quinton, you don't have to stay here. You can take people to the town to see if there is any harvest." "Yes, your majesty." Hearing this, Ramsay and Quinton immediately saluted and left. "Robb, what's the matter?" Seeing Robb dismiss Ramsay and Quinton, Theon immediately walked up and asked in a low voice. Robb did not answer his question, but asked, "Theon, what do you think of Bloodwind's current state?" "Bloodwind?" It just cried out for no apparent reason, and now it's lying on the ground and sleeping. "Robb, are you dazzled by all the killing? It's so big, you can't see it." Theon looked at Robb in surprise when he heard his question, and answered. He didn't know that in Robb's vision, Bloodwind had been completely blocked by the red mist sphere. Knowing that Bloodwind should be undergoing a transformation, Robb nodded and brought the topic back on track. Let's not talk about this for now, let's talk about business first. I asked you to stay because I want you to select a team of reliable people to carefully search for a secret entrance along the Sunset Sea below Casterly Rock. Is there a secret entrance to Casterly Rock? Hearing this, Theon's eyes widened, and he immediately asked, well, this is what Tyrion accidentally revealed when we were chatting in Winterfell. He was once in charge of repairing the sewer system of Casterly Rock, and his father forbade him to bring his maidens into the city. So, when he was repairing the sewer, he left a secret entrance. However, he didn't tell the exact location. It should be in a bay somewhere below Casterly Rock. Robb half-truthed to Theon, and Theon couldn't go to Tyrion to confirm it anyway. Is there such a thing? If this is true, then this legendary castle, that has never been conquered, may be conquered by us. TSK, I heard that the gold of the Lannister family is piled up like a mountain. Robb, we are going to make a fortune this time. Before they even found the entrance, Theon seemed to have already possessed the infinite wealth of the Lannisters. His eyes were full of excitement. Don't get excited too soon. Find the secret entrance first. This is the first thing. The second thing is, when we completely occupy Lannisport, you will use all the ships to start transferring all the people in Lannisport to the Iron Islands. Robb glanced at the excited Theon, reminded him, and continued to talk about other things. Transfer the population? Oh, are you sending them back to be slaves? We can't transfer all of them. The elderly and children can't do the work. We have to pick strong young people. Theon analyzed the second thing Robb said very seriously. Theon, don't let your thinking be influenced by the Iron Race. That won't accomplish anything. What is the basis of Tywin's rule? These merchants, craftsmen, and civilians who create wealth for him. Whether we transfer these people to the Iron Islands or the North, it is equivalent to digging his foundation. Also, what do you mean by only young people? Many of the elderly here are experienced craftsmen, and children are the future of a family. They must be taken away together, so that they can truly settle down. Robb taught Theon tirelessly, wanting him to truly learn to think and rule, instead of just killing, burning, and looting like a pure Iron Man. Theon looked at Robb with a serious expression, nodded thoughtfully and said, I understand, Robb. You think this war will not end easily in a short time, so you are constantly weakening Tywin? Well, not bad. It seems that you have learned a lot during this period. Well, you go find the entrance to Casterly Rock first. I will stay here to take care of Bloodwind. Robb heard this, nodded with satisfaction, and said, okay, wait for my good news. Da. Little John, with Gendry and 500 Winterfell light cavalry, is heading towards Casterly Rock. The transport longships of the Northern Army did not dock normally due to the large and small merchant ships parked at the port of Lannisport. This made it difficult for the horses on the ship to disembark through the gangway. After receiving the order, Little John and Eddard spent a long time to get some transport longships to the shore and gather 500 war horses. As time was running out, Little John discussed with Eddard and left Eddard to continue transporting the war horses. He took Gendry, who followed Robb's orders, and joined the cavalry to go to Casterly Rock for reconnaissance. Casterly Rock stands on a high rock, and even though Little John and others had never been to the west, they could still identify the direction. Obviously, they had been delayed long enough. The road leading to Casterly Rock was full of various fleeing civilians and scattered Lannister soldiers. They saw this group of northern cavalry fleeing towards the woods on both sides of the road. Little John and others, who were on a reconnaissance mission, did not pursue them, but went straight to Casterly Rock. As Little John's cavalry got closer and closer to Casterly Rock, they saw a group of Lannister deserters of about 300 people on the road ahead. Enemies spotted. Prepare to attack. Little John gave an order, and nearly 100 cavalrymen in front of the cavalry raised their steel lances forward, and the cavalrymen with bows and arrows in the back skillfully began to draw their bows and shoot arrows. Gendry was very nervous on the battlefield for the first time. He wore a suit of armor that he had made for himself, engraved with the emblem of a wild bull, and his own iron helmet with a bull's head, holding the long-handled warhammer tightly in his hand. After continuous training during this period of time, his riding skills have improved rapidly compared to before, so Robb asked him to follow Little John to participate in the battle. As the distance between the two sides quickly approached, knowing that they could not fight against such a large number of cavalry, the Lannister soldiers split into two parts and fled to the left and right sides of the avenue. Under the command of Little John, the cavalry of Winterfell split into two parts and chased them separately. Squeak. Gendry followed Little John and the cavalry unit on the right side of the avenue. In front of him, Little John was like a big devil, stabbing with a steel lance, easily harvesting the lives of Lannister soldiers. The nervous Gendry rode close quickly on horseback. A young Lannister soldier with a panicked expression used all his strength to swing the long-handled warhammer in his hand. Bang! Snap! The heavy hammer hit the young soldier's face. The huge force of the hammer smashed his entire face, and his teeth, broken bones, and eyeballs splashed in the air with a lot of blood. The young soldier couldn't even scream, and fell to the ground and died. After completing the first kill, the nervous Gendry seemed to unlock some kind of power in his body, and swung the long-handled hammer in his hand at the enemy. Some hit the head, or hit the chest, and the back. With the sound of various bones breaking, 7 or 8 Lannister soldiers were killed by his hammer in an instant. If Eddard could still see this scene, he would definitely think that Gendry at this moment was as powerful as Robert when he was young. While those damn northern cavalrymen were hacking at other soldiers, Stafford was desperately running away. He felt that he was really unlucky and was being chased and killed. After finally gathering nearly 300 garrison members and recruits, they were about to arrive at Casterly Rock, but were chased by hundreds of northern cavalrymen from behind. Turning his head to look at the Lannister soldiers who were being slaughtered, he quickly squeezed out his little physical strength and fled to the woods over there. Woo! A loud horn sounded from the rock castle above, and then the gate of Casterly Rock was opened. Nearly 800 Lannister cavalrymen rode out of Casterly Rock and headed towards the northern cavalry. Obviously, they saw the friendly troops being hunted and came to rescue. Enemy cavalry spotted. Stop chasing. Retreat. Retreat quickly. Little John saw the Lannister cavalry attacking from Casterly Rock at the first time. He immediately stopped the 2 cavalry teams that were chasing and called on the Winterfell cavalry to start retreating. From this, we can see Little John's growth. If it was before, he would definitely not care and directly charge into the enemy. Now he saw that the enemy cavalry not only had more numbers than them, but also occupied the advantage of terrain, charging from top to bottom. He was at a disadvantage in many ways, so there was no need to fight hard. With the withdrawal of the Winterfell cavalry, the Lannister soldiers, who were less than 100 men, finally breathed a sigh of relief in a short time. Stafford also breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at the Lannister cavalry approaching, jumping, and waving, and shouted loudly, "I'm Stafford Lannister, the cousin of Lord Tywin. Take me back to Casterly Rock." As time passed, night gradually fell, and many soldiers who went to plunder returned to the longboats in the port to rest. After all, if they stayed outside overnight, they might be attacked by Lannister soldiers who were not completely wiped out at any time. The supervisory teams set up checkpoints in various places in the port, registered the spoils, and checked and searched them in order. This time, no northern soldiers or ironmen expressed dissatisfaction. After all, the bloody heads of the soldiers who violated the rules piled on hundreds of corpses were used as warning signs to warn everyone. Lannisport is indeed very rich. The spoils of several checkpoints accumulated rapidly, like a mountain of wealth that tempted people to commit crimes. Yes, if you want to describe the gap between the West and the North, it's like the gap between China and Yunnan in the previous life. Robb didn't pay attention to the spoils of this robbery. After washing and changing his clothes, he was concentrating on observing the red mist ball that wrapped Bloodwind. The night gradually deepened. Robb was still with Bloodwind, and his guards were silently guarding in the distance. Suddenly, the red mist ball, which had been motionless, began to change. Robb immediately perked up and stared at the red mist ball. I saw a small bulge on the surface of the red mist ball, and then it flattened down, as if something was brewing. As the surface of the red mist ball continued to bulge and flatten, it was like boiling water. After boiling to the extreme, the red mist ball suddenly shrank inward at a very fast speed, and all of it was poured back into Bloodwind's body without any left. Robb opened his eyes wide and stared at Bloodwind, looking forward to the changes in Bloodwind. However, Bloodwind, lying on the ground, had not changed much except for a few symmetrical strands of white wolf hair on the left and right of his head. His body did not suddenly become huge, no scales grew on his body, and he still had only one head. Seeing that there were no changes as he imagined, Robb concentrated his mind with some disappointment and checked Bloodwind's attributes. Name, Bloodwind. Contractor, Robb Stark. Physique, 30+, magic power, 1+, clan, direwolf, 1, wolf pack, soldier wolf, Nymeria, servant wolf, lady, blood contract points, 63. Surprise. Robb looked at Bloodwind's blood contract attributes and knew that, although it did not change much on the outside, it had undergone earth-shaking changes on the inside. The new blood contract attributes now combined the original physique, speed, and strength into physique, and the extra magic power at the end was obviously a new attribute added after the transformation. A creature with magic power is definitely no longer an ordinary creature. It has already fallen into the category of extraordinary creatures. The tribe changed from the original 6 psychic direwolves to only 1 direwolf. Robb himself speculated that this should mean that Bloodwind has evolved into a new race of giant wolves, and there is only one in the whole Westeros. Bloodwind, how do you feel? Seeing that Bloodwind, who was lying on the ground, had not opened his eyes yet, he asked. Hearing Robb's voice, Bloodwind opened his eyes and saw that his original yellow eyes were now like 2 crystal clear and bright ice crystals. Hungry, very hungry. Bloodwind, who opened his eyes, immediately sent a strong sense of hunger to Robb. At the same time, his nose twitched, and he immediately got up and ran to the side. He quickly came to the hundreds of corpses that were used as warning signs and feasted on them. Robb followed closely behind him, looking at Bloodwind, who was buried in his food and kept eating. He was completely used to it and shook his head helplessly. But the guards behind him couldn't help but retreat a little distant and swallowed nervously. Hundreds of corpses were piled up and fell visibly. When Bloodwind finally finished eating, Robb sent a message to him and used magic. Bloodwind, with blood all over his mouth, received the message, and a glimmer of light flashed in his icy eyes. A wisp of white mist floated over his body. Robb stretched out his right hand close to Bloodwind's body and could clearly feel a cold air invading his right hand. The whole hand began to feel numb and stiff. After a little test, Robb quickly retracted his right hand to his mouth and kept breathing to raise the temperature of his right hand. Can magic be used in other ways? Robb, breathing on his mouth, continued to send a message to Bloodwind in his heart, asking him how else to use magic. Bloodwind tilted his head and looked at Robb, and the white mist rising from his body instantly subsided. It lowered its head and opened its mouth wide to a head. A white mist much thicker than its body spurted out of its mouth, covering the head and freezing it into a large block of ice. Ice breath. Daenerys' dragon has its dragon breath, and my Bloodwind also has ice breath. Although it is still very weak now, it can continue to grow. Watching the white mist from Bloodwind's mouth slowly disappear, Robb clapped his hands happily, his heart full of infinite expectations for Bloodwind's future. Oh, right, add some points. Suddenly remembering that he still had blood points, Robb immediately concentrated and added a point to Bloodwind's magic attribute. A large amount of red mist, which had never been seen before, rose from Robb's body and sank into Bloodwind's body. Bloodwind's magic attribute changed from 1 to 2, but Robb's blood points changed from 63 to 13. Outrageous. 1 point of magic actually requires 50 blood points, which is equivalent to 25 human lives. Robb found that the plus sign of the physical attribute had not disappeared, so he tried to add a point of attribute. The red mist rose, and Bloodwind's physical strength became 31 points, while Robb only had 3 blood points left. Therefore, 10 blood contract points add 1 point of physique, and 50 blood contract points add 1 point of magic. It seems that, in order to continue to cultivate Bloodwind, I really have to become a slayer of thousands and tens of thousands in the future. Knowing that his hands will be stained with blood in the future, Robb shook his head helplessly. In the previous life, he was just an inconspicuous social animal, but in this life, he will become a tyrant who kills thousands. But what exactly is this blood contract? Why did the red comet have an effect on it at that time? Robb, who was thinking divergently, suddenly had some thoughts about his golden finger. Thinking back to a few days ago, when the red comet appeared, he had not reached the critical point of losing control at that time, but was affected, and almost lost control. Moreover, after all the attributes of Bloodwind reached 30 points, it could not continue to grow. It was also because of the appearance of the red comet that it now directly jumped into an extraordinary creature. There is still insufficient information, but there must be some connection between them. Forget it, go back and rest. Anyway, the boat will naturally straighten out when it reaches the bridgehead. Robb, who didn't have much clue, patted Bloodwind, who had just finished spraying ice breath, and then lay obediently beside him, and turned to the Hangayang giant monster. In the quiet night of Lannisport, the civilians fell asleep slowly with uneasy mood. Davin, who did not find his father in the garrison base, continued to hide in the eastern part of the town with his subordinates. The northern army in the port area gradually fell asleep in their respective longboats. A cloaked figure quickly entered a large longboat. In the cabin of the longboat, Earl Roderick and Countess Barbara looked at the figure and said with a smile, "Thank you for your invitation, Earl Ramsay. Thank you Lyric for the 1500 points reward, and thank you Lyric, book friend 201808242255244019, Immortal Steel Soul, Han Jixiu, A Breeze Blows the Moon, and Kagura Immortal for voting for the monthly ticket. Thanks to everyone who voted for recommendations and read here every day. Thank you for your support. PS. Recently, the cumulative reward has exceeded 10,000 coins. I went home early today to write more. Thank you for your support. Thank you." Chapter 115 Entrance. Lord Roderick, Countess Barbara, we are relatives, so there is no need to be so polite. Is there something that you invited me to come this time? Ramsay pulled down the hood of his cloak and said with a smile, "Okay, then let's get straight to the point. Lord Ramsay, what do you think of the Lord of the Blood Wolf?" Lord Roderick nodded and turned the topic directly to Robb, the King of the North. "He is extremely wise, brave, and good at fighting, disciplined and kind. Ahem, Lord Ramsay, there is no one else here, so there is no need to flatter him so much. My father meant that he killed Lord Robbos Bolton and our brother Robbos. Do you think a man like him is worthy of our loyalty?" Barbara coughed lightly, interrupting Ramsay's words praising Robb, and then directly spoke about the topic of today more directly than her father. "Heh, at first I thought you were testing me. Since you can speak so directly, of course I'm willing to share my true thoughts." Upon hearing this, Ramsay's eyes flashed with a strange color, and then he immediately showed his signature smile and said, "Of course he doesn't deserve our loyalty. He killed my most beloved father, and I remember this hatred in my heart. It's just that his prestige is too high now, and he has gathered the Northern Army and the Iron Men. Even if the three of us want to resist, we don't have the corresponding strength. Revenge for the murder of my father. But, Lord Ramsay, everyone in the North knows that you have made great contributions in surrendering the city, so you became the Earl of the Dreadfort, and gave you the surname Bolton." Barbara nodded and raised a very important doubt in her heart. "This is a despicable part of Robb Stark. His army ambushed and captured me. Then he had some Winterfell soldiers disguised as my men, took me hostage, and entered the Dreadfort, and then blew up the gate of the Dreadfort. In the end, not only did he not kill me, but he also publicized it, and deliberately rewarded me in front of everyone. However, most of the Dreadfort's army is controlled by a man named Sam, who was sent by him to monitor me." Ramsay showed an angry face, and began to tell some facts that Barbara and the others did not know. "Well, we really don't know these. However, we still know some things about Sam, who is in charge of the Dreadfort's guard army, through some channels. He is indeed from Winterfell." Barbara nodded when she heard this. Combined with the information she knew, she felt that the facts Ramsay told were more real and more logical. No normal person would betray his father and family in order to become a puppet earl. "Huh? What is your plan?" Ramsay took a deep breath, calmed his anger, and then asked. "Actually, my father and I have already started planning. As soon as we landed in Lannisport today, we secretly sent people to contact Casterly Rock and asked them to pass on a letter to Lord Tywin. As long as he agrees to the conditions we propose, we can provide him with information about the Northern Army's direction of action, tactical plans, specific locations and so on. However, after what happened today, Robb Stark will definitely be more or less wary of my father and me. And Lord Ramsay, you command 1,000 Ironmen, and get along well with Theon Greyjoy. I think you will be able to get a lot of important information from him. Barbara looked at her father, and when her father nodded, she told Ramsay what she had done in secret. Ramsay listened to her story and asked thoughtfully, did you feel from the beginning that Robb Stark would never win this War of Kings? Of course, Eddard Stark, who was invincible on the battlefield, is dead, and the reputation of Lord Tywin is known to even the old and the children and the Seven Kingdoms. Now, even if Robb Stark and Theon Greyjoy join forces to capture Lannisport unexpectedly, they will definitely not be able to take Casterly Rock. Moreover, the population of the north is small to begin with, and the 30,000 troops that have been gathered with great difficulty will become fewer and fewer in the future. On the contrary, the west, with a sufficient population, can continue to recruit new soldiers for replenishment. I also heard that Renly Baratheon and Highgarden have joined forces and have 100,000 troops, which is more than 3 times that of the north. Do you think he can really wipe out the Lannisters, wipe out other kings, and sit on the Iron Throne? Haha, after hearing what you said, I also think it is impossible. Unless a miracle happens. After listening to Barbara's words, Ramsay nodded in agreement with a smile. Then he stopped smiling and continued with a serious face. I'm willing to join you, but after Lord Tywin replies, I will put forward my conditions to see if he agrees. Of course, I believe that Lord Tywin, whose shit is all gold, will definitely agree to your conditions generously. I'm looking forward to it. Well, I have been away for a long time, and now I have to go back immediately. Good night, Lord Ramsay. Good night. After saying goodbye to Barbara and her daughter, Ramsay put on his cloak and left their longship. After walking forward for more than 10 steps, he turned his head and looked at the longship that was brewing a conspiracy, muttering, the invincible Eddard Stark. You still haven't deeply realized the horror of this young king of the north. But you have given me a good opportunity. Ramsay raised a smile at the corner of his mouth and turned to walk forward. He circled around the port area for a while and finally came to a large warship with guards standing. Stop, who are you? The 2 Ironmen guarding the large warship immediately asked when they saw the suspicious Ramsay. Ramsay pulled down his hood and smiled at the 2 Ironmen guards. I'm Ramsay Bolton. Please report to Lord Theon. I have important information. Shh. Davin led more than 20 members of the garrison and carefully hid in the woods leading to Casterly Rock. In front of them, at least thousands of northern cavalry camped at a narrow intersection. It was impossible for them to sneak past quietly. This checkpoint was the cavalry unit that chose a location to camp after Little John and Gendry retreated yesterday and met with the reinforcement of Eddard's troops. Casterly Rock is a stone castle that is easy to defend and difficult to attack. The other 3 sides are cliffs facing the sea, and there is only one road to attack. But because of this, the Lannister soldiers of Casterly Rock must also pass through this road to enter and exit. Therefore, the location where Little John and others camped was equivalent to blocking the throat of Casterly Rock. Lord Davin, what should we do next? A member of the garrison asked Davin in a low voice. Davin pondered for a while and said decisively, it is impossible to go to Casterly Rock now. Let's go back to Lannisport. Find a way to get horses, and then go to Crakehall to inform Lord Roland Crakehall. Outside Moat Cailin, the Lannister army camp. In the camp, the atmosphere in the general's tent was very solemn. After various tests during this period of time, the 3 towers of Moat Cailin stood there like a rock. The Free Family Army, which served as a pathfinder, suffered extremely heavy losses. The initial 4,000 troops were less than 1,500. If it weren't for the Westerland war team who were always watching closely behind them, the Free Family Army, which suffered heavy losses, would have fled long ago. After thinking for a while, Stevran finally figured it out. It was not that Lord Tywin valued him, but that he wanted to use them as cannon fodder. So, at this moment, he wore the iconic hat of the Free Family, said nothing, and huddled in the corner of the conference table with his head down. Moat Cailin is as easy to defend as Casterly Rock. In my opinion, we should go back and join Lord Kevin to capture Reborn in one fell swoop. Lord Leo Lefford, Lord of the Golden Tooth, loudly expressed his opinion. Go to Reborn. Then we will ignore this place. What if Robb Stark takes the opportunity to lead his army south from the King's Road and directly attack King's Landing when we attack Reborn? Lord of the Deep Caverns, Lin Li, heard this and shook his head and refuted. We can divide our forces, leaving some troops to camp here and the other troops to reinforce Reborn. Lord of the Corn City, Lord Harris Swift, raised his hand to speak, and he made some improvements to Lord Leo's suggestions. The heir to the branded castle, Sir Adam Marbrand, did not agree with Lord Harris's words. He said, if we divide the troops, how should we divide them? Robb Stark has 30,000 troops. If too few troops are left in the camp, they will definitely be eaten up by him. If too many troops are left behind, it will be meaningless for the remaining small number of troops to reinforce Reborn. Yes, Sir Adam is right. It is not very appropriate to divide the troops. But if we take Reborn, the Riverlands will be completely in our hands, and we can also obtain all the wealth of the Tully family. As soon as Sir Adam finished speaking, it immediately caused a discussion. Adam was also very satisfied that he was recognized. When everyone's discussion calmed down a little, he continued to talk about the plan he had been thinking about for a long time. I think we should either return to the Trident River Basin and completely conquer and plunder the entire Riverlands. Or, simply return to Lannisport, take the ships of the Lannister fleet, bypass the Moat Cailin through the Sunset Sea, attack the north, and fight that wolf cub to the death. This is a very bold suggestion. Adam is indeed the cavalry commander appointed by Lord Tywin himself. This decision is either to retreat or to advance. It is very decisive. That's because he has been a page for Lord Tywin in Casterly Rock since he was a child, and he has learned a lot from Lord Tywin. As soon as Sir Adam finished speaking, there was a voice of praise for him in the general's tent. Tywin, who sat quietly at the head of the conference table, listened quietly with an expressionless face. It was unknown which decision he was more satisfied with. Seeing that no one spoke again, Tywin spoke in a low voice. Now, we don't know the movements of the Northern Army behind Moat Cailin, so. Lord Tywin, urgent news from Casterly Rock. Just as Tywin was speaking, a Lannister soldier rushed into the general's tent. While reporting loudly, he held up a raven letter in his hand. Tywin frowned slightly, took the unopened letter, and immediately unfolded it to read. Bang, snap, snap. Tywin quickly finished reading the letter, and with an extremely ugly expression, he slapped the conference table. The huge force made many wine glasses on the table stagger and fall to the ground. The general's tent suddenly became quiet. Lord Tywin, who had always been shrewd and calm, suddenly lost his composure. This clearly indicated that the letter was very bad news. None of these slick westerly nobles wanted to touch this bad luck, and everyone immediately bowed their heads and kept silent. Robb Stark has captured Lannisport. Tywin knew that this news could not be concealed for long, so he simply spoke directly. What? How is it possible? How could Robb Stark be in the west? Did he fly over? As soon as this news came out, the general's tent was like a pot of boiling water, and all the westerly nobles had incredible expressions. He attacked the Iron Islands while we were still in Moat Cailin, and Balon Greyjoy committed suicide. Theon Greyjoy became the new king and submitted to the Northern King. 30,000 northern troops boarded the Ironborn longships and raided Lannisport. After that, they should besiege Casterly Rock. Tywin controlled his emotions and spoke out the contents of the letter in one breath. The Northern Army and the Ironborn have formed an alliance. Lord Tywin, Casterly Rock is high and strong, easy to defend, and difficult to attack, and it will not fall in a short time. I think we should immediately reinforce Lord Kevin and quickly capture Reborn. The situation is completely different now, and Sir Adam immediately suggested to Tywin. No, Casterly Rock is not only the Lannister family castle, but also a legendary castle that has never been captured. It is a symbol of the invincibility of the Westerlands, and there must be no problems. Knowing the significance of Casterly Rock, Tywin shook his head and rejected Sir Adam's suggestion. He stared at the military map on the conference table, nodded to make a decision, and gave the order. Adam, you lead all the cavalry to return to Casterly Rock from Golden Tooth as quickly as possible. You don't need to defeat the entire Northern Army, just make them unable to concentrate on attacking Casterly Rock. Yes. Sir Adam heard this and nodded immediately. The rest of you, come with me to reinforce Kevin, and make sure to capture Averin in the shortest possible time. Yes. Yes. Seeing that everyone received the order and quickly walked out of the general's tent, Tywin began to reply to the northern nobles mentioned in the letter who were interested in joining him. Since knowing that all the spies in the north had been removed, Tywin was like a blind man. Now, if there are northern nobles joining him, he is of course very happy to accept it. As Tywin's order was issued, the entire Lannister army immediately took action, and tens of thousands of Lannister cavalry returned to Casterly Rock through the King's Road. The next day, the Sunset Sea, a bay, an ordinary Ironman longship was moving slowly along the entire coastline of Lannisport. On the longship, all the Ironmen stretched their necks and looked carefully at the coastline to see if there were any caves. There is an inconspicuous little hole under the clough over there. An Ironman suddenly pointed in a certain direction and shouted loudly. After discovering the suspected target, the Ironman longship changed its slow speed and quickly drove towards the small hole under the cliff. After getting closer, the Ironman looked at the obvious traces of artificial carving in the cave and immediately understood that this was their target. Thinking of the generous reward promised by King Theon, this group of Ironmen recorded the location on the nautical chart and returned immediately. When this group of Ironmen returned to Lannisport, Robb was discussing something with Theon. After hearing their report, Robb and the other man immediately showed joy on their faces. After rewarding them handsomely as promised, Robb said to Theon, "It is settled. Tomorrow I will gather the Northern Army to besiege Casterly Rock. When the time comes, you will lead the men through the secret entrance using Bloodwind's wolf howl as a signal and open the side door for me. History will record our names, because this stone castle that has never fallen will be conquered by us. Immortal Soul of Steel, Creation, Few, Duma Falls, Extraordinary 08770249, and Lear King voted for the monthly ticket. Thank you for voting for recommendations every day, and for all the people who have read here. Thank you for your support. PS, I worked overtime today and came back quite late. I only wrote more than 4,000 words. I will try to write more tomorrow." Chapter 116, Siege. What? You want us to go to Bitterbridge's envoys immediately? Shortly after the sun jumped out of the sea, Lord Roderick heard Robb's order in the captain's cabin of the Ocean Troll and repeated it with a very surprised look on his face. Robb nodded and said seriously, "Yes, I heard that Renly's 100,000 troops are camping at Bitterbridge. Please, Lord Roderick, you and Countess Barbara go to persuade Renly Baratheon to encircle and suppress the Lannister family together. Your Majesty, may I ask, there are so many nobles in the north, why did you choose us?" Barbara shook her head at her father, who was about to argue, and then asked, "I trust you very much, and I also think that you have the ability to do this well. So why not choose you?" Robb heard her words, and naturally showed a surprised expression, and answered, "Well, thank you for your trust. We will get this done. If there is nothing else, let's go back and make some preparations, Your Majesty." Barbara knew she couldn't refuse. She saluted respectfully to Robb and pulled her father out of the cabin. As soon as they left the large warship of the King of the North, Earl Roderick couldn't help it. He looked around and asked in a low voice, "Barbara, why did you agree to go to Bitterbridge? We haven't received a reply from Lord Tywin yet, and how can we report the intelligence here to him after we leave?" "Father, the decision to let us leave the Northern Army cannot be changed in any way. Even if it is not a mission to Bitterbridge, he will arrange other things for us." Barbara tilted her head and answered her father's question in a low voice, then looked at a longship in the port area and continued, "The premise of letting us leave is that if it is just because of Rose's matter, if it is because of Ramsay, you mean, it is possible that Ramsay betrayed us?" Earl Roderick heard what his daughter meant, his eyes widened, and he was so shocked that he couldn't suppress his voice. "Hush, father, this is just my guess. We have to test Ramsay to know whether it is true or not." "Okay, let's go now." Earl Roderick, who was a little impatient, immediately walked towards Ramsay's longship. Seeing her father so anxious, Barbara really wanted to find out, so she followed him. After meeting Ramsay, the father and daughter tried to test him with words, but Ramsay pretended to be stupid and perfunctory. Seeing this situation, Barbaros simply asked directly, "Lord Ramsay, my father and I were sent to Bitterbridge by Robb Stark today. This matter should have nothing to do with you, right?" "Huh? You are going to Bitterbridge? It has nothing to do with me? What do you mean?" When Ramsay heard what Barbaros said, he was puzzled at first, and then he immediately realized and continued, "Oh, you suspect that I informed Robb Stark? Lord Ramsay, he gave us this order very suddenly today. We are worried that this is looking for an excuse to make us leave everyone's sight." And then Lord Roderick heard that Ramsay understood and simply expressed his concerns very directly. "I swear to the gods in the sky on the honor of the Bolton family that I, Ramsay Bolton, have never informed Robb Stark." Hearing this, Ramsay immediately swore very seriously that he had not informed Robb. For some reason, the oath in this world is very credible. Hearing this, Barbara immediately smiled and eased the atmosphere, saying, "Haha, Lord Ramsay, there's no need to be like this. How can we not trust you? We are about to set off for Bitterbridge. I'll tell you how to contact Casterly Rock. During this time, I'll trouble you to pass on information to Lord Tywin." "No problem, I'm still waiting to ask Lord Tywin for a reward. Don't worry, as long as he can meet my conditions, I will definitely pass on the information seriously. Don't worry, he will definitely satisfy you. The contact information is." Barbara and her father and daughter conspired with Ramsay for a while, and then returned to their longship to pack up. Not long after, the soldiers sent by the King of the North came to urge them, saying that the King of the North was waiting for them to set off. When the sun was in the middle of the sky, the father and daughter left from the southern area of Lannisport with several family followers. They originally wanted to leave with the remaining nearly 900 family soldiers, but Robb said, "Taking thousands of people to Bitterbridge, are you going on a diplomatic mission, or going to war?" and sent them away. On the first wall of Casterly Rock, as well as on all the towers and watchtowers, thousands of Lannister soldiers were running around, holding stones as big as their heads, or carrying quivers filled with arrows. There were also a large number of male servants on the wall, burning large iron pots filled with boiling oil. Since Stafford returned to Casterly Rock yesterday, as the man with the highest family status and the highest official position in Casterly Rock, he naturally replaced the garrison commander of Casterly Rock, and gained overall command. Currently, there are about 1,050 soldiers left defending Casterly Rock, including nearly 800 cavalry and only more than 150 infantry. In addition, there are nearly 100 members of the Lannisport garrison who were lucky enough to survive and reach Casterly Rock. Stafford knew that with the number of enemies, they did not need cavalry to raid the city, so he simply ordered all cavalry to be converted into infantry to assist in defending the city. There were still hundreds of male servants in Casterly Rock, and he was also summoned to help them defend the city. As he had followed Tywin to attack King's Landing during the War of the Usurper, he still had basic military knowledge. However, he also had the narcissistic character of Lannister, and he was very complacent about his military talents. He always felt that he was an outstanding general comparable to Tywin, but there was no platform suitable for him to display his talents. However, the two brothers Jaime and Tyrion privately evaluated him as follows. Stavor Lannister is a very mediocre commander in military talent. The reason why Stavor prepared various means of defending the city early was because he felt that after the Northern Army captured Lannisport, it would definitely besiege Casterly Rock as soon as possible. Because Casterly Rock would definitely notify Lord Tywin that his army would come back to help as soon as possible, the only choice for the Northern Army was to forcibly capture Casterly Rock as soon as possible. Casterly Rock, with its high walls and strong fortifications, could not be captured in a short period of time, so they would seize the time and take Casterly Rock before Tywin's army came back to help, which was the most correct choice. As a result, the next day, after he returned to Casterly Rock, all the soldiers were in high spirits on the city wall, waiting for a whole day. Only a few scout cavalrymen of the northern soldiers took a general look at the defense of the city outside the attack range of the archers, and then turned away. Late that night, when Stafford was sleeping soundly in the castle, he was awakened by the noisy sound at the city wall. He immediately jumped out of bed and went out in panic to ask someone about the situation. It turned out that it was the soldiers in the lookout tower at the front of the castle who sounded the alarm as soon as they saw the dense torches outside the city. However, this was just a false alarm. The at least 2,000 northern cavalrymen came to the lion's mouth, where 20 horses could pass in parallel, and immediately turned back, without any action to attack the city. After repeated tossing like this, on the third day, the soldiers on the city wall were in poor spirits, and obviously did not look as energetic as yesterday. The situation on that day was exactly the same as the second day. The northern scout cavalry came during the day and harassed at night, but this time they were awakened at a different time in the middle of the night. During the day of the fourth day, many soldiers guarding the city fell asleep while standing guard on the city wall. Their state was seen by the northern cavalry who came to investigate. After these days of tossing and turning, not to mention the soldiers and servants who spent the night on the city wall every day, even Stafford who rested in the comfortable big bed in the castle, felt a little unbearable. In fact, it is better to have a tense mental state all the time. Such a sudden relaxation and tension is more torturous. On the night of the fourth day, at the main gate of Casterly Rock, the observation tower in front of the lion's mouth, 4 Lannister soldiers were standing guard in full armor. 2 soldiers had drooping eyelids and were dozing off. The other 2 soldiers were forcing themselves to chat, but the deep dark circles under their eyes also showed their mental state. "Hey, they are here again. Are you annoying?" A soldier who was chatting said impatiently, looking at the thousands of torches moving towards them in the distance, like a long dragon. "Should we sound the alarm?" the other chatting soldier asked. "Don't worry, let's see if they leave as soon as they arrive, just like they did the last 2 days." The brothers who sounded the alarm the other day were punished for false alarms. The soldier being questioned hesitated and answered, "Well, then, actually, they didn't need to ring the bell before. How could the enemy attack the city if they were all cavalry? The walls of Casterly Rock are so high, could they have jumped up on horseback?" Hearing this, the other soldier nodded and complained about the soldiers standing guard in front. As the torches approached, the 2 soldiers opened their eyes wide, trying to see the details as clearly as possible. "It seems not cavalry. What is that long thing? I can't see clearly." The discussion of the 2 soldiers on guard woke up a dozing soldier. He rubbed his eyes, leaned forward and looked forward. His expression gradually changed from a hazy sleepy state to a shocked expression. "They are carrying siege ladders." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of sharp sounds of breaking through the air were heard, and the 4 soldiers on guard at the lookout tower were instantly hit by at least 2 arrows. The soldier who leaned forward to check was directly hit by an arrow and fell to the bottom of a deep rock cliff. A long dragon of torches approached Casterly Rock. Tens of thousands of northern soldiers, carrying long siege ladders, held a torch every 5 people, and continued to advance towards Casterly Rock with the weak light of the fire. It was not until they were close to the main gate of Casterly Rock that they were discovered by the spiritless soldiers guarding the city wall. "Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" A loud and panicked roar sounded in Casterly Rock. All soldiers and servants forced themselves to cheer up and began a life and death battle to defend the city. Casterly Rock has a total of 3 entrances and exits. The widest one is the Lion's Mouth main gate located on the Main Gate Avenue. It is relatively narrow on both sides, and next to it is the side gate of the cliff facing the sea. Every entrance and exit of Casterly Rock is protected by towers and watchtowers full of archers, as well as high stone walls, solid oak doors and iron gates. As a stone castle that has never fallen, its own defensive capabilities are indeed extraordinary. Swish, swish, swish. The soldiers guarding the city walls hurriedly drew their bows and shot arrows. Although their accuracy was not very good and the northern soldiers were still holding one-handed shields, a large number of arrows would always take away some unlucky lives. More than a dozen soldiers from the Lasswell family and the Dustin family who were wearing chainmail at the front were hit by arrows through the gaps and fell to the ground bleeding. This bright red blood kicked off the siege of Casterly Rock. The dozen people who were shot by arrows fell to the ground, and the other soldiers behind them immediately filled their positions, raised the siege ladders and quickly approached Casterly Rock. The closer they got to Casterly Rock, the brighter the lights became. Since the northern soldiers were already very close, they arrived at the wall and erected long siege ladders after only one round of arrows from the soldiers defending the city. Bang, bang, bang. On the wall of Casterly Rock, a large number of hard stones the size of heads fell down. The weight of the stones themselves plus the kinetic energy of falling from a high altitude. They fell on the one-handed shields, instantly cracking the shields. Some shields that were not strong to begin with were directly smashed into pieces, turning into wooden fragments of varying sizes. And those stones that hit the northern soldiers directly immediately broke their bones, and they all vomited blood and fell to the ground. As for the northern soldiers, who were hit directly on the head, there was no possibility of survival. The lucky ones had part of their skulls smashed, so at least they could still recognize their identities. The unlucky ones had their entire faces smashed to pieces, with their faces full of blurred blood mixed with flesh and brain matter. In this era without soldier nameplates, such corpses cannot be identified at all. Only when other comrades finally confirm that they are missing and have not deserted the battlefield can they be recorded in the list of sacrifices and pensions. Casterly Rock is indeed a castle that is easy to defend and difficult to attack. Even if they are in a hurry to fight, the northern soldiers have not even touched the battlements on the city wall. Those northern soldiers who are about to climb to the top of the siege ladder are faced with a splash of steaming boiling oil, and they immediately fall down the city wall with their faces covered with charred skin and flesh. The siege of Casterly Rock was going on fiercely, and Stafford hurried over in dishevel. When he saw the tragic scene, he immediately realized that this was a real army siege. However, in front of the nearly 1,500 Lannister soldiers, garrison members and servants, the Northern Army had to at least continue to attack the city for a long time and pay more than 10 times the casualties ratio before it could capture this solid stone castle. However, it is obvious that this is just a self-estimation based on historical siege data and on paper. Reality will be affected by various aspects. The Lannister soldiers, who are obviously in a bad mental state, are obviously different from the northern soldiers, who have eaten well and slept well a few days in advance and are full of energy. As the intensity of the siege increased, the more than 800 Lannister soldiers at the main gate gradually felt exhausted. Their hands were sore when they pulled the bow, and they were also weak when throwing stones. Even the servants who poured boiling oil did not have the speed and accuracy at the beginning. A northern soldier took advantage of the gap when the servant scooped boiling oil and jumped onto the battlements of Casterly Rock and cut a large gap in the servant's neck with a sword. But the brave northern soldier was stabbed with blood holes all over his body by several Lannister soldiers holding spears next to him the next second and fell under the city wall. This situation is actually very normal. There will always be one or two enemies jumping onto the battlements in the chaos. As long as there is no defensive gap, it is not a big problem for the enemy soldiers to stand firm on the city wall. But Stafford was obviously frightened by this situation. He immediately ordered the messenger beside him, quickly transfer the soldiers at the side gate to help guard the main gate. Lord Stafford, the side gate also needs to be guarded. Behind Stafford, the former garrison commander of Casterly Rock reminded him, it's not like we have to withdraw all the people. We just need to leave a few dozen people to guard. The side gate is narrow and there is a steep cliff next to it. It is impossible to attack the city on a large scale. If they really want to attack from both sides, the pressure on the front will be relieved, and I can dispatch soldiers to support them. Okay, go and pass the order. If we are really delayed, and the main gate is broken, the consequences will be unimaginable. Thanks to Lyric for the 1500 points reward. Thanks to Bookfriend 201707271022575581 for the 1000 points reward. Thanks to Xingshan Zuoan for the points reward. Thanks to Lyric, like the early bird, Yan Jiang, Snowflake Elf, Song Enka Mushroom Mo, Thanks Wax Chen, I add you. The name is just a random name, and the monthly votes. Thanks to all the big guys who voted for the recommendation every day and followed to read here. Thank you for your support. P.S. This is more than 4,500 words. I will continue to write in the afternoon and evening and strive for 6,000 words. If you calculate it this way, I will have to type tens of thousands of words today. Chapter 117 full. Da da da. After receiving the order from Stafford, the soldiers guarding the two side gates of Casterly Rock left 50 men to defend the side gates. A total of 600 soldiers began to gather at the wall of the main gate. With the addition of these fresh troops in good condition, the northern soldiers, who had some signs of reaching the top, were suppressed in an instant. Screams, blood, limbs, and corpses are the eternal themes of war. From the beginning of the siege to now, in less than an hour, nearly 900 soldiers from the Lasswell family and the Dustin family, who were deliberately arranged by Robb at the forefront, have basically been killed or wounded. After them, the infantry of the Umber family and the Stark family, who volunteered to serve as the vanguard to make amends for the failure of the pursuit in Lannisport. Seeing that the siege of Casterly Rock was going on as planned, Robb rode Bloodwind and slowly appeared in the sight of the soldiers guarding the city on the main gate wall. Since the operation will be carried out in the dark today, Bloodwind's wolf armor is too conspicuous, so it is not wearing armor at this time. Robb sits on its furry back and is holding the wolf hair on its neck tightly. With a thought, Bloodwind carried him and quickly rushed to the empty lookout tower, facing the waning moon hanging in the middle of the sky, and howled to the sky. Its penetrating wolf howl can be roughly heard in Lannisport, not to mention Casterly Rock. Hearing the wolf howl, the morale of all the northern soldiers attacking Casterly Rock suddenly rose a lot, and they rushed towards the city wall fearlessly. The soldiers defending the city can clearly feel that these northern soldiers are obviously different from before, whether in terms of mental state or strong physique. Many northern soldiers who struggled to reach the top were poured with boiling oil on their faces as soon as they stood on the parapet. But they did not fall back screaming, but screamed and rushed towards the servants or Lannister defenders in front of them. Many of the defenders and servants who were caught off guard were killed by the seriously injured northern soldiers. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The archers of the northern army, who had been silent all this time, heard the wolf howl, ran forward to the attack range, and immediately launched a covering fire at the walls of Casterly Rock and the city. The arrows they shot included both ordinary iron arrows and special rockets. The messenger next to Stafford was hit on the left cheek by a stray arrow. The iron arrow lost its kinetic energy after penetrating his cheek and just hung on his face. Hearing his screams and looking at his miserable appearance, Stafford was shocked. He turned his head and took a look at the carriages and sundries in the city that were set on fire by rockets. He quickly pointed at the former garrison officer of Casterly Rock and said, "You will be responsible for defending the city wall. I will go to gather people to put out the fire." After that, without waiting for the garrison officer to answer, Stafford hurriedly ran to the bottom of the city wall alone. These northern barbarians are simply crazy, attacking the city like they don't care about their lives. This is different from the records in the war books I read before. Stafford walked quickly towards the inner wall of Casterly Rock, muttering to himself, "Let's go back to the castle. Even if the city wall is lost, there is still the inner wall as a second line of defense." He walked forward for a while and came to the only way to the inner wall, the farthest defense tower on the left side of Casterly Rock. Suddenly, the gate of the defense tower, which was unguarded at the moment because the troops were mobilized to the main gate, was slowly opened from the inside. Stafford was stunned, looking at the recognizable iron people in the gate of the defense tower. After reacting, he immediately opened his mouth to shout. Whoosh, boom. A sharp arrow shot out from the gate of the defense tower and accurately penetrated into Stafford's wide open mouth, silencing his cry forever. Theon, holding a wooden bow, walked out of the defense tower. He glanced at Stafford's body on the ground and immediately led a dozen ironmen to the left gate of Casterly Rock in front of him. Robb rode Bloodwind from the left lookout tower and headed for the left gate of Casterly Rock. The road to the left gate of Casterly Rock was rugged and difficult to walk, which was completely different from when Robb watched TV in his previous life. Therefore, he did not lead any northern soldiers, but quietly moved forward with one person and one wolf. Robb did not use torches for lighting, because for Bloodwind, who could see at night, there was no difference between night and day. It carried Robb and ran quickly on the edge of the cliff. The Lannister defenders on the wall were attracted by the fierce northern soldiers, so how could they notice the giant wolf hidden in the darkness? "Watch out, there's something running over there." When Bloodwind passed through the narrow and rugged road and approached the left gate, the soldiers guarding the city wall saw a huge grey shadow flashing in the darkness with the light of the blazing brazier. Abu. Seeing that he had attracted attention, Robb simply let Bloodwind get a little closer, and while running quickly, he let out a short whistle. Now the soldiers on the left gate wall immediately nervously drew their bows and shot arrows into the darkness, but how could they hit the target? Bloodwind was running back and forth quickly and constantly changing his position. Whoosh, whoosh. The soldiers on the left gate wall of Casterly Rock were completely attracted by Bloodwind outside the city. They opened their eyes wide to look for the grey shadow in the darkness, and kept drawing their bows and shooting arrows. Bang, bang. Below them, 2 gatekeepers were hit by arrows shot from the darkness, and fell to the ground very quickly. Hearing Bloodwind's short whistle outside the city, Theon led a dozen ironmen and quickly ran towards the city gate. Swoosh. Ah. A soldier on the wall heard the noise below, and turned to check. Theon, who had been looking up to observe the situation, was hit in the eye by an arrow while running. He screamed and fell off the tower. The noise directly made the soldiers on the wall explode. They immediately turned around and wanted to deal with Theon and others. However, Theon and others had already run to the gate of the wall. They lost their vision and could not attack. Creak, creak. When the soldiers on the wall hurriedly ran down the stone stairs of the wall, Theon and 7 or 8 ironmen hugged a thick and long gate bolt and lifted it up. Bang, creak. The gate bolt was thrown heavily to the ground by Theon and others. They immediately opened the 2 thick oak doors and pulled open the iron gate in front. More than 20 Lannister soldiers walked down the stairs of the wall. But at this time, the gate under the city wall was strangely quiet. This quiet atmosphere, which was obviously a bit wrong, made them stop. The guards at the back pushed, and the 2 guards at the front signaled them to continue. The 2 looked at each other, swallowed their saliva, tightened their swords and shields, mustered up their courage, and accompanied each other to the city gate. The 2 of them came to the corner of the city gate along the city wall. A guard bravely stuck his head out to observe the situation. Whoosh. Just as he stuck his head out, a grey giant shadow flashed in front of him, and he fell into eternal darkness. Zizzy, zizzy. The other soldier behind him reached out and touched the warm blood on his face, staring blankly at the headless body in front of him that was sizzling with blood. The grey giant shadow stopped not far ahead. It was a terrifying giant wolf with grey fur, and it was holding a head dripping with blood in its mouth. Monster, monster. The soldier with blood all over his face was frightened by Bloodwind and started to shout loudly. However, he shut up immediately. Robb flashed out of the city gate with ice in his hand, swung the giant sword in his hand, and beheaded the shouting soldier. In just a few minutes, Robb and Bloodwind killed all the more than 20 people. In front of Bloodwind, they didn't even have a chance to escape. Directly using the blood contract points he had just obtained, he clicked on the magic attribute, and Robb asked Bloodwind to go up the stone steps of the city wall and deal with the soldiers guarding the city on the tower. Ah. After a burst of shrill screams, a steady stream of red mist emerged from the city wall and sank into Robb's body. Abu. After dealing with all the soldiers guarding the left gate, Bloodwind received Robb's telepathy, stood in a pile of corpses covered with blood and limbs, and looked up to the sky and let out a long howl. At the main gate of Casterly Rock, a group of northern soldiers who heard the wolf's howl, holding torches, followed the rugged path towards the left gate. But their target with torches was too obvious. The archers on the walls of Casterly Rock saw the opportunity and shot a wave of arrows, causing a lot of casualties to this team of northern soldiers, and it was difficult for them to continue to move forward in the rain of arrows. Theon, you stay here. Bloodwind and I will go see if there is any chance to open the main gate. Plans are not as fast as changes. Robb and others waited for a long time without reinforcement. He hesitated for a moment and spoke to Theon. Well, Robb, be careful. Don't worry. Bloodwind can do magic now. Robb replied meaningfully. When Bloodwind came to him and lay down, he turned over and sat on its furry body. Theon didn't care about his joke at all. He watched Robb riding Bloodwind and disappearing around the corner. Bang, bang, bang. At the main gate of Casterly Rock, in addition to many siege ladders, more than a dozen northern soldiers were carrying a solid wooden battering ram and hammering the iron gate outside the oak door. Although the iron gate was clanging, it didn't really have much effect. For a strong city gate like Casterly Rock, only a regular wheeled siege hammer, this kind of homemade simple siege hammer, even if it is still hit, can hardly shake the gate. But what they don't know is that at this time, Bloodwind is carrying Robb, following the shadow of the wall where the firelight can't reach, and is constantly approaching the main gate. At this time, on the main gate wall, the soldiers guarding the city, under the orderly command of the Casterly Rock garrison officer, launched a tug-of-war with the soldiers of the north with the theme of flesh and blood. The battle situation of both sides is very tense. As time goes by, the balance of victory and defeat of this siege has tilted towards the soldiers guarding Casterly Rock. After all, the casualties of the attackers will definitely be higher than those of the defenders. It was the moment of fierce fighting on the main gate wall. The 4 soldiers guarding the city gate only stared at the gate that was constantly hit and ignored the back. A grey giant shadow came quickly behind them. Bloodwind's 2 sharp claws and the terrifying wolf mouth could only deal with 3 enemies. At the same time, Robb jumped off Bloodwind, who had just stood firm, and aimed the ice in his hand at the last soldier guarding the city and chopped him diagonally. Enemy attack. But the last soldier reacted very quickly and shouted. Robb landed on his feet and chopped him diagonally in half with the giant sword in his hand, but his last shout had already alarmed the soldiers on the wall. The main gate of Casterly Rock was also a solid oak door, and behind the door was a wooden bolt that was much thicker and longer than the side door. Robb tried it, but with his huge strength, it was difficult to push the wooden bolt. Fortunately, Bloodwind followed him. With a thought, Robb immediately let Bloodwind try. Bang! Bloodwind used his wolf claws to flexibly lift up, and the sharp nails of his claws deeply embedded in the wooden bolt. At the same time, compared with humans, his extraordinary strength directly lifted the heavy wooden bolt to the ground. Creak. With the help of Bloodwind, Robb opened the 2 heavy oak doors. But when he saw the iron gate outside the oak door, he was stunned. The iron gate of the main gate of Casterly Rock is controlled by a refined iron lock embedded in the door, and a key is required to open it. Oh my god. Even if Bloodwind's nails are sharp, he can't scratch this iron block. Just when Robb was at a loss, he suddenly remembered an old movie he had watched in his previous life. The Terminator with steel and iron bones in the movie was no match for liquid nitrogen. The material of the refined iron lock on this iron gate must not be comparable to the alloy in the movie in his previous life. The low temperature generated by Bloodwind's magical ice breath should be completely sufficient. It's worth a try. Robb nodded secretly, pointed directly at the middle part of the refined iron lock, and gave Bloodwind an order. Bloodwind, use ice breath here. Bloodwind immediately took a deep breath, opened his mouth wide, and faced the refined iron lock, and a mouthful of white ice mist came out. Kakaka. The magic attribute of the 3 points now is obviously much stronger than the previous 1 point, and the refined iron lock was instantly frozen into an ice block. At the same time, with the white mist constantly exhaled from Bloodwind's mouth, the ice block seemed to have life, and continued to spread around. He is opening the door. Stop him. The garrison officer on the main gate wall brought dozens of soldiers to check the situation. When he saw that the oak door had been opened and Robb was standing in front of the iron gate, he immediately shouted to the soldiers beside him in shock. At this time, Bloodwind's magic power was exhausted at the same time. Robb suddenly raised the ice with both hands and chopped the middle part of the refined iron lock that had turned into a large piece of ice with all his strength. Crack. The refined iron lock was like a piece of shortbread, and Robb easily broke it. The door is open. Rush into the city. Rush. I want to take the first credit. Rush, rush, rush. Seeing the iron gate open, the northern soldiers outside the door directly abandoned the solid wooden battering ram and rushed towards Casterly Rock. It's over. Watching the ant-like northern soldiers rushing towards Casterly Rock, the garrison officer stood there in a daze. The ant swarm instantly submerged him, and the sharp sword stabbed him into a rag sack. The thousands of soldiers guarding the city wall, seeing that the city gate had been broken, had no intention of entangled with the northern soldiers. One by one, they rushed towards the left inner wall, hoping to rely on the second line of defense in the city for defense. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The northern soldiers who came to support from the left, led by Theon, directly blocked the wall on the left gate and cut off their retreat. There are wolves in front and tigers behind. Clang. These Lannister defenders suddenly lost their fighting spirit, threw down their weapons, and knelt down to surrender. This siege of Casterly Rock had unknowingly lasted from the late night to the dawn of the next day. When the sun rose from the sea level, the angry lion flag on the top of Casterly Rock was cut off directly. Then, the direwolf flag was erected and fluttered in the sea breeze. This means that this stone castle, which was built before the heroic age, and had never fallen, has suffered its first humiliating fall. It also means that the old power framework of Westeros has been broken, and the new situation will usher in earth-shaking changes. Euban 10,023, all mortals must die, voted for the monthly ticket. Thank you to all the big guys who voted for recommendations every day, and followed this article. Thank you for your support. P.S. This chapter also has more than 4,500 words. I wrote 9,000 today, but it is not as good as 10,000 a day. Try your best tomorrow. Chapter 118 Harvest. Bang. The heavy iron door of Casterly Rock's underground storage room finally collapsed under the constant impact of the huge force. Light the brazier. Theon, who was following Robb, looked at the dark storage room hall and ordered the ironmen beside him. As several ironmen walked along the left and right sides of the hall, they kept lighting the braziers with torches in their hands. The unusually wide storage room suddenly became brightly lit. This storage room is a square hall with a floor height of about 6 meters and a length and width of about 50 to 60 meters. In the hall, there are thick wall pillars engraved with angry lions, which support this wide underground space steadily. On the left side of the hall are rows of neatly stacked weapon racks, which are close to the top of the hall. On them are brand new weapons of various styles. The most common weapons are swords, two-handed swords, broadswords, half-handed swords, etc. Other long spears, axes, hammers, bows, crossbows, and arrows are all available. These weapons should have been treated to prevent rust. Under the flickering firelight, these sharp weapons flashed coldly from time to time. On the right side, there are various types of armor neatly arranged, including heavy plate armor, ordinary plate armor and scale armor, mail armor, and leather armor. However, all armors are uniformly printed with the Lannister Angry Lion family emblem. If the northern soldiers want to use it, they have to spend some money to hire a blacksmith to slightly modify the style and change the family emblem. As expected of the Golden family, these well-made weapons and armor can equip an elite army of nearly 10,000 people at any time. Robb walked in the middle passage of the storeroom hall with Theon and the northern earls who participated in the war. He has always been in the barren northern border, and today he finally saw what wealth is. Wow. These equipments are so well made, and of very good quality. Our family soldiers have been rotating the worn-out equipment of the previous generation of soldiers. No way. This is just the Lannister family's storage room? Are you sure it's not the storage room of the entire Westeros? Listening to the northern earls who were exclaiming and talking behind him, a smile appeared on Robb's lips. It seems that he is not the only bumpkin from the north. When Robb and others walked for a long time and came to the end of the storage room, there were 12 black wooden boxes lined up here. These wooden boxes are about 50 to 60 centimeters wide and 30 to 40 centimeters high. Open the boxes. Robb stared at the boxes and ordered without turning his head. When Theon heard his order, he did not let the ironman beside him open the wooden boxes, but went forward himself to see if the items in the box were what he thought. Squeak. Theon walked to the box and looked back. Robb and the silent northern earls behind him directly reached out and opened the lid of the black wooden box. Giloo. Someone swallowed so loudly that it was particularly noticeable in the quiet atmosphere. However, it was not his fault. After all, money moved people's hearts. In the black wooden box opened by Theon, gold nuggets as thick as forearms were neatly stacked in the middle. They shone with a charming yellow luster under the surrounding firelight. Squeak, squeak. Seeing that the black wooden box was full of golden gold as he expected, Theon, with an excited look on his face, hurriedly opened the rest of the black wooden boxes. All of them were gold nuggets. The rest of the black wooden boxes lined up in a row were neatly stacked with full boxes of gold nuggets, just like the first wooden box that was opened. Even though the Lannister family's gold mine had been exhausted, even though the Lannister family had borrowed millions of gold dragons from the royal family. But after all, a lean camel is bigger than a horse. Just the remaining gold that Tywin collected in the storage room of Casterly Rock was already a wealth that the North could not accumulate in decades or even hundreds of years. Lord Rickard, Lord Jon. Yes, Your Majesty. Your Majesty, I'm here. Hearing Robb calling their names, Lord Rickard and Great Jon walked out from behind and saluted him in response. This time, the Stark family and the Umber family bravely charged forward to attack Casterly Rock. They suffered great losses, but at the same time, they also made great contributions. I allow you to choose any of these spoils. Robb looked at the two very loyal Northern Earls who were willing to charge for him, and said with a smile. Hearing that Robb recognized their contributions and let them choose the spoils first, Lord Rickard and Great Jon immediately saluted happily and replied, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Great Jon was straightforward and didn't think too much. After saluting and thanking him, he rushed directly to the black wooden box, grabbed the gold nuggets as thick as his forearms with both hands, and stuffed them into his arms. These gold bars were not only large, but also very heavy. After Great Jon stuffed 3 of them, his armor was already full, and the weight even deformed the armor. Seeing that he really couldn't stuff any more, Great Jon thought for a moment, took another gold bar in each hand, and turned around to go back. As a result, when he turned around, he saw Robb and all the Northern Earls looking at him quietly. At this time, Great Jon also reacted, and an awkward smile appeared on his fierce face and said, "Did I take too much? Haha, Great Jon, this gold bar is worth at least 1,000 gold dragons. You only took nearly 5,000 gold dragons, which is not too much. However, does your castle have 5,000 gold dragons in its savings over the years?" Hearing his question, the Northern Earls made a teasing sound. 5,000 gold dragons? If you can find 500 gold dragons in my last hearthwall, I will give you the whole castle. The Great Jon didn't hear the joking meaning of this, rolled his eyes, and honestly explained his family background. Ha ha ha. Robb and the others couldn't help laughing when they heard it. Not much, Lord Jon, I told you, you can choose. After laughing happily, Robb shook his head and spoke very seriously. He was never stingy with his subordinates, who were willing to work hard for him. In order to establish military discipline and establish his own prestige, severe punishment is necessary, and generous rewards are also necessary. Under the rough appearance of Lord Rickard, there is a more shrewd heart. Seeing that Robb allowed the Great Jon to take 5 gold bars, he secretly compared them, pointed to the armor piled aside, and said to Robb, "Your Majesty, I want to get 600 sets of this complete set of armor." Robb looked at the armor he pointed at. It was a set of top quality mail, including a throat guard, greaves and a full helmet. This set of armor was worth about 10 gold dragons. Counting the handling fees such as the need to change the Lannister family emblem, the value was about the same as the gold bars taken by the Great Jon. As you wish, Lord Rickard. Since Lord Rickard knew the limits and was not greedy, Robb nodded and directly agreed to his request. Seeing that Lord Rickard and the Great Jon had both received heavy rewards, Theon looked at Robb with shining eyes. But Robb did not continue to reward as he thought, but turned to other Northern Earls and said, "The Lannister family still has a lot of food stored, and there are 2,000 war horses in the stable. In short, as long as it is valuable, take it all away." "Yes, Your Majesty." Everyone nodded and answered, then turned and left the storage room, and began to carry the wealth of Casterly Rock. "What? Seeing that I didn't give you a reward, you are a little unhappy?" Robb turned around and saw Theon's unhappy expression and asked, "I led the team to open the left door of Casterly Rock. It's not the first merit, but it's the second merit. In the end, there is no reward at all." Hearing this, Theon rolled his eyes and replied unhappily, "Brother, outsiders need rewards to win people's hearts. Don't worry, when the time comes, I will give you what your Iron Islands need." Seeing that there was no one else, Robb spoke very sincerely, "Brother." "That's right, Robb, we brothers don't need to be so formal." Hearing this, Theon thought about the word brother and immediately answered with a smile on his face. In fact, he was not angry about the reward. After all, he got the throne of the King of the Iron Islands with the help of Robb. However, as he was also desperate to attack Casterly Rock, he really wanted to get Robb's recognition. By the way, I forgot to ask you before, how did you know about the betrayal of Barbara and her daughter? Hearing this, Robb patted Theon on the shoulder and suddenly asked another question. Hearing his question, Theon was about to tell him the truth, but he remembered Ramsay, who gave all the credit to him, and was worried about being implicated. Thinking that it was no big deal, he paused and replied, "After you killed Robbo's Lacewell, I saw their hatred on their faces, so I sent someone to follow them secretly. That night, my spy heard them plotting betrayal, and came back to report to me. By the way, their contact in Casterly Rock is also in my control. If you want to send some false information to Tywin, you can use it. Oh, Theon, you are very powerful now. You have become a qualified king of the Iron Islands. By the way, remember to reward the spy well. Fortunately, their betrayal was discovered in time. Otherwise, if my next plan was leaked by the father and daughter of Ballet, it would be troublesome." Seeing that Theon was quick and efficient, Robb nodded and praised him, and asked him to reward the spy. Of course. Theon was praised with a smile on his face. He thought of Ramsay, who was getting more and more handy recently, and nodded in reply. Also, keep a good watch on those Lannisters, and take them away when the time comes. They are still useful. Well, don't worry, I'll let Quinton take people to guard them. Finally, release all the ravens in Casterly Rock. Tell everyone in Westeros that this castle, that has never fallen, has been captured by us. Quack, quack. A raven flew out of Casterly Rock, heading south along the coastal road. Its destination was to fly to Dawn. Below its flight path was the road from Lannisport to Crake Hall. At this time, on this road, a team of 10 cavalrymen were riding slowly, heading south. "Barbel, why don't we just find a port and take a ship back to the north?" Lord Rodrik was in a very bad mood all the way, and he spoke to his daughter beside him. "Father, the Northern Army will definitely not win this war. If we don't take sides and invest now, the new Northern Guardian will definitely use the Northern nobles to establish their prestige. You don't want our family to be the target of prestige." Barbara persuaded her father. She still saw things more clearly. She knew that the Northern nobles like them could not stay out of this war. "You are right, but, whoa." The Lacewell family cavalrymen riding in the front were suddenly tripped by a tight trip rope, and the fallen horses let out a mournful cry. Earl Rodrik, who had been in front of the cavalry team, and Barbara had no time to use the reins to stop their horses, and were tripped by the horses in front, and fell to the ground. Kill. Shouts of killing suddenly came from both sides of the road, and nearly 20 Lannister soldiers rushed towards Earl Rodrik and his entourage, who were thrown to the ground. Swish. When Davin stabbed the long sword in his hand into the chest of the last Lacewell family cavalryman, this marked that their ambush had been completely successful. A few days ago, Davin led more than 20 members of the garrison back to Lannisport from Casterly Rock Avenue, intending to find some horses to report to Crake Hall. But who knew that Lannisport was looted by tens of thousands of Northern soldiers and Ironmen? How could they leave valuable things like horses? And with such a small number of people, they obviously did not dare to take the initiative to steal horses in the port area that was heavily protected, so they found some dry food and moved forward towards Crake Hall on foot. After marching for a few days, they unexpectedly found this small group of Northern soldiers coming from Lannisport. Seeing that the other side had only 10 cavalrymen, they simply ambushed them and caught the Northern soldiers off guard. "Stop. Are you Lannister family soldiers? I'm Lord Tywin's spy, and we are our own people." Earl Rodrik, who fell to the ground with stars in his eyes, did not wake up until all his family cavalrymen died. When he saw the angry lion family emblem of Davin and others, he immediately waved his hand and shouted loudly, "Yes, yes, we are also from the Lannister camp." Barbara, who was controlled by a member of the garrison with a sword, woke up at this time, and nodded and shouted, "Haha, since you say you are spies of Lord Tywin, then there must be something that can prove your identity. Take it out, and show it to me." Davin obviously did not believe what Barbara and her father and daughter said. He laughed and asked them to show their evidence. However, how could Barbara and her father and daughter show it? They had not received Tywin's reply yet, and they were sent to Bitterbridge's envoys. Brothers, entertain them well. I want to know all the information about the Northern Army. Davin saw Barbara and the other two looking at each other and sneered and ordered the garrison members behind him. No, sir, we are willing to tell you all the information we know. Seeing this group of unfriendly Lannister soldiers approaching, Barbara shouted in shock. I'm sorry, I don't believe what you're saying now. Enjoy it. I'll ask you again later. Davin took out a piece of dried meat from the food on the ground, put it in his mouth, and chewed it dry, shaking his head and answering. We are really spies of Lord Tywin, believe us. Earl Roderick, who was held by several garrison soldiers, shouted to Davin, but Davin turned a deaf ear to him. These garrison members whose comrades were killed, and their homes occupied by the northern soldiers took out all their anger on Earl Roderick in the past few days, punching and kicking him, making him scream. Save some strength, I want to live. Hearing the shrill screams, Davin, chewing dried meat in his mouth, shouted to his men. Lord Davin, this northern woman, you are interesting. A garrison soldier with a smirk on his face approached Davin and asked. Of course, Davin understood what he meant. He looked up and saw the wrinkled face, tall figure, brown grey hair tied into a widow's knot, and a middle-aged ballet. He shook his head and said, I'm not interested in sex. I like young girls. Can we? Hearing his subordinate's question, Davin thought of the civilian mother and daughter he rescued, and then thought of Lannisport, where there were more civilians he couldn't save. He said to the subordinate who followed him from beginning to end, it's up to you, but I want her information. Don't worry, Lord Davin, we promise to interrogate her. Thank you for the points of coins from Leogiu. Thank you Leogiu, Winsco Stark. Fifan 08770249, Dennis Heyo, naming is so annoying, arbitration agency, chin 2 meters, and the dream of 100,000 boys for voting for the monthly ticket. Thank you for voting for recommendations every day and all the big guys who follow here. Thank you for your support. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 119 Influence. With the large number of ravens released by Casterly Rock, the news of the fall of Casterly Rock spread throughout the noble families of Westeros. King's Landing, Throne Room. Impossible. Liar. Casterly Rock has stood in the west for thousands of years, and has never fallen. Hearing the raven letter read by Varys, Joffrey immediately stood up from the throne and roared loudly, Your Majesty, the raven letter is from Casterly Rock. I believe no one will take their own life to make such a joke. Varys heard his words and shook his head, more certain of the authenticity of the letter. What is my grandfather doing? It's useless. After so long, Reveron has not been taken down. Instead, Robb Stark sneaked attack on Casterly Rock. Humph, if it were my father, he would have killed all these traitors long ago. Since killing Eddard Stark with his own hands, Joffrey has been unsuccessful. Seeing that the fall of Casterly Rock has become a fact, he loudly blamed Tywin for his inaction. Hey, Joffrey, your grandfather is fighting for you. You should be more polite to him. Cersei frowned and coughed to remind him when she heard Joffrey blaming Tywin. Let me be polite. I'm the king. They are my subjects. Only they are polite to me. As Joffrey became king for a longer time, he became more and more tired of Cersei, the queen regent, controlling him. Cersei also felt that her son was becoming more and more difficult to control than before. She did not continue to argue with Joffrey, but turned to look at Varys and asked, Lord Varys, is there any information from Baelish and Tyrion? Also, where is Jaime now? Lord Baelish, since the last letter reporting that they had successfully rescued Lord Tyrion, and they would continue to stay in the Vale to persuade Lady Lysa to join the war, there has been no news. Hearing Cersei's questioning, Varys, who had been a little dazed just now, immediately answered the information he knew. As for the Prime Minister, he is touring the Crown Territory, summoning the nobles of the Crown Territory, and sending troops to assist in the defense of King's Landing. He should be summoning the Lake family in Duskendale. Duskendale? Lord Varys, please tell Jaime the news from Casterly Rock. Cersei thought for a moment and gave Varys her own order. Then, please visit Renly Baratheon on behalf of His Majesty Joffrey. I heard that he has gathered 100,000 troops and is heading to King's Landing. Your Majesty, according to my intelligence, Renly's actual army is less than 100,000. Moreover, they are marching very slowly and are currently setting up camp at Bitterbridge for preparation. Varys first told the intelligence he knew and then continued to ask, Your Majesty, the purpose of asking me to visit Renly is. The obvious purpose is that you are trying to persuade him to surrender on behalf of His Majesty Joffrey. As long as he can submit to the only king of Westeros, then his treason will no longer be pursued, and he will also have a place in the royal council. So, what's the secret purpose? Hearing Varys' question, Cersei smiled on her delicate face, and she said in a tone that was very optimistic about Varys, secretly, first of all, find out the specific situation of Renly's troops. Then, his troops are composed of the Stormlands and the Riverlands. I believe that with Lord Varys' ability, he can find out clearly which forces have the possibility of being pulled into our camp. I understand, Your Majesty. Dorne, the southernmost part of Westeros, the city of Ironwood. Ironwood is located at the entrance of the Bone Road in Dorne. It is a garrison fortress that blocks the entrance and exit of Dorne. Its geographical location is very important. Ironwood is the castle of the Ironwood family. They are the most powerful family in Dorne after the Martell family. Ironwood is an ancient family. For thousands of years, they used to be called High King of Dorne and King of the Dornish as their titles. Until Nymeria, the warrior queen of Rhoynar, married Morse Martell, the power of the Martell family increased greatly. After 11 years of fighting, this couple who proclaimed themselves as princes and queens finally made the Ironwood family surrender, and Dorne was unified. In fact, the Ironwood family is very similar to the Bolton family in the north. As vassals second only to the feudal lord, they have always had the ambition to replace them. The Ironwood family has also joined the camp of Sir Rhaegar Rivers 3 times and participated in the Blackfyre Rebellion. In the rebellion, they fought head-on with the Martell family who supported Targaryen. But they eventually lost the war, and the Martell family still ruled Dorne. Until the last 2 or 3 decades, the relationship between the Ironwood family and the Martell family has undergone a very magical change. When a Baron Martell, the Red Viper, was 16 years old, he had an affair with the mistress of Lord Edgar Ironwood, and was discovered by Lord Edgar, so he challenged him to a duel. However, due to the Red Viper's origin and age, the two sides agreed to stop the duel when blood was seen. But after both parties were injured at the same time, the Red Viper's injuries recovered quickly, but Lord Edgar died due to the festering wounds. Most of the Ironwood family believed that the Red Viper smeared poison on his weapon and deliberately poisoned Lord Edgar. Under this circumstance, in order to repair the relationship between the two families, Prince Doran, the ruler of Dorne, exiled his younger brother Oberyn and sent his son Quentyn to Ironwood City to be raised. The current Earl of the Ironwood family, Anders Ironwood, not only became Prince Doran's confidant, but he also served as Quentyn's adoptive father, raising Quentyn together with his son Cletus Ironwood. Although many Ironwood people were still dissatisfied with this, they could only remain silent under the suppression of Earl Anders and Prince Doran. Clang, clang. 2 teenagers, holding blunt training swords, were competing in relatively awkward swordsmanship on the roof of the abandoned tower of Ironwood Castle. A handsome, blonde, blue-eyed noble boy had a better swordsmanship. He used a sideswipe to directly knock down the long sword in the hand of the other sturdy, ordinary-looking black-haired boy. I surrender. Cletus, your swordsmanship has improved again. Now, the time I can fight with you is getting shorter and shorter. The black-haired boy raised his hands in surrender and said to the blonde boy with a smile on his face, Hey, Quentyn, maybe it's because you're still a virgin. So, the power of man has not been released yet. Cletus had a very wanton smile on his face, and he sat cross-legged on the rooftop, winking at Quentyn. Hey, don't laugh at me. Count Anders taught us that we must be responsible for the honor of women. I still hope to be with my future wife. Quentyn, who was a decent man, spoke seriously about the honor and responsibility taught by his adoptive father Count Anders. Before he finished speaking, Cletus waved his hand impatiently and interrupted him. Okay. I was scolded by my father before, and now you start again. TSK, if I had your prince status, those girls would have to rush to my door. You have heard this, since you were a child. I don't think my prince status is special. Well, I suddenly feel a little urgent to pee, so I'll go to the side to pee first. Quentyn, who was talking, suddenly felt a little urgent to pee, said to Cletus, and ran to the other side of the tower, and started peeing against the corner. The situation in Westeros. Casterly Rock has fallen, and the false King Joffrey has only a golden cloak. Just as Quentyn was enjoying the water, a series of intermittent voices came from the tower. This tower had long been abandoned, and almost no one came. Quentyn thought he had heard it wrong, and continued to listen carefully. We are the kings of Dawn. Callanders and Quentyn. This time Quentyn was very sure that he heard the voice, and it was a secret of killing himself and his adoptive father Erlanders. He didn't care about the thing that was still full of water droplets, and immediately pulled up his pants and ran to the side of the tower and looked down. There was no one under the tower, and the person who had just spoken had gone to who knows where. Thanks to the monthly votes from Trapezoid Heart, 10 years of novel life, Dewey Dynasty, and Bloody Wanderer. Thanks to all the big guys who voted for the recommendation every day and followed here. Thank you for your support. PS. At the end of the second quarter, work is indeed a bit busy. I worked overtime again today, and when I came back I quickly wrote a chapter, but it's only more than 2,000 words. I'll secretly write another chapter tomorrow, when I'm at work. Chapter 120, Chaos. Cletus. What's wrong? Did you pee in your pants? Cletus looked at Quentyn's pants, which were not even tidied up, and had some water stains, and teased him. I just heard two people downstairs in the tower plotting to kill Count Anders and me. Quentyn ignored Cletus' cheesing, and his face, which was originally full of righteousness, was now extremely serious. Are you serious? Looking at his expression, Cletus gradually put away the smirk on his face and confirmed again. Well, although I didn't hear everything, I definitely didn't hear the key part wrong. Quentyn, I believe you. But why did they happen to be in the tower and be heard by you? Cletus nodded and chose to believe what Quentyn said, but he was a little confused as to why the conspiracy happened to be heard by Quentyn. Don't worry about it for now, let's go down and take a look, and then quickly inform Count Anders. Quentyn was very anxious and pulled Cletus directly downstairs to the tower. The two of them quickly ran down the tower and came to the direction where Quentyn peed to check the details. There was a row of footprints on the ground, and it could be seen from the footprints that there were obviously more than one or two people. It seems that it was not two people who were conspiring, but these people were passing by here, and their conversation was overheard by you. Cletus looked at the footprints on the ground and made a more reliable analysis. As he looked in the direction of the footprints, he suddenly realized, I know why they came to this abandoned tower. There used to be an abandoned path in the city of Ironwood. They wanted to avoid the guards in front and go straight to the inner castle. Oh no, they are already in the inner castle. No, we have to hurry. Shusho. The weeds on the abandoned path next to the tower kept shaking, and it was obvious that someone was walking inside. Cletus and Quentyn looked at each other, immediately shut their mouths, and nervously drew out their training blunt swords. Hey, you guys are walking really fast. I just received a letter from Lord Yorick. A soldier wearing Dornish cloth armor and a turban on his head emerged from the weeds. He held a steel spear in one hand and a letter in the other. He started talking as soon as he emerged from the weeds, but he immediately shut up when he saw Cletus and Quentyn. At this moment, the three of them were staring at each other in silence. Cletus and Quentyn were still teenagers after all, and they didn't know whether to take the initiative. The soldier had already recognized their identities and was thinking about something. Very suddenly, the soldier threw down the letter, clenched his spear in both hands, and stabbed at Cletus. Clang. Cletus reacted very quickly, holding the training blunt sword with both hands, and swung it violently from right to left. The training blunt sword and the steel spear made a collision sound, and the soldier's sudden attack was successfully blocked by Cletus. Bang. Ugh. Quentyn reacted a little slower, but at this time the soldier was attacking Cletus, and was completely unprepared for him. The training blunt sword in his hand hit the soldier's left shoulder heavily, causing him to groan. When the soldier was attacked by Quentyn, he immediately dodged Cletus's sword and swung the steel spear in his hand towards his calf. This half-moon-shaped spear swept across, covering both Cletus and Quentyn. Ouch. Cletus retreated immediately, but Quentyn, who was closer to the soldier than Cletus, did not retreat in time and was cut by the sharp spear tip. He screamed and fell to the ground one after another. In fact, it can be seen here that the two teenagers had little experience in fighting. When facing a long weapon like a steel spear, they should rush forward as much as possible instead of retreating. Bang! Cletus's judgment was more accurate this time. After dodging the spear sweep, he rushed forward immediately. When the soldier ran out of strength and had not yet retracted his spear, the training blunt sword in his hand hit the right side of his head heavily, and the soldier fell to the ground. Bang, bang, bang. Seeing the fallen soldier still trying to get up, and seeing his best friend Quentyn injured, Cletus, who was already angry, held the hilt of the sword with both hands, and fiercely stabbed the soldier's head with the front end of the training blunt sword. Although the training blunt sword is afraid of hurting people during training, the sharp tip of the sword is ground flat. But after all, it is still lethal. Under Cletus's constant stabbing, the soldier had already bled profusely, lying on the ground with a disfigured face, motionless. Cletus, it's over. He's dead. Quentyn, who was sitting on the side, looked at the somewhat crazy Cletus and shouted to stop him. Ugh. Cletus paused when he heard this, looked at the bloody soldier's head in front of him, and suddenly ran to the side and vomited crazily. Quentyn struggled to stand up, went to pick up the letter thrown away by the soldier, opened it, and read it quickly. Cletus, this is a letter from Yorick Ironwood. It asks the soldier's heading inside to spare my life. After reading the letter, Quentyn immediately spoke to Cletus. Yorick Ironwood is the son of Erlander's father and Ormond Ironwood's younger brother. In terms of kinship, he and Erlanders are cousins, and he is currently the commander of the garrison of Ironwood City. Uncle Yorick? Bah, let's go quickly and tell my father about Yorick's plan. Upon hearing this, Cletus wiped his mouth and went to support Quentyn and walked towards the Ironwood family. Because Quentyn slowed down the progress, it took them a long time to reach the door of the inner castle. Cletus was about to shout directly to the 4 guards at the door to let them notify his father, but Quentyn's hand on his shoulder grabbed him tightly. Cletus, something is wrong. Those are not the guards we left with, and there are some bloodstains on the ground. The careful Quentyn leaned close to his ear and told him the details of his observation. Just as the two were thinking about how to enter the inner castle, 2 thrown spears pierced 2 inner castle guards from behind. A bold strong man with a height of 6.5 feet, about 2.15 meters, a burly figure, strong limbs, and a round belly rushed out of the inner castle. He pulled out the spear from the body of a guard and solved the other 2 guards in a few moves. Hey, Archibald. Quentyn saw the bold strong man and immediately greeted him happily. This is Count Anders' nephew, Archibald Ironwood. Archibald has been with him and Cletus for a long time, and Quentyn still trusts him very much. Where have you been? I was just about to find you. Let's go. Let's leave Ironwood City immediately. Archibald saw Quentyn and the others and immediately came to them quickly and spoke. Leave Ironwood? No, I want to see my father. Cletus frowned and shook his head when he heard this. Erlanders is dead. What? Impossible. Seeing the shocked expressions of Cletus and Quentyn, Archibald immediately said in a long and short sentence, most members of the Ironwood family have betrayed Erlanders and defected to Yorick. The guards of the inner castle have been quietly replaced. At that time, I saw with my own eyes that Erlanders was stabbed several times from the back with a spear by his own guards. Father is dead. Hearing Archibald's confirmation again, Cletus murmured in despair. Let's go. There is a stable next to us. We will ride 2 horses each and go to Sunspear immediately. Quentyn pulled Cletus and followed Archibald. He led 6 war horses in the stable and prepared to go to Sunspear. However, Sunspear, which leads to the southeast, has long been guarded by heavy troops arranged by Yorick, and there is no way to get away. Seeing this situation, Quentyn immediately suggested that they should go north first, then find a port city and take a boat to Sunspear. Cletus remained silent, and Archibald had no other ideas, so the 3 of them galloped north. The next day, Yorick Ironwood declared himself the ancient title of the Ironwood family, High King of Dawn. He also issued a document claiming that Joffrey was a false king, and the Martell family was a traitor to Dawn who assisted the false king in ruling. He claimed that the Dornish should rule themselves instead of submitting to the King's Landing, which was full of shit and urine. In this situation, Prince Doran of Sunspear did not send troops immediately, but sent a letter to rebuke Yorick Ironwood. Seeing that Prince Doran was so weak, some of the ancient Dornish families that had been silent began to respond to Yorick Ironwood. However, they also believed that their family should be the ruler of Dawn. For a time, the nobles of Dawn prepared for war, and the war was about to break out. Thanks for the monthly votes from all the great people who voted for me. Thanks for all the great people who voted for me every day and read here. Thank you for your support. PS. I coded this secretly at work. I basically didn't do any work. I was very busy in the afternoon. Chapter 121 Shadow. Bang. A tall warrior in full armor threw another warrior in full armor to the ground, who looked short in comparison to him. Swoosh. The tall warrior opened the visor of the short warrior with his left hand, pulled out a dagger from his waist with his right hand, and pointed it at the pretty face. Give up. I give up. The handsome Knight of Flowers Loras Tyrell, feeling the momentum of the tall warrior who seemed to really want to kill him, shouted loudly with a pale face. Snap, snap, snap. King Renly Baratheon and Queen Marguerite Tyrell sat on the temporary wooden stand nearby. Seeing that the winner had been decided, Renly applauded loudly and praised, "What a beautiful battle, the final winner is Brienne of Tarth." Hearing this, the tall knight got up from Loras, came to Renly, took off his helmet, and knelt on one knee. This is a burly female warrior, over 6 feet tall, about 1.83 meters, with dry blonde hair and a very neutral appearance. This is Brienne, the beauty famous in the Seven Kingdoms. All the noble earls and knights from the Reach and Stormlands witnessed this tournament together. After winning the tournament, Brienne successfully joined Renly's Kingsguard. Varys, who was in the crowd, saw that the tournament was over, and asked the guards to help him announce it. After obtaining Renly's permission, Varys stood in front of him. Renly straightened the crown on his head, which was made of soft gold, with roses carved on the crown, surrounded by tiny deer antlers, and a deer head made of dark jade on the front. He said in a tone that seemed to forget Varys' name, "Oh, you are. By the way, you are the terrifying Lord Octopus Spider. Sorry, this tournament is too exciting, and kept you waiting for a long time." "Varys, your majesty." Varys smiled without anger, and answered in his own gentle tone. "Haha, Lord Varys, it's just a joke. We have held court meetings together for so many years, how could I forget your name? So, you came here this time, to make an offer for Lannister, right? TSK, you are so loyal. Not long after Robert died, you directly surrendered to Lannister, and worked for your new master." Renly's handsome face also showed a smile, and he said to Varys with a thorn in his words, "Your majesty, a humble eunuch like me can't even beat ordinary people. Apart from being able to obtain some intelligence, there is nothing else that I can rely on to survive. After all, people want to live, so." Varys heard this, and showed a helpless smile, telling his difficulties in a sincere tone. "It's just a joke. Lord Varys, don't mind. Tell me the price offered by Lannister." "Yes, your majesty." Seeing Renly getting back to business, Varys nodded and agreed, and then told Cersei his conditions. "Ha ha ha ha. Didn't they say that the Lannisters have always been very generous? Why are the conditions so stingy this time?" After hearing Cersei's conditions, Renly laughed loudly, and then asked Varys, "My king, my love, I guess the Lannisters have lost all their gold, because Casterly Rock was captured by Robb Stark, so they must start to save a little." As soon as Renly finished speaking, the beautiful queen beside him, Marguerite, replied in a clear and melodious voice, "Thank you for reminding me, my dear. I almost forgot about this recent news. Well, under the siege of Tywin Lannister, Robb Stark not only did not get defeated, but also took down the Lannister castle. Although, I haven't seen him, but he should be a brave and skilled warrior like his father." Renly heard this, turned around to thank the beauty beside him, and then praised Robb to Varys. Varys heard Renly's praise and thought of this young man who had turned King's Landing upside down and nodded in agreement. Lord Varys, look around. 100,000 troops are gathering here, preparing to attack King's Landing. The Lannister army is being forced to put out fires everywhere by the Northern army, and there are only a few thousand gold cloaks in King's Landing. How can they resist me? I have no interest in Lannister's conditions. But if Lord Varys is willing to surrender to me, my position as the Chief of Intelligence will still belong to you. You can visit the might of my army in the next 2 days, and then tell me the answer. Before Varys could continue speaking, Renly opened his mouth and extended an olive branch to him. Yes, your majesty. I will take a good look. To be honest, in terms of the number of troops, Renly did have a great advantage. As a person who always stands on the side of the winner, Varys showed a thoughtful expression on his face when he was recruited by Renly. Okay, that's it. Sir Robb Royce, you will be responsible for leading Lord Varys on a tour these 2 days. Do you understand? Understood, your majesty. A member of Renly's Kingsguard heard his order and immediately understood the meaning of the words and nodded in response. That afternoon, Renly, who was inspecting the army, received a notice from the guards that a group of unexpected guests had come to Bitterbridge. Not long after, Renly led Ser Robber, who was accompanying Varys, other Kingsguards, and a team of cavalry holding the crowned stag banner, and headed towards the hills outside the camp. On the hills, a team of more than 10 cavalry had been waiting for a long time. Second brother, what happened to your stag? Was it roasted by the fire? As soon as he approached the other cavalry, Renly smiled and joked. This group of waiting cavalry was Stannis, who led the fleet to besiege Storm's End, but failed to capture it for a long time. After receiving the news that Robb Stark had captured Casterly Rock, he immediately decided to come to Bitterbridge in person to persuade Renly to surrender for the last time. The flaming stag flag was changed because His Majesty believed in the Lord of Light. It is his new family emblem. Melisandre, the Red Woman, smiled and answered with a beautiful voice of a mature woman. "Ha, you must be the fire priest who likes to sacrifice and burn people." Renly looked at Melisandre's pretty face and curvy figure and said with a smile, "Haha, Lord Renly, that's not because I like it, but I'm helping them cleanse their sins. Now they have cleansed their sins and are embracing my lord, the Lord of Light." Melisandre shook her head when she heard what Renly said and answered with the look of a devout believer. "Hey, they should thank you." Renly tilted his head and sneered, then turned to Stannis and teased, "Second brother, now I finally understand why you want to change your faith at such an old age. You have good taste. I want you to be careful with your words, Renly." Stannis' serious expression immediately became gloomy when he heard Renly's teasing, as if he was about to turn hostile. Oh, lighten up. I was just joking. In my impression, you are boring, rigid, and uninteresting. But you are not pious. Renly smiled and told his understanding of Stannis, then he seemed to feel a little bored, shook his head, and brought the topic back on track. "So, second brother, you came to me this time to declare your submission to me?" "Yes, to declare submission. I'm here to give you one last chance this time, Renly. Surrender to me." Stannis nodded and explained his purpose. "Ha ha ha. Why should I submit to you?" Renly couldn't help but burst into laughter when he heard what his second brother said. "Robert is dead, and Joffrey is the illegitimate son of Lannister. According to the law, I'm the first heir, and the Iron Throne should belong to me." Stannis told Renly the reason for his submission in a serious tone. "Law? Before his death, Hand of the King Eddard Stark swore in the name of himself and King Robert that whoever could wipe out the Lannisters and kill the false King Joffrey would be the heir. I believe that with his honor, no one in the Seven Kingdoms can question it. His oath of succession is more legal and more reasonable than your so-called law." Renly looked at his second brother, pointed in the direction of King's Landing, and said loudly, "Do you know why I heard that you didn't send troops to support you when you besieged Storm's End? If Robb Stark really gets there first, he will really inherit the Iron Throne legally and reasonably. So, I plan to take King's Landing in one fell swoop, kill the false King Joffrey, and then wipe out Tywin Lannister." "You want to capture King's Landing and wipe out Tywin Lannister? Why? Just relying on your group of noble young masters who can only play jousting?" Stannis heard his words and could not refute Eddard Stark's oath of succession. He could only question his ignorant brother. Haha, even if we are only 100,000 noble soldiers, one man can trample your entire army to death. Second brother, aren't you a veteran? I didn't send any reinforcement. You besieged Storm's End for so long. Did you take it? How many troops do you have with just the royal fleet and the Florent family? 5,000? 7,000? It must be less than 1/10 of mine. Renly sneered at Stannis and pointed out the unavoidable problem of military strength. Second brother, you are stubborn, dull and boring. You are not suitable to sit on the Iron Throne at all. Submit to me, and I will make you my first heir, until I have an heir. For the sake of our dead mother, I will give you one more chance. Lower the flag of rebellion before late tonight, and submit to me tomorrow morning. I will spare your life and you will still keep your seat on the Privy Council. At the same time, I can also make you my heir as you just said. Stannis didn't want to say anything more to Renly, and issued a final ultimatum. Haha, second brother, it seems that believing in this paganism is still good for you. At least, you are more optimistic than before. Renly didn't take his words to heart at all, still smiling and joking. Lord Renly, what you said is disrespectful to the Lord of Light. You'd better remember your sins. After all, the night is dark and dangerous everywhere. As soon as Renly finished speaking, Melisandre interrupted and warned him secretly. After saying this, Stannis turned around and left with everyone, leaving Renly with a disappointed face. In fact, as his second brother whom he once respected, Renly still hoped that Stannis would surrender and join him. Shaking his head, Renly reined in his horse and went to the camp where his army was stationed. Time passed slowly. Renly, who had an army of 100,000, certainly could not lower the flag to surrender to Stannis. After midnight, Davos Seaworth, the Onion Knight, took Melisandre in a red robe and went to his old business of smuggling. He sent Melisandre to a cave near the camp of Renly's army. Just as Davos complained that Renly's army blocked the cave passage, Melisandre took off her red robe behind him. Under her red robe was a nude body with bumps and curves, and a huge pregnant belly that looked like she was about to give birth in October. Snap. Gods bless you. Davos had just put the oil lamp on the ground and turned around to see that this woman, who was still in normal shape in the afternoon, was now pregnant. He was shocked by the strange situation and his face was dazed. He subconsciously prayed. There is only one true God in this world, said Davos. Melisandre slowly sat on the ground and spoke with a pious expression. Huh. As she spoke, the small oil lamp on the ground suddenly became brighter than a campfire. Seeing these strange scenes, Ser Davos immediately retreated against the cave wall and tried to touch the outside of the cave. Melisandre, sitting on the ground, posed as if she was about to give birth and screamed in pain. Her huge pregnant belly began to struggle in a very strange way, as if something was brewing inside it was about to be born. Hiss. With a roar that was definitely not human, a twisted black shadow was born from Melisandre's crotch. When this shadow, like a puff of black smoke, was born, Melisandre's figure immediately returned to normal. Davos, who was extremely scared of this shadow that was definitely not human, vaguely saw his appearance when he was loyal to the king, Stannis. From his face. Whoosh. A breeze blew from nowhere, and the shadow drifted like smoke, heading towards Renly's army camp. Renly's army camp, in the king's tent. Varys came to the king's tent alone, discussing some private information with Renly, and Brienne the king's guard was beside Renly, helping him take off his armor. Your Majesty, if it is as I said, you can take King's Landing without losing a single brave soldier. And Robb Stark still owes me a favor. I can act as an envoy and win him over for you. Varys stood behind them, his hands in his sleeves, and said with a smile on his face, Lord Varys, I'm honored that you have thought it through and joined my camp. Moreover, I also agree with your proposal. I will offer you generous conditions, and you can help me convey them to Robb Stark. As long as the Stark family and the Baratheon family join forces again, nothing can stop us. When Brienne took Renly's armor to place it, Renly replied to Varys with a smile. Whoosh. At this time, a breeze blew, and the tent was blown open by the wind, and a black smoke entered the tent with the breeze. Varys opened his eyes wide, and watched the black smoke drift behind Renly and gather into a figure. Sizzle. Brienne, who had just finished placing the armor, turned her head and saw the black figure with Stannis' appearance, holding a black short sword, piercing Renly's heart from behind. No. The black figure drifted away with the wind. Brienne looked at Renly, who was constantly coughing up blood, and shouted loudly with despair on her face. Bang! Renly fell softly to the ground. Brienne rushed forward with tears in her eyes, watching him slowly swallow his last breath. Snap, snap. The two guards outside the king's tent heard the sound, and rushed in immediately. They saw Brienne standing next to Renly's bloody body at a glance. You must pay for this. Seeing their king's death, the two guards drew their swords without saying anything, and rushed towards Brienne. But Brienne, who was desperate and angry in her heart, drew her own sword, and killed the two guards in the king's tent at a glance. Woo, woo, woo. After killing two guards, Brienne dropped her sword, hugged Renly's body on the ground, and cried loudly. We have to leave quickly. They will definitely think that I colluded with you to kill His Majesty Renly. The incident in the king's tent happened too quickly, and Varys only reacted now. He immediately stepped forward to pull Brienne out and persuaded her. I will never abandon him. Brienne easily broke free from Varys' hand and said sadly, if you die, you will always bear the crime of killing Renly. Then, who will avenge him? Varys' brain turned quickly, and he found a reason to persuade Brienne in an instant. Yes, I saw that the shadow looked like Stannis. It must be the magic cast by his witch. Hearing this, Brienne remembered the shadow just now, and nodded in answer. Yes, it's Stannis. They will definitely capture you. I suggest you go north. The Riverlands are in a time of war right now. No matter which side of their forces, they can't reach out. Varys nodded to confirm that he had seen it, and he suggested to Brienne. What about you? Me. Since the king who is most likely to bring peace to Westeros is dead, of course I will go back to King's Landing. Varys shrugged and answered casually. Inside, I heard screams inside. A guard roared outside the king's tent, and Brienne and Varys fled from the back of the king's tent respectively. Brienne was very familiar with the camp. She took advantage of the chaos in the camp when she found out that Renly was dead, and sneaked out. After Varys and Brienne parted, he changed his appearance through his macup and transformed himself. He became a cavalryman of Renly's army, riding a warhorse to King's Landing. Thank you Feng Zhangjian for your monthly ticket, and thank you for voting and reading here. P.S. I'm really busy recently. I'm trying to write as much as possible. The update time is not as stable as before. Please forgive me. I will find more time to write. Chapter 122 Renly. Crack, crack. The brightly lit camp of Renly's army was filled with the noisy sound of armor colliding and horses neighing. The sky was faintly white at this moment, and it was not far from dawn. The noble families of the Reach and Stormlands were constantly fighting for the weapons and equipment of the camp and a large amount of military food. Most of these supplies were provided by the wealthy High Court, so the cavalry of the Tyrell family kept clashing with the soldiers of other families, and even a small-scale battle later. Outside the camp, there were many nobles of the Stormlands, waiting for the arrival of their next loyal object, His Majesty Stannis. In the blood-stained royal tent, Renly's body was placed on a long table, and a luxurious crown was placed on his chest. Margaery, wearing an exquisite rose dress, walked around the royal tent with a frown. Loras' face was full of sadness, and he looked at Renly's body, which was arranged relatively peacefully, with tears in his eyes. Loras, we have to leave here quickly. More than 80,000 soldiers outside have begun to loot supplies, and many people from the Florent family are trying to persuade them to join Stannis. Behind Margaery's beautiful face is an equally smart brain. She accurately judged the situation at the moment and persuaded her brother. Leave. No, impossible. I want to avenge Renly. I will gather more than 50,000 troops in the Reach and chop Stannis into minced meat. Hearing this, Loras immediately drew his sword and fiercely issued his declaration of revenge in the direction of Stannis. The guards all say that Renly was killed by Brienne of Tarth. Besides, Father and Lord Randall Tarly are still gathering men in Highgarden. You have never led troops into battle, even if you could gather troops from the Reach. Can you defeat the battle-hardened Stannis? If we don't leave now, let alone gather troops, those vassals outside who want to surrender to Stannis will capture us and hand us over to him. Loras, wake up. Hearing Loras' unrealistic words, Marguerite grabbed her brother's shoulders and shook him hard. I don't believe Brienne killed him. I've seen Brienne look at him with the same eyes as me. Besides, who can benefit the most from Renly's death? Stannis. Loras said what he was thinking, while walking to Renly's body and putting down his sword, kneeling on one knee and stroking Renly's face, and continued, he could have been the only king of the Seven Kingdoms, a wise and kind king. Loras, he is indeed a wise and kind king. If you really want to avenge him, let's gather the troops of the Riverlands and return to Highgarden now. Otherwise, before Stannis comes, you will be chopped into pieces by those rebels. At that time, you will lie in the cold grave, and Stannis will still sit on the throne with a smile. Is this the result you want? Marguerite came to Loras' side, reached out and stroked her brother's soft brown hair, and gently said words of comfort. Sure enough, Marguerite's carefully thought out words touched Loras. He stood up, kissed Renly on the forehead, and said to his sister, I will go to gather the troops, and prepare to leave. But, I want to take him with me. Of course, his body must be taken away. By the way, Loras, we don't need those weapons and equipment and food. Anyway, Highgarden doesn't lack them. Marguerite nodded and answered her brother. Loras nodded, looked at Renly with nostalgia, turned and walked out of the king's tent to gather the troops loyal to Highgarden. Marguerite saw him walk out of the king's tent and walk to Renly's body. She looked at her king, her husband in name, with a contemptuous smile on her lips, and said to herself, oh, you are not only a handsome husband, but also a king with noble blood in your body. You are really the perfect candidate in my dream. Even if you like my brother, I don't mind, because I just want to be a real queen. But you die so humbly now. What have you made me become? Renly, you just wait and see. I will definitely become the only queen of the Seven Kingdoms. As the captain of Renly's Kingsguard, Loras did not lead troops to fight, but he did other things in an orderly manner. After a while, he assembled more than 50,000 soldiers and horses loyal to Highgarden and the River Bay. Most of the nobles in the Stormlands were still looting the supplies that Loras didn't want. A few, especially members of the Florent family, kept a close eye on Loras's actions, as if they understood that he wanted to escape with his troops. However, their number was too small, and Stannis had not arrived yet, so no one dared to forcefully come forward to stop Loras's more than 50,000 soldiers and horses. Loras and Marguerite, brother and sister, took Renly's body and more than 50,000 soldiers from the Reach, and galloped towards Highgarden on the Rose Avenue. More than an hour later, when the sun was rising, Stannis, Davos and Melisandre rode leisurely to the front of the chaotic army camp. Outside the camp, most of the nobles of the Stormlands and a small number of nobles from the Reach were waiting to welcome him. When Stannis rode closer, these nobles, big and small, knelt on one knee and swore a very sincere oath of allegiance to him. Of course, Stannis would not believe that these nobles, who immediately surrendered to him after Renly's death, were so sincere in their loyalty. Even though he wanted to hang all these vassals who had stood on Renly's side from the beginning, for the sake of more than 20,000 cavalry and infantry, he could only nod his head expressionlessly and accept the loyalty. Although Renly's army was said to have 100,000 soldiers, in reality it was only about 80,000. More than 50,000 soldiers from the Reach were taken back to Highgarden by Loras and his sister. 5 or 6,000 soldiers returned to their own territories under the leadership of their respective lords. The remaining 25,000 or so troops were composed of most of the nobles of the Stormlands and the Florent family of the Reach. With the fall of Renly, the giant, Stannis instantly turned from a dwarf into a fat man. The total force was expanded to about 33,000. At the same time, the weapons and equipment and military rations provided by Highgarden were enough for his recent war needs. Stannis' army currently has cavalry, infantry, and fleets, coupled with his own excellent combat command ability and Melisandre's magical assistance. He can be said to be the strongest force among the kings at present, except for the joint army of the North and the Iron Islands. Melisandre came to the camp. I don't know if it was because of the magic she cast. She asked Stannis to arrange a more remote military tent for her on the grounds that she needed to pray quietly. After Melisandre left, Davos walked silently beside Stannis, and he always looked like he wanted to say something but stopped. His sight clearly showed that compared with yesterday, Stannis was obviously older today. Not only his beard was grey, but also his temples had more white hair. Finally, after entering the luxurious tent that Renly once lived in, Davos said, "Your Majesty, I think I must talk to you about what I saw in the cave last night. I think I told you very clearly before, you just need to send Lady Melisandre away, and you don't need to ask anything else." Hearing Davos' words, Stannis replied with a gloomy face, "But what price did you pay? Is it worth it, Your Majesty? Now, most of Renly's vassals have surrendered to me, except for the Tyrell family who fled like a coward. However, Mace Tyrell alone does not pose any threat. Soon, I will take King's Landing and sit on the Iron Throne. Do you think it's worth it?" Stannis stared at Stafford with sharp eyes, and his tone was full of affirmation that he would soon get the Iron Throne. "Your Majesty, even if it is for the Iron Throne, I don't think it's worth it." "Okay, I don't want to talk about this anymore." Stafford, who insisted on his beliefs, still wanted to continue talking, but he was interrupted by Stannis' unfriendly tone. "Your Majesty, when will we set off for King's Landing?" Seeing that Stannis was really angry, Stafford could only suppress his emotions and change the subject. "Let's integrate these 25,000 troops first. When the time comes, we will first deal with the pitiful defense fleet of the Blackwater River in King's Landing, and then send all 30,000 troops to King's Landing and capture King's Landing in one fell swoop." Stannis looked at the map in the King's tent and told his battle plan. "It's a good plan, Your Majesty. However, I beg you not to bring Lady Melisandre. There are people in the army who are spreading the word that, as long as she whispers to you, you will follow her instructions. These vassals you paid a price to win from Renly, please don't lose them because of her." When Stafford said this, his eyes were fixed on Stannis, and his tone was sincere. "I will arrange for someone to send Lady Melisandre back to Dragonstone, and she will not follow me in the war. I will divide the fleet into 2 parts and appoint you and my brother-in-law Imry Florent as fleet commanders to jointly command my fleet." Stannis looked into his eyes, pondered for a moment, nodded and replied, "This, Your Majesty, I was just a smuggler and never commanded a fleet. Besides, those nobles will not be satisfied." Seeing that Stannis adopted his opinion and not only did not punish him, but also appointed him as the deputy commander of the fleet, Stafford replied with some fear, "This is my army, not this. Stafford, don't let me down." "No, Your Majesty. Highgarden is built of white marble and protected by 3 circular walls built of the same white stone. Each circular wall is higher and thicker than the previous one and is guarded by slender and elegant round towers around it. Overall, Highgarden is a relatively perfect castle that is both beautiful and has strong defense. At the highest point of the inner castle of Highgarden, in an unusually wide room with very simple decorations, Loras and Margaery stood in the center of the room, telling about the changes in Renly's army. Beside them, the fat Duke of Mace with a triangular beard listened with an unhappy look on his face. Opposite them, there was a skinny old lady in her 60s with silver hair and wrinkles on her face. She was listening and rubbing her soft hands. Behind her stood a pair of twin brothers who were 7 feet tall, about 2.3 meters, with well-developed muscles, deep blue eyes and thick red beards. "So, my brother and I returned to Highgarden with more than 50,000 cavalrymen from the bay. Grandma, do you think I'm unlucky? I just got the Queen's crown, but I lost it immediately." After Margaery finished her story, she asked the old lady in a coquettish tone. It turned out that this was Olenna Tyrell, known as the Queen of Thorns, the mother of the Duke of Mace, and the grandmother of Loras and Margaery. "Hey, it seems that my dear granddaughter will bear the name of a husband killer like me." Olenna's skinny face showed a smile, and she did not hesitate to tease Margaery with her own affairs. "Grandma." Seeing Olenna say this, Margaery's pretty face suddenly fell, and she shouted coquettishly, Okay. It's better that you didn't get along with this short-lived Renly. Compared to you, I think your brother is more sad." Olenna reached out to comfort Margaery, and then changed the subject, and talked about Loras's head again. However, Loras had long been accustomed to his grandmother's sharp words, and just lowered his head and remained silent. "Well, let's get back to business. Since Renly is dead, what do you think we, the Tyrell family, should do next?" With a light cough, Elena stroked the gem rings on her thin fingers and asked, "Reorganize the troops, kill Stannis, and avenge Renly." Hearing Elena's question, Loras immediately raised his head and answered viciously. Elena rolled her eyes when she heard his words, directly ignored his opinion, and turned her attention to Margaery. "Renly is dead, but Westeros is not short of kings. We should continue to look for alliances. Stannis, we absolutely cannot ally with him. Then the remaining Starks and Lannisters are left." Margaery's thoughts were very clear, and she spoke out loudly about the choices now facing the Tyrells. Elena nodded without comment, and finally looked at her son, the Duke of Mace. "Mother, I think that in the current war between the Starks and the Lannisters, it is unclear who will be the winner. But they will definitely have few troops left in the end. I think we should wait in Highgarden and see the situation clearly before making a decision. As for Stannis, if he dares to lead his army to cause trouble for us, I will personally lead the army of the Reach and defeat him." As soon as the Duke of Mace saw his mother looking at him, he immediately spoke eloquently, as if he was pointing out the way forward. Clap, clap, clap. As soon as the Duke of Mace finished speaking, Elena applauded him, which made him smile happily. However, after Elena finished clapping, she said, "I didn't expect that you, the demented Duke of Highgarden, could say such a thing. Who taught you that? Was it your wife, Ellie?" Ugh. He cheated in advance, but was pointed out by his mother in public. The Duke of Mace smiled awkwardly. Fortunately, everyone present was from his family, and there were no other outsiders. "Stannis is a piece of stinky and hard stone. Our longtime opponent, the Florent family, has always supported Stannis. Don't even think about negotiating an alliance with him. The little wolf cub of the Stark family has some skills. He even fooled Tywin and took the Casterly Rock, which has never fallen. However, the people of the North are completely different from the people of the South. They can still fight, but they want to be the king who rules the Seven Kingdoms. Too young. And Tywin is already old. He is no longer the lion who terrorized the Seven Kingdoms. Now he can't even protect his own Westerland." Although she has been sitting in Highgarden, Elena has a very thorough understanding of the various forces now. No one else spoke, listening quietly to the speech of the actual controller of the Tyrell family. "Margaery, you still want to be the queen, right?" "Yes, Grandma." Hearing Elena's sudden question, Margaery smiled sweetly and answered in a crisp voice. "Can you marry anyone? Well, as long as you think he can become the king of the Seven Kingdoms, then I have no problem." "Very good. Left hand, bring him in." Hearing Margaery's answer, Elena lightly ordered the twin guards behind her. As soon as she finished speaking, the tall and burly guard on the left walked towards the door. After a while, he brought a black-haired boy of 8 or 9 years old into the room. The illegitimate son of Robert Baratheon, who was sent by Baelish before, is now named Renly Baratheon. He is the illegitimate son legalized by Renly, and a special will for succession was written to list him as the first heir. In other words, he is Renly second. "Margaery, your new husband." "What?" Everyone in the room looked incredulous after hearing what Elena said. They understood that Elena was planning to support a puppet king and make her family the actual controller of the Seven Kingdoms. As for the so-called legalization and succession will, if she said there would be, then there would definitely be. Eddard Stark made that oath in the name of Robert and himself. As long as the Lannister family can be wiped out, and the false King Joffrey is killed, the Iron Throne can be obtained legally and reasonably. How fascinating this is. The glory and power that our Tyrell family has longed for are now in front of us. I have contacted Paxter Redwyne. The Redwyne family will advance and retreat together with our Tyrell family and fight to the end. Defeat all the false kings and gain the highest glory together. Just like the Stark family and the Baratheon family back then. Now, we have sufficient troops, warehouses full of military rations, countless gold, and this Renly second. The inherent pattern of the entire Westeros has been broken. This is a great opportunity for our Tyrell family. Elena's words seemed full of magic, and everyone present fell into a vision of the future. Margaery seemed to see the future, the scene of herself as the only queen of the Seven Kingdoms, the mother of the world. Loras seemed to see the future. He killed Stannis with his own hands, and avenged Renly. The Duke of Mace seemed to have seen the future. He led his army to defeat all the false kings and finally sat on the Iron Throne. In this case, the entire Tyrell family agreed with Elena's general strategy of supporting the puppet king first and eventually replacing him. In the next few days, countless ravens flew out of Highgarden, spreading the news that Renly II was crowned and would marry Margaery. At the same time, there was also a questionnaire on the legitimization of illegitimate children signed by Renly Baratheon I and a copy of the will for succession. Finally, since the Tyrell family wanted to establish themselves as kings, no dissenting voices were allowed within their rule. The next day, the Duke of Mace ordered Randall Tully, who was in Highgarden, to take 20,000 troops from the Reach to wipe out the Florent family in Brightwater. This thorn in the eye and thorn in the flesh, who had long opposed and questioned the ruling status of the Tyrell family. Thanks to the early birds, book friend 160,601,201,604,275, and hell addicted for their monthly tickets. Thanks also to all the readers who have been voting and following the book here. P.S. In these 2 or 3 chapters, the expected chaos and fighting in Westeros slowly unfolds, and the next chapter will return to the protagonist's vision. Chapter 123 Target. Dadada. In the southern area of Lannisport, thousands of cavalrymen with the family emblem of black and white burrowed into the city at a normal speed. Sir Davin, it seems that after more than 10 days of looting, the Northern Army has really retreated. They looted the entire Lannisport and Casterly Rock this time, and they should have returned to the north very satisfied. A strong and tough looking knight said to Davin beside him. Sir Tybalt, you are right. The rich Lannisport and the wealth of the Lannisters in Casterly Rock alone must have filled the sleeves of these poor northerners with silver deer. Moreover, as far as I know, the food stored in Lannisport for the long winter alone is enough for the entire north to eat for more than 10 years. Alas, it's really a bargain for these northern barbarians. Davin nodded and agreed with the knight's opinion. Knowing the situation in Lannisport, he couldn't help but express some regretful praise. The knight next to Davin is named Tybalt Craighall, the eldest son and heir of Roland Craighall, Lord of Craighall. His uncle, Burton Craighall, and his second brother, Lyle Craighall, led most of the Craighall family cavalry and followed Tywin to join the war. Burton Craighall was the strong man who died with Beric. Since the mountain had been deliberately suppressing the news, they still didn't know that Burton Craighall had been killed. A few days ago, when Davin came to Craighall for help, Lord Craighall immediately began to summon the last 1,000 cavalrymen of Craighall. Since Davin reported the situation of the North's troops truthfully, Lord Craighall asked Tybalt to accompany Davin to do some reconnaissance and harass appropriately. Who knew that, when they came to Lannisport for reconnaissance, they found that there were no North soldiers patrolling outside the town. As they went deeper into the town, they were now sure that the North's army had withdrawn. Yes, this long summer has allowed us to store a lot of food, and we should have been prepared for the long winter. Unexpectedly, this group of northern barbarians would team up with the Iron Men to come from the sea to plunder. Many people in the Westerly will starve to death this winter. However, things are not yet a foregone conclusion. This time they cunningly avoided Lord Tywin's army and launched a sneak attack. But wars cannot always rely on these tricks. I believe that Lord Tywin will definitely defeat them and take back what belongs to us in the west. Hearing Davin's regret, Tybalt turned around and said some comforting words to him. Of course, when Lord Tywin became the Hand of the Mad King, and his reputation spread throughout the Seven Kingdoms, not to mention Robb Stark, the little wolf cub, even his father, Eddard Stark, was just a child playing in the mud. Davin nodded in response. He then realized that the entire Lannisport was unusually quiet, so he ordered several members of the garrison around him. Those northern barbarians have left, let the residents hiding in their homes come out. Yes. Several members of the garrison behind him nodded in agreement, then dismounted and walked towards the surrounding houses. But a few minutes later, they came back one after another to report that there was no civilian in this area, and that the things that could be moved from these homes were basically swept away. Something big happened. Davin and Tybalt heard their reports, looked at each other, and instantly realized that these residents must have been abducted by the Northern Army. Go to Casterly Rock, Kevin said hurriedly to Tybalt, and rode towards Casterly Rock. When they arrived at Casterly Rock, there was no movement in Casterly Rock either, and on the top of the tower of Casterly Rock, the direwolf flag was fluttering in the sea breeze. Most importantly, the outer walls of Casterly Rock, which were originally simple and beautiful, were full of newly carved direwolf carvings. A few of these carvings were well carved, and the direwolves were lifelike, but most of the others were very rough and crooked, looking more like dogs than wolves. In a word, the direwolf carvings, that basically covered the entire outer wall of the castle, made the image of Casterly Rock very funny, well, very festive. These were the longships of the Iron Fleet, and when the captured rowing warships were transporting supplies and people, Theon, who was bored, asked more than 1,000 captured Lannister soldiers and the craftsmen in the castle to do it. His explanation to Robb was, first, to consume the energy and physical strength of these captives, to prevent them from causing trouble. Second, to let everyone know that they had conquered Casterly Rock and hit the prestige of the Lannister family. Third, he just wanted to discuss Tywin Lannister. When the carvings were all completed, Theon stood at the gate of Casterly Rock and asked the painters in Casterly Rock to take his portrait. There are no mobile phones in this world, otherwise Theon would definitely take pictures and post them on WeChat Moments and at TYWIN Lannister. During this time, Robb was thinking about the future tactical plan and planning future development. He saw that what Theon said seemed to make some sense, and he didn't delay the business, so he let him do it. Theon was happy to toss. At this moment, Davin and Tybalt's faces were as gloomy as water. This wall of direwolf carvings is purely a slap in the face of the entire westerly. Casterly Rock, which has never fallen, not only fell into the hands of the Stark family, but also had their family emblems carved all over the wall. Rumble. Just as Davin was preparing to arrange people to destroy all the direwolf carvings, that brought humiliation to the entire westerly, a thunderous sound of horse hooves came from the north. Did the northern army not leave? Are they ambushing us? Hearing the voice, Davin immediately turned around in panic and breathed a sigh of relief. In the direction of the river road, a large number of cavalrymen wearing Lannister family armor and carrying red angry lion flags were galloping towards Casterly Rock from the north. This large number of Lannister cavalrymen were the reinforcement troops led by Adam Marbrand. They set out from the Moat Cailin, took the King's Road through the Trident, turned to the river road, and then returned to Casterly Rock through the Golden Tooth. This journey back to the rescue would normally take about a month, and Adam had been urging the army to return to the rescue as quickly as possible. But who would have thought that Casterly Rock could not even hold out for half a month? When he passed Riverrun, Kevin told him the bad news that Casterly Rock had fallen. However, even if Casterly Rock had fallen, Adam still led these tens of thousands of cavalrymen to continue to return to the rescue. Because even if they stayed in Riverrun, they could not contribute to Kevin's siege. Moreover, behind them, Tywin's infantry army was rushing to Riverrun. After a while, Adam, who received the report from the scout cavalry, took his guards to Casterly Rock first. When he first saw Casterly Rock, his expression was similar to that of Davin. As a page boy in Casterly Rock, since he was a child, Adam had a strong sense of belonging and honor to Casterly Rock. Now seeing this city that had never fallen being insulted like this, he was immediately furious and ordered the guards around him, go and gather people and erase all these ugly family emblems. Yes. Seeing Adam's guards take the order and leave, Davin said, it's a pity that these barbarians have slipped back to the north. Otherwise, Sir Adam, you would definitely teach them a lesson. Hearing Davin's words, Adam was about to speak, but suddenly an idea flashed through his mind, and he whispered, have they really returned to the north? If not, then, where are they now? In fact, as early as when Adam's large number of cavalry troops that could not be hidden set out from the Golden Tooth, the scout cavalry sent out by Robb had already known their movements. Otherwise, how could the northern army just evacuate before they arrived? At this time, Robb and Theon were sailing in the Iron Bay on a large rowing warship that was originally a Lannister fleet. These captured Lannister rowing warships had been repaired by the liner sport shipmen who were friendly invited by the northern soldiers and had long been used for transportation. Moreover, the sails of each rowing warship had been repainted with the direwolf family emblem instead of the angry lion family emblem. As this large rowing warship sailed on the sea, a coastal town built around a castle appeared in the sight of Robb and others. Of course, they also entered the sight of the town guards. There is a towering tower in this town, which not only has a watchtower for guards to stand guard, but also a huge bronze bell. Quickly inform Lord Patrick Mallister that a large rowing warship with the flag of the Stark family is heading towards seaward. The captain of the guard at the watchtower turned around and ordered a subordinate. That's right, this castle surrounded by the town is the seaward of the Mallister family. Its geographical location is special. Seaward is located on the western coast of the Riverlands, at the eastern end of the southern coastline of Eagle Point. Eagle Point is a piece of land that extends from the Westeros continent to the southwest into the Iron Bay and points to the Iron Islands. Therefore, the location of Seaward is exactly where the Iron Bay connects with the Westeros continent, and at the same time, it is close to the source of the inland Blue Fork River. It can be said that, if Seaward is occupied by the Ironmen, then the Ironmen can invade the entire Three Forks River basin from the Sunset Sea at any time and plunder the entire Riverlands. It is for this reason that when Seaward was first established, it was built to resist the plunder of the Ironmen. The tower with a huge bronze bell is a very famous Hang's Hang Tower. Its function is that, as long as the guards in the watchtower observe the longship appearing on the surface of the Sunset Sea in the west, the guards will ring the alarm bell and call on the villagers and farmers in the fields to quickly enter the castle for refuge. In the past 300 years, the only time the huge bronze bell of the Hang Bell Tower was rung was because of Greyjoy's first rebellion. At that time, Patrick's father, Jason Mallister, the Earl of Seamarsh, had rich combat experience because of his long-term fight against the Iron Race. Under his excellent command, the soldiers of the Mallister family bravely fought against the invading Ironmen. When the brave Earl Jason personally killed Roderick Greyjoy, the eldest son of King Balon, the invading Ironman army was directly defeated and driven back to the sea. Patrick, who received the report from the guards, took hundreds of soldiers from the Mallister family and waited for this large rowing warship at the dock of Seamarsh. Abu. As soon as the warship docked, Bloodwind quickly jumped from the warship to the dock, stepped on the solid ground, and let out a short howl of excitement. This scared the soldiers of the Mallister family. They had never seen a giant wolf of this size. After a brief fear, some soldiers were brave enough to attack. Patrick, who often received raven letters and had heard of the giant wolf, the symbol of the King of the North, immediately stopped his soldiers from being reckless. Your Majesty Robb, I'm Patrick Mallister. Welcome to Seaside City. Please enter the castle and let us, the Mallister family, entertain you well. Seeing Robb, who looked like the rumor, walk down the warship first through the gangplank, Patrick bowed and saluted, his mouth full of compliments. Sir Patrick, you don't have to be so polite. I'm here to discuss some important matters with Lord Jason. Please take me to see him. Robb looked at the young man with brown hair, ordinary appearance, but bright eyes, and nodded. Of course. Patrick was about to agree with a smile, but when he saw Theon getting off the boat, his face changed immediately and he shouted, "Squid, get out of Seagate. You are not welcome here." Theon, who was obviously dressed as an Ironman, looked very ugly because of Patrick's shouting. If Robb hadn't emphasized on the boat that this trip to Seagate was very important, with his temper, he would have exploded long ago. Balon Greyjoy is dead. This is my brother, Theon Greyjoy, the new king of the Iron Islands. He led the Ironmen and our northern army to capture Lannisport and Casterly Rock. Although he is also an Ironman, he is completely different from the Ironman you know. If you tell him to get out, there is no need for me to go ashore. Hearing this, Robb frowned and explained Theon's identity to Patrick and stated his position. In fact, the Ironmen and the Northern Army did not get along well. This is a blood feud left by generations of ancestors. Although Robb can suppress it for a short time, it will definitely affect the overall combat effectiveness of Robb's army over time. Robb has also been thinking about solutions, but it is still relatively rare for Sealand to be so fiercely anti-Ironman. Welcome His Majesty Robb and King Theon. Patrick, apologize for your reckless words and actions. As they were in a stiff confrontation at the dock of Seaside City, a middle-aged man with brown hair, blue-gray eyes, many silver hairs on his temples, and a sharp face came from behind Patrick and spoke loudly at the same time. "Father," I said, "apologize. Seeing that his father's expression was very serious, Patrick secretly pouted and said to Theon reluctantly, "I'm sorry, I was reckless. It's okay, I understand." At this time, Theon, who was silently moved by Robb's words and deeds, took this opportunity to give Robb a way out. "Your Majesty Robb, King Theon, please come into our castle and talk." Seeing Patrick apologize, the atmosphere had eased, and Earl Jason smiled and made an invitation gesture. "Thank you for your invitation. We will bother you for the next 2 days." Robb also smiled and said a polite word to Lord Jason. He went to the castle first. Bloodwind's huge body nimbly bypassed the people on the dock and followed him. "Excuse me." Theon nodded to Lord Jason and followed him. "Huh, this giant wolf is full of murderous aura and oppressive. I don't know how many people it has killed." Lord Jason looked at their backs and whispered, then turned to teach his son, "Patrick, I want to train you to be a fearless warrior. But fearlessness does not mean reckless and mindless. You have to be able to see the situation clearly." "I understand, father. Let's go. Remember to listen carefully to what we talk about and analyze the meaning." Seeing that his son humbly accepted the advice, Lord Jason nodded and continued to train Patrick in his own way. In the castle in Heijiang City, in the Earl's study. "Lord Jason, first of all, I want to ask, are the Molesters still loyal to my grandfather, Lord Hoster Tully?" After the door of the study was closed, Robb took the lead and went straight to the point, asking Lord Jason, "Of course, the oath of allegiance of our Molesters will not change until the sunset sea dries up." Lord Jason heard this and answered in an affirmative tone without hesitation. "Well, before we left Casterly Rock, tens of thousands of Lannister cavalry were returning from the Golden Tooth." "Excuse me, do you know the movements of Tywin's infantry army?" Robb heard his decisive answer, nodded with satisfaction, and continued to ask. Upon hearing this, Lord Jason smiled and answered directly, "I just happen to know the answer to this question. A few days ago, after Tywin's army rested in the Twins, they headed towards Reveron from the front of our Sealand. If you plan to launch a surprise attack on Tywin's army besieging Reveron, I will personally lead the soldiers of Sealand to join the battle." "Very good, but they are not my target. Before this war began, I notified my uncle to gather enough troops and stockpile a large amount of various supplies. Moreover, Reveron has a special geographical location. Even if all of Tywin's troops besiege Reveron together, it can still hold out for a long time. The Free family betrayed their oath and defected to the Lannister family. They will pay the price for their betrayal. Now, I need you to help me attack the Twins." Thanks to Absolute Gentleman Z and Starboy99 for voting for the monthly ticket, and thanks to all the readers who have been voting and reading here. PS. During this period, the data is not as good as before. Please support me. Thank you. Chapter 124, Attack and Defense. Woohoo. The sky just turned white, and the rapid sound of the siege horn sounded, breaking the tranquility of the castle. This is the countless times that the Battle of Reveron has been fought. At the command of the horn, it started again. Reveron is a solid triangular castle that is easy to defend, but difficult to attack. The north and east of this castle are the confluence of the Tengshi River and the Red Fork River. The northeastern two sides are close to the turbulent rivers, which is a purely natural defense system. In the southwest of Reveron, there is a large man-made trench in the shape of. At both ends of the trench are built sluices controlled by Reveron. When Reveron is attacked, the sluices can be activated to introduce water from the rivers on both sides, to fill the entire trench, turning the castle into an independent island, surrounded by water on three sides, and completely indestructible. After nearly 2 months of siege, until today, the shaped trench in the southwest has been completely filled. This was built with the lives of the civilians in the river. Since Robb did not fall into Tywin's trap, Kevin received Tywin's order and was determined to capture Reveron. After he led his troops back to Reveron, he sent out a special search team to capture civilians in the Riverlands. Among them, the Riverland civilians contributed by the mountain troops were the most. These Riverland civilians were driven by Davon's troops to hold earth baskets to fill the trenches. At the beginning, Edgemere Tully, the acting Lord of Reveron, saw that they were all Riverland civilians and could not bear to let the soldiers attack. Under the threat of death, a large group of Riverland civilians filled the trenches very quickly. Seeing this situation, his uncle Brynden Tully, the Blackfish, stood up. He bypassed Edgemere and ordered the archers guarding the city to launch a direct attack. Faced with the all-round rain of arrows, these defenseless civilians fell down in pieces like harvested wheat. After a group of civilians died, Davin sent another group of civilians, and the bodies of the civilians who died before also became the materials for filling the trenches. From this, it can be seen that in troubled times, human life is worse than dogs. Edgemere couldn't stand it at the beginning, and went to Duke Hoster Tully, who was seriously ill, sometimes sober and sometimes confused, to accuse Brynden of cruelty. Fortunately, this was the time when Duke Hoster was sober, although he had always been at odds with his brother. But since Brynden could decisively resign from the post of Knight of the Bloody Gate in the Valley and rush back to Reverin to participate in the war, he could trust his brother. Moreover, at this age, how could he not understand that his brother's decision was correct? After speaking to hand over the command of Reverin to Brynden, he waved his hand and sent his useless son away. After nearly a month, the artificial trench of Reverin was finally filled. After countless small-scale offensive and defensive battles, it welcomed a full-scale siege of nearly 30,000 troops joined by Tywin and Kevan. The Tully family of Reverin originally had nearly 10,000 troops, but because Edgemere sent Lord Vance and Lord Piper to lead 4,000 people to the Golden Tooth to demonstrate, they were wiped out. With the nearly 1,000 remaining soldiers of Lord Piper, Reverin currently has a defense force of nearly 7,000 people. Garlem. A wheeled siege hammer was pushed by dozens of Lannister infantrymen towards the only western gate of Reverin. This wheeled siege hammer was made by the Lannister logistics force from the beginning of the siege of Reverin. It looks like a wooden turtle. The turtle shell is protected by a wooden shield covered with raw animal skin. There are wooden rollers underneath for easy movement. The head of the turtle is a heavy siege hammer. These Lannister soldiers who push the wheeled siege hammer can be well protected under its turtle shell. Next to the wheeled siege hammers, there was a mass of at least 7 or 8,000 other Lannister infantrymen with shields and siege ladders. I don't know if it was because Tywin was in charge this time, but they all looked very motivated. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The dozens of trebuchets in the positions behind them launched the attack before the Lannister siege infantry. The trebuchets, which were about 3 meters high, suddenly lowered their counterweights, and the 5 or 6 meter long throwing rods threw piles of stones the size of an adult's upper body at Reverin. Boom, boom, boom. The trebuchet's stones that hit the solid walls of Reverin only left shallow pits, while the stones that hit the city destroyed some houses and some defensive facilities. The most devastating to morale were the few trebuchet's stones that hit the walls accurately. At this moment, many guards stood densely on the walls of Reverin. In addition to the infantry and archers defending the city, there were also many conscripted servants who were burning many covered boilers with fire. Under the powerful impact of several trebuchets, the stones from the trebuchets smashed the neatly standing soldiers in a row, causing them to lose their arms and legs. Some unlucky soldiers were directly hit and smashed into meat paste. In fact, the damage was not too great, but it caused some chaos on the walls. Looking at the chaos on the walls, Brynden didn't frown. His eyes were fixed on the wheeled siege hammer. He understood that attacks like trebuchets were irrelevant, and the wheeled siege hammer that rushed straight to the city gate was the key. After this round of attack, the trebuchets of the Lannister camp directly misfired and entered the time-consuming and laborious reloading stage. Shoot. When the Lannister soldiers entered the attack range of the second party's archers, Brynden waved his hand fiercely and issued his own order. Swish, swish, swish. Thousands of sharp arrows drew a perfect parabola, falling from the highest point in the sky like raindrops into the formation of the Lannister siege infantry. Dup, dup, dup. The huge wheeled siege hammer was pierced into a hedgehog by countless arrows in an instant. But these arrows could not break through the wheeled siege hammer, which was covered with a wooden shield made of raw animal skin. The Lannister infantry hiding inside pushed it forward intact. However, there were always unlucky ones who were pierced through the body by arrows from the gaps in the numerous Lannister siege infantry holding shields. But except for the soldiers, who were shot in vital parts and died on the spot, the Lannister soldiers who were shot in other parts did not suffer much damage due to the protection of excellent armor and continued to move forward. In general, this wave of arrows from the soldiers defending Reverin did not cause any damage to the well-equipped Lannister soldiers. Brynden saw all these situations. He had seen this situation before in the small-scale siege. He had already prepared for the rain of arrows that did not cause much casualties to the Lannister siege soldiers, so he was not concerned. But the wheeled siege hammer was not easy to deal with. Since the moat of Reverin had been filled, if it broke through the gate, the two sides would definitely not be able to defend it with at least 4 times the difference in strength. Archers, second round of volleys, crossbows aim at the wheeled siege hammer, start attacking. As Brynden's order was issued, the archers on the walls of Reverin drew their bows and shot arrows. After hearing the order, the soldiers in charge of the 3 crossbows deployed on the left, middle and right platforms of the wall focused their attention on the wheeled siege hammer. Because the crossbow's long-range shooting was not accurate, Brynden did not order the shooting at first, until it entered the best shooting distance. Then he ordered the attack. Bang, bang, bang. The bowstrings of the 3 giant crossbows on the city wall made a loud sound, and 3 crossbow arrows as thick as spears were shot into the Lannister army in the blink of an eye. 2 crossbow arrows shot at the left and right sides of the wheeled siege hammer, piercing through 3 Lannister infantrymen, and nailing them to the ground. A Lannister infantryman who didn't know whether to say lucky or unlucky because his left leg was hit by the second wave of stray arrows, limped away from the soldier in front of him a little. This made him lucky to avoid the crossbow attack, and he was not directly strung like a candied horse, like the crossbow arrow next to him, with 2 arrows. However, the arrowhead of this crossbow arrow just pierced through his right foot, nailing him firmly to the ground, and he let out a violent scream. The 3rd crossbow arrow hit the front of the wheeled siege hammer accurately, and the powerful force directly penetrated the wooden shield on the front of the wheeled siege hammer, penetrated into the wheeled siege hammer, and shot a hapless Lannister infantryman in the head. However, the power of this crossbow arrow was limited to this. The captain of the infantry in the wheeled siege hammer gave an order, and 2 Lannister infantrymen threw the headless body outside. Then, the wheeled siege hammer with a crossbow arrow inserted continued to move towards the gate of Reverin. Seeing that the powerful force did not break the wheeled siege hammer apart after the crossbow arrow hit the front, Brynden knew that this wheeled siege hammer was definitely carefully made by Lannister. So he immediately gave his order to the messenger beside him, change the crossbow arrow. The order was quickly conveyed to the soldiers operating the 3 giant crossbows. The soldiers in charge of auxiliary work immediately took out a crossbow arrow with an arrow, wrapped in thick oilcloth from the wooden box beside them. When the crossbow arrow was installed, the auxiliary soldier carefully took out a glass bottle full of green liquid from the wooden box, the wildfire bottle. Wildfire in Westeros is not difficult to get. As long as you have a gold dragon, you can definitely get it. It's just that in the past, when the 7 kingdoms were at peace, there was basically no occasion to play with wildfire, and it would be despised by all nobles, because they believed that these were despicable means that violated the spirit of chivalry. In addition, wildfire is not easy to preserve, and it will catch fire if you are not careful. Therefore, it can basically only be seen in the Alchemist Guild in King's Landing and the black market. However, Robb used wildfire without scruples from the beginning. And at the beginning of this war, in order to allow Reverin to hold on for a long enough time, he wrote a lot of suggestions for defending the city. Edgemure must have sneered at Robb's suggestions and didn't want to pay any attention to them. Because Robb's letter emphasized the suggestion to summon vassals for defense, he directly sent 4,000 soldiers to the Golden Tooth City and sacrificed in vain. But obviously, Brynden completely accepted Robb's suggestions, and these wildfires were collected by him. But because of the small amount, it can only be used in a targeted manner. The auxiliary soldiers poured the pungent wildfire on the oilcloth at the front of the crossbow arrow, and instantly ignited it with flint. Green flames rose from the front of the crossbow arrows, and they quickly covered the entire oilcloth. Bang, bang, bang. 3 loud bowstring sounds rang out, and a crossbow arrow burning with green flames shot a Lannister siege infantryman and the siege ladder he was carrying. The green flames quickly spread along the corpses and siege ladders, to excellent fuels. Seeing this, the other Lannister infantryman immediately threw down the siege ladder stained with green flames. The other siege infantrymen around also avoided far away. The burning corpses and siege ladders left a blank area in the dense siege army formation. The remaining 2 crossbow arrows burning with wildfire Due to the closer distance and a round of test shooting, accurately hit the wheeled siege hammer directly. Brynden saw from the city wall that this carefully crafted wheeled siege hammer had not been shot apart by the crossbow arrows. However, it stopped after being hit and no longer moved forward. A minute later, more than a dozen siege infantrymen with green flames on their bodies came out from under the wheeled siege hammer, rolling and struggling frantically on the ground. Then, the wheeled siege hammer began to emit green flames, which spread rapidly. In the blink of an eye, the wheeled siege hammer turned into a giant green torch. Seeing that the biggest siege hidden danger had been eliminated, Brynden remained calm on his face, but secretly breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Without the drag of the wheeled siege hammer, the speed of these 7,000 or 8,000 Lannister siege soldiers actually increased. They came to the wall of Reveron with shields on their heads, set up siege ladders, and began a tragic siege. The position of the Westerland army, on a temporary high platform. Tywin looked at the blazing green fire burning on the wheeled siege hammer, and his mouth twitched slightly. He had never expected that wildfire could be used in this way. This carefully built wheeled siege hammer, which was not afraid of ordinary fire attacks, was burned by the wildfire on the crossbow before it even approached the gate of Reveron. Tywin's light green eyes dotted with gold stared at the battle ahead. Although his family's soldiers had just approached Reveron, he already knew the outcome. Pursing his lips, Tywin turned his head and said to Kevin beside him, "Without that wheeled siege hammer, the front of Reveron will be difficult to break through. Let the other families start to act." "Okay. Woo woo woo." As Kevin conveyed Tywin's order, the sound of horns came out from the positions of the Western army again. Giloo, Giloo. A row of siege towers, which were also covered with raw animal skins, and had wooden wheels at the bottom, and were nearly 20 meters high, were pushed by other Western family soldiers, and walked out of the nearby dense woods. These siege towers were obviously not as strong as the wheeled siege hammer, and they kept creaking during the process of pushing and moving. At the same time, it was swaying, so the soldiers standing on the siege towers could only hold onto the edges of the siege towers tightly to stabilize their bodies. These siege towers were originally mass-produced. Their function was only to allow the siege soldiers to better suppress the guards on the city wall, and then wait for an opportunity to climb the city. Next to these siege ladders, there were nearly 15,000 siege troops from other westerly families. But they did not go straight to the west gate of Reveron, but to the south wall of Reveron. A frontal feint. Did Tywin want to attack the south wall and suppress it with the number of troops? Brynden looked at the enemy army, which was larger than the siege army in the west, pushing the siege tower to the south. He guessed Tywin's true intention in his heart. Compared with the west gate of Reveron, there is no gate in the south, only a wider wall. It can indeed accommodate more siege soldiers at the same time and launch a city attack at the same time. Staring at the siege tower that had turned the corner and headed toward the southern wall, Brynden ordered the messenger beside him, "Tell Lord Titus Blackwood to notify me immediately if there is any abnormality on the southern wall." Thanks to Zio for the coin reward, Shimao Mal for the pat on the head, Chin 2 meters, Pink Fleeing Man, Fanchin Kinkson Yu, Zio Dingling, Chianchi and Usher Shao, and the monthly votes cast by book friends 2021060911101244405. Thanks to all the big guys who voted for recommendations every day and followed the reading here. Thank you for your support. Chapter 125, A Clever Tactic. The Commander-in-Chief of the south side of Reveron is the acting Lord of Reveron, Edgemere. However, the south wall of Reveron is wide and long, and there are several round towers in the middle of the wall, which block the view. If there is only one commander, he cannot see the overall situation, which will lead to loopholes in command. So he dispatched in the middle, and asked the Earl of Raventree, Titus Blackwood, and the Earl of Pink City, to assist in the defense on the left and right sides. Earl Titus has a short grey beard, a hooked nose, and long hair that exceeds his shoulders. On his tall and thin body, he often wears a gorgeous cloak woven from crow feathers. He is a warrior with rich battlefield experience, and is extremely loyal to the Tully family. Even though his own Raventree was turned into a scorched earth by the Lannister family, he still loyally led his troops to stay in Reveron without any complaints. At the same time, he also has a strong liking for the Stark family. Once, he participated in the War of the Usurper under the call of Lord Hoster, fought side by side with Eddard Stark, and was saved by him. As for Lord Piper, he was the one who abandoned Lord Vance under the Golden Tooth and fled alone with his troops. However, he would definitely not say so when he returned to Reveron. Instead, he told Edgemere that he fought bravely, but in the end the Lannister family had too many troops, so they had to gather the remaining troops and retreat tactically. Since his eldest son, Ser Marco Piper, was one of Edgemure's best friends, Edgemere believed him without hesitation and gave him the important task of helping to defend the city. Lord Piper was unwilling to obey Edgemure's order, but in order to maintain his image of being brave and good at fighting, he could only accept the order to defend the city with a forced smile. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After the Westerly army pushed the siege tower past the corner of Reveron, they went straight into the right part of the wall defended by Lord Titus. Without any hesitation, he ordered the archers to draw their bows and shoot. Dup dup dup. Arrows kept shooting at the siege tower, but the Westerly soldiers on it had already tightly grasped the edge of the siege tower, leaning over and hiding in the siege tower covered with rawhide, and did not suffer much damage. This group of siege troops, which were united by various Westerly families, were obviously a level lower than the Lannister family in terms of equipment, so the arrows that fell into the crowd still had a good effect. But on the entire southern wall, there were only less than 2,500 soldiers defending, and there were less than 700 archers. Compared with the large black mass of siege troops of about 15,000 people under the wall, the damage caused by this rain of arrows was basically negligible. Giloo, gurgle, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. When a dozen siege towers were pushed to the front of the southern wall and stopped shaking, the archers of the western army hiding in the siege towers immediately stood up and began to shoot at the southern wall. The archers on the walls of Reveron and the archers on the western siege towers began to shoot at each other. Since the siege towers were built higher than the walls of Reveron, the archers on the western siege towers had a clear advantage in shooting. At the same time, other western archers who had entered the shooting range began to shoot upwards from under the wall. However, there were only 7 or 8 archers standing on a western siege tower, and the force and accuracy of the arrows shot from bottom to top were very poor, so for a while, the archers fought back and forth, and were evenly matched. While their own archers were suppressing them, the western infantrymen near the city wall placed dozens of siege ladders firmly against the city wall. The brave siege soldiers immediately climbed up the ladders, trying to compete for the reward of being the first to climb the city. However, the benefits are proportional to the risks. Bang, bang, bang. They were greeted by countless stones falling from above, and blood and brains splashed everywhere. The first batch of brave siege soldiers died simply under the city wall. As the frequency of stones thrown from the city wall decreased, the siege soldiers slowly climbed to the upper part of the siege ladders, and were about to approach the battlements of Reveron. 2 Reveron soldiers who had already prepared to defend the city waited until the western siege soldiers were about to climb to the end. At the same time, they used the Y-shaped fork sticks in their hands to fork the left and right sides of the siege ladders, and then suddenly pushed back. Bang. The 7 or 8 siege soldiers on the ladder that were successfully pushed out fell heavily to the hard ground with exclamations. The siege soldiers who climbed not high under the siege ladder were fine and basically did not suffer any serious injuries, but the 2 or 3 siege soldiers at the front were lying in a pool of blood that was slowly seeping out, twitching constantly. An unlucky archer under the city wall was hit by a siege soldier who fell from the sky. Both of them fell to the ground, and it was unknown whether they were dead or alive. Giloo, giloo. Due to the large difference in the number of people on both sides, the archers defending the city on the wall of Runcheng were gradually suppressed. The siege tower started again, and began to move towards the city wall. Prepare to throw oil. Earl Titus calmly ordered his messenger, then seemed to remember something, grabbed the messenger who was about to leave, and continued, by the way, remember to inform Lord Edgemere and Earl Piper over there of this order. As you command. Lord Edgemere did not know the details of his vassal, but the vassal knew each other very well. Titus was worried that the ambitious but incompetent Edgemere and the cowardly and useless Earl Piper would have problems with the section of the wall they were guarding, so he specially notified them. When the siege tower moved to nearly 5 meters away from the wall of Reveron, the Westerland infantry hiding on the second floor of the siege tower holding swords and shields, swallowed their saliva nervously. At first, there was the sound of arrows shooting at the siege tower, but now it stopped strangely and became quiet. It was this abnormal silence that made their tension soar to the peak. Bang! The siege tower reached about 2 meters above the wall of Reveron. The archers on the top of the tower cut the strong ropes tied to the left and right sides, and the thick baffles on the top of the siege tower smashed directly onto the wall of Reveron. The siege soldiers hiding on the second floor roared to vent their tension. As soon as the baffles fell, they stepped on the thick baffles that became springboards, and rushed towards the wall of Reveron. Whoosh, 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 crack. The archers who had been waiting for them immediately drew their bows and released arrows. At the same time, the city guards who were holding pottery jars with burning cloth stuffed in the mouths of the bottles through these pottery jars that had just been ignited at the group of western soldiers who were about to climb the wall of Reveron. Most of the arrows were blocked by the western infantry holding shields, but the pottery jars that hit them shattered instantly, and the black oil in the pottery jars immediately spread all over the shields and the bodies of the western infantry. The flames on the cloth strips directly ignited the black oil, and the first few westerly infantrymen who rushed out of the siege tower immediately became human torches. 2 soldiers on fire jumped down from the siege tower in panic. The others jumped towards the wall of Reveron with flames all over their bodies. Swish. As soon as these westerly soldiers jumped onto the parapet, several Reveron guards holding spears directly stabbed them off the wall. A soldier on fire luckily avoided the spear attack and stepped onto the wall of Reveron. The infantrymen behind the spear guards chopped him into a bloody mess with their swords or axes. In the middle section of the south wall of Reveron, Edgemure was fighting in person with a sword in his hand, regardless of his own danger. He had reddish brown hair and a medium build, but his beard looked very powerful. At this moment, from the outside, his brave fighting posture was quite a bit like a fierce general. However, all of this was to ignore the elite guards of Reveron who surrounded him layer by layer. The soldiers of the Westerland army came down from the siege tower, and it was difficult to break through these elite guards with extraordinary martial arts and come to Edgemure's side. However, these guards who knew Edgemure's character well would occasionally let go of a Westerland soldier with a broken hand or foot, or a seriously injured one, so that Edgemure in the inner layer could pick up the head. But Edgemure, who was brave enough to kill the enemy, would not think so. At this moment, he was excited by the blood and was enjoying the pleasure of killing. He completely forgot his duty as the commander-in-chief at this moment. Lord Piper hid behind several shield-bearing guards. He looked at the Westerland infantry who had begun to climb the city wall through the siege tower with rapid breathing. At this moment, he had the idea of escaping again. Originally, he had always had the idea that Lannister was invincible. Now there were enemy soldiers on the city wall, and the dense siege soldiers below the city wall were getting closer and closer to the top of the city wall. In his opinion, no matter who ruled the Riverland, as long as they were loyal fast enough, then, the ruler will still take the dignity of the nobles into consideration, and his pink city will eventually return to the hands of his family. However, this time is different from the last time. If he deserts the battlefield, it will be fine. If Reveron is defeated, if he wins, he will definitely be held accountable by the feudal lord. The best case scenario is that he will put on black clothes and join the Night's Watch. Whoosh. While Earl Piper was worried and thinking wildly, a stray arrow shot in from the gap of the personal guard's shield, passed through Earl Piper's ear, and pierced the throat of a tall attendant beside him. Crack, crack. The tall attendant coughed up blood and seemed to want to say something to Earl Piper, but he didn't make a sound after all, and fell softly to the ground. Earl Piper looked pale as he watched the attendant die, and his mentality completely collapsed. This arrow almost took his life. Indeed, on this battlefield, arrows don't care about your identity. That's right. Seeing the enemy arrow stuck in his personal attendant's throat, Lord Piper suddenly had an idea. He leaned over and pulled out the arrow with force, then took out a handkerchief from his sleeve and wiped the blood carefully. Then, he held the front end of the arrow tightly with his right hand and stabbed it hard into his left shoulder. Lord Piper let out a loud scream, and he covered his left arm that was beginning to bleed, and shouted to the personal guards around him, "I'm shot. Quick, send me to the castle to treat the wound." Of course, his personal guards saw all his actions. However, as a group bound together by honor and disgrace, the personal guards must help Lord Piper, to whom they are loyal. While shouting that the Earl was shot, they protected Lord Piper and walked towards the stone stairs of the city wall. When Edgemure was enjoying the killing, Lord Titus was concentrating on commanding the defense of the city, and Lord Piper pretended to be shot and ran away. The battle at the west main gate had entered a white-hot stage. The west wall of Reveron also has a Westerland siege tower to join the battle. Many Lannister soldiers are preparing to climb the city through the steps. On the west wall of Reveron, the boilers that had been covered with lids have been opened, and a foul smell is wafting over the wall. The boilers are full of boiling golden juice. This is the gold juice that Brynden accepted Robb's suggestion and collected the fesses of horses and humans in Reveron to make. Gold juice is a traditional weapon for defending cities in ancient China. There are two types. The first type is the metal gold juice obtained by melting various metals at high temperatures. If these metal gold juices are thrown out in containers and splashed on the siege soldiers, they will cause great harm to the enemy and kill them in an instant. For specific effects, you can refer to the miserable appearance of beggar King Viserys Targaryen, who was cast into a crown by Khal Drogo with gold juice. These metal gold juices can also effectively defend against siege weapons. As long as they are poured on siege weapons, the high temperature is enough to destroy and ignite them. However, metals are rare in this era, and few defenders would spend a lot of money to boil metal gold juice. The second type is biological gold juice boiled from animal and human fesses. The materials of this biological gold juice are extremely easy to collect, and it is large in quantity and full in quantity, which can be said to be an excellent weapon for defending the city. In this era, as long as the siege soldiers are poured with biological gold juice, they are basically equivalent to death. Because the burns caused by this biological gold juice are extremely difficult to heal, and at the same time, there is a great probability of death due to serious bacterial infection. Some people may wonder, aren't these biological gold juices boiled and disinfected? In fact, many bacteria require long-term continuous high temperature to be killed. Moreover, even if the biological gold juice itself does not carry bacteria, it is a high nutrient for bacteria, which can accelerate the reproduction of bacteria in the air, thereby infecting and corroding wounds. Crash. A Lannister infantryman who was about to jump to the wall of Reveron was directly poured with a spoonful of gold juice by a Reveron guard. His entire face was directly burned by the gold juice, and at the same time, a foul smell was transmitted directly to the brain through the nasal cavity. It was purely physical and mental torture. However, this torture soon stopped affecting him. The Lannister infantryman struggled with his hands covering his face, and did not pay attention to his feet. He fell directly from the pedal of the siege tower, and died on the spot. His body just fell beside a Lannister infantryman who was shouting loudly to attack. The gold juice on the body and blood splashed all over the soldier's body and mouth. Cough, puff, puff. The Lannister infantryman, who obviously felt that the taste was wrong, immediately opened his mouth and vomited violently. The guards of Reveron use these biological gold juices, regardless of whether the Lannister infantry was well equipped or not. They directly ignored the defense and caused continuous damage. Because of these ancient Chinese tricks provided by Robb, the pressure on the west wall of Reveron facing these Lannister family elite soldiers was not as great as that on the south wall. In general, the entire siege of Reveron entered a tragic stalemate at this moment, and the entire battlefield was like a meat grinder devouring flesh and blood. At the westward army's position, Tywin saw the siege of Reveron, and it was just as he expected. He looked very calm, with a wise look, and said to Kevin, "It's almost time, let them start the attack." Thanks to the lazy guy, who can't help you for the reward, and the trapezoidal heart and book friend 20,170,531,032,892 for the monthly vote. Thanks to all the big guys who voted for recommendations every day and followed here. Thank you for your support. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.